Simon & Schuster Audio presents Michael Vey, The Colin, by Richard Paul Evans, read by Fred Berman. To Lori Liss, the original Vaniac. Dossier: The Electric Youths. Michael Vey. Power: ability to shock people through direct contact or conduction. Can also absorb other electric children's powers as well through conduction from other sources. Michael is the most powerful of all the electric children and leader of the Electro Clan. He is steadily increasing in power. Austin Liss. Power: not an electric child. Austin is very intelligent with an IQ of 155, which puts him at the same level as the average Nobel Prize winner. He is one of the original 3 members of the Electro Clan and Michael's best friend. Taylor Ridley. Power: ability to scramble the electric synapses in the brain, causing temporary confusion. She can also read people's minds, but only when touching them. Taylor is one of the original 3 members of the Electro Clan. She and Michael discovered each other's powers at Meridian High School, which they were both attending. She is Michael's girlfriend. Abigail. Power: ability to temporarily stop pain by electrically stimulating certain parts of the brain. She must be touching the person to do so. Along with Ian and McKenna, Abigail was held captive by the Elgin for many years because she refused to follow Hatch. She joined the Electro Clan after escaping from the Elgin Academy's prison known as Purgatory. She is currently missing and is believed to have been abducted by unknown glows. Brian. Power: the ability to create highly focused electricity that allows him to cut through objects. Brian was one of Hatch's glows. Cassie. Power: an extremely powerful electric. Cassie has the ability to freeze muscles from a distance of more than 2 kilometers, which includes the ability to cause mass heart attacks. Cassie was raised and trained in Switzerland by the Voice before the Elgin knew of her existence. She was seriously injured while fighting the Chosky. Grace. Power: Grace acts as a human flash drive and is able to transfer and store large amounts of electronic data. Grace was living with the Elgin, but joined the Electro Clan when they defeated Hatch at the Elgin Academy. Since the fall of the Elgin in Hades, she had been working as a digital data specialist with Michael's father at Vaytrick Corporation. While searching and downloading information, she learned to extend her powers by uploading her own consciousness into the internet while leaving her physical body in a self-induced coma. Her body is currently being cared for on a special floor of the Vaytrick building. Ian. Power: ability to see through electrolocation, which is the same way sharks and eels see through muddy or murky water. Along with McKenna and Abigail, Ian was held captive by the Elgin for many years because he refused to follow Hatch. He joined the Electro Clan after escaping from Purgatory. Jack. Power: not an electric child. Jack spends a lot of time in the gym and is very strong. He is also excellent with cars. Originally one of Michael's bullies, he joined the Electro Clan after Michael bribed him to help rescue Michael's mother from Dr. Hatch. Kylie. Power: born with the ability to create electromagnetic power, she is basically a human magnet. Formerly one of Hatch's glows, she spends most of her time shopping. McKenna. Power: ability to create light and heat. She can heat herself to more than 3,000 kelvins. Along with Ian and Abigail, McKenna was held captive by the Elgin for many years because she refused to follow Hatch. She joined the Electro Clan after escaping from the Elgin Academy's prison, known as Purgatory. Nichelle. Power. Nichelle acts as an electrical ground and can both detect and drain the powers of the other electric children. Nichelle was Hatch's weapon over the rest of the electric children until he abandoned her during the battle at the Elgin Academy. Although everyone was nervous about it, the Electro Clan recruited her to join them on their mission to save Jade Dragon, and she has become a loyal Electro Clan member. Quentin. Power. Ability to create isolated electromagnetic pulses, which lets him take out all electrical devices within 20 yards. Quentin was once the president of Hatch's Glows, poised to be in power just below Hatch. Tanner. Deceased. Power. Ability to interfere with aeroplanes' electrical navigation systems and cause them to malfunction and crash. His powers were so advanced that he could do this from the ground. After years of mistreatment by the Elgin, Tanner was rescued by the Electro Clan from the Peruvian Star Source plant and was subsequently staying with the Resistance, so he had a chance to recover. He was killed in the Battle of Hades. Tara. Power. Tara's abilities are similar to her twin sister Taylor's in that she can disrupt normal electronic brain functions. Through years of practicing and refining her powers, Tara has learned to focus on specific parts of the brain in order to create emotions such as fear or joy. Tara and Taylor were adopted by different families after they were born, and Tara was raised by Hatch and the Elgin until she left them to join her sister. Tessa. Deceased. Power. Tessa's abilities were the opposite of Nichelle's. She was able to enhance the powers of the other electric children. Tessa escaped from the Elgin at the Star Source plant in Peru and lived in the Amazon jungle for 6 months with an indigenous tribe called the Amakara. She joined the Electro Clan after the tribe rescued Michael from the Elgin and brought them together. She was killed fighting the Chosky. Torsten. Power. One of the more lethal of the electric children, Torsten can create microwaves. Torsten was one of Hatch's Glows and was instrumental to the Elgin in building the Star Source plants. Once Quentin's right-hand man, he is currently working as a drug trafficker. Wade. Deceased. Power. Not an electric child. Wade was Jack's best friend and joined the Electro Clan at the same time he did. He died in Peru when the Electro Clan was surprised by an Elgin guard. Zeus. Power. Ability to throw electricity from his body. Zeus was kidnapped by the Elgin as a young child and lived for many years as one of Hatch's Glows. He joined the Electro Clan when they escaped from the Elgin Academy. Part 1. Prologue. My name is Michael Vey. This is a hard time for me. It's a hard time for all of us. I know if you followed me, it seems like it's always been hard times, so I guess it's relative. When I was in school, a hard time was avoiding bullies. These days, the bullies have guns and are trying to kill us. Sometimes they succeed, which is why my heart aches like someone pounded a rusty spike through it. I suppose it's grief. I can't believe how bad it hurts. I keep thinking about what Tara said to me back in Puerto Maldonado when I asked her what she wanted to do with her life. She'd said her plan was to stay away from people who wanted to kill her. I'd say that's pretty good advice for anyone. I just wish it was something we could choose. Some people chase evil, while some people are chased by evil. We're the latter. And in the real world, good doesn't always win, which is why we're coming home missing a few friends. And that's why my heart is broken. I almost asked Tara if she could change my emotions just so I could get some relief, but that seemed wrong. Like laughing at a funeral. The Electro Clan, what's left of us, is on the Vaytrick Company jet headed back home to Boise, where this whole nightmare began. Grief aside, emotionally I'm like a ball on a roulette wheel, spinning around waiting to drop onto something. On one hand, I think I should be celebrating the fact that Eli, Amash, and the Chasqui are no more. We saved the city of Arequipa and hundreds of thousands of lives from mass destruction, rescued Jack and Tara from the Chasqui, and made it out alive. On the other hand, we still don't know where Abigail is. Cassie is severely wounded, and 5 members of Alpha Team and Tessa were killed in the battle. Most of all, I'm mourning Tessa. I can't stop thinking about the time we met in the jungle and how we escaped the Elgin, who were hunting us. Zeus was closer to Tessa than any of the rest of us. They were a thing for a while, and I'm not sure that he ever really got over her. He hasn't spoken much since he found out about her death. I think he's in shock. That's not a pun. He's sitting alone in the back of the plane, sparking, just like I'm ticking. At least Cassie's alive. With all the Chasqui milling about the hospital when Amash was brought in, we had to get her out as soon as we could. I have no doubt we could have taken the whole lot of them, but doing battle in a hospital seemed like a bad idea. Innocent people would probably have been hurt. We put a sheet over her, like she was dead, and walked right past them out of the hospital. They were too preoccupied with the sudden death of their leader to notice us, even though as Anglo-Americans in the middle of a South American jungle, we stood out like a glazed donut at a Weight Watchers convention. Ian's keeping a close eye on Cassie's wounds, making sure she doesn't start bleeding again. She still has shrapnel inside her body, some close enough to vital organs to kill her. We'll take her to the hospital as soon as we land in Boise. With the exception of Jack, Alpha Team, including their leader Johnson, stayed back in Puerto to secure their headquarters. We brought Cristiano back with us. He's in the front of the plane, sleeping peacefully. I think after he escaped the Chasqui, it's probably like the end of a very long nightmare for him. I'd sleep too. Taylor's lying against me, also asleep. I'm glad she's sleeping and not reading my mind. Still, every now and then she jerks violently, which makes me wonder if she's unconsciously wandering around in my head and it's giving her nightmares. Tessa's body is in the back of the plane. It makes me sick thinking about it. We brought her home for a proper burial. My mother is already making preparations for her. I'm glad she's doing it. None of us wanted to think about it. Our biggest worry right now is Abigail. We have no idea where she is. We don't even know if she's alive. Jack's losing his mind with worry. What makes it worse is that the last time Jack and Abby spoke, they got into a fight and broke up. He would do anything to get her back. Austin thinks she's been captured by other electrics. And when isn't he right? What if there are others like us, just as powerful or maybe more so? Who knows what Hatch did? For all I know, there might be hundreds of electrics like us. And if they have Abby, then what? It's one thing to battle the Elgin, but an enemy with the same powers as us is a different matter, especially if we're outnumbered. Right now, if you asked me if I'm a glass half full or a glass half empty kind of guy, I'd just tell you that I want to smash the glass. I'm tired of all this fighting and loss, and I'm ticking like crazy. It's constant enough that it hurts. Usually my ticks start when I'm stressed. So, why wasn't I ticking in the jungle when we were being hunted by the Chasqui? I don't know why my Tourette's acts up sometimes, then lies dormant at other times. Right now, I feel like I don't know anything. That's not entirely true. I know my heart hurts. Part 2. Chapter 1. A Scary Dream. Jack walked back to me from the front of the plane. He glanced at Taylor asleep in my arms, then asked softly, "Can we talk?" I nodded, and he sat down in the seat across the aisle from me. Speaking in a hushed tone, he asked, "Why are we going back to America if Abby's still in Peru?" "We don't know if she's in Peru. Austin said she was abducted by Peruvians. He said he thinks she was. But even if she was, we don't know where they took her after they grabbed her in Texas. She could be anywhere." His brow furrowed. You can be sure as hell that we're not going to find her in Idaho. He growled the state's name like a slur. Taylor suddenly shifted in my arms. Did you say something? She asked sleepily. I'm sorry, I said, tightening my arms around her. Jack and I are just talking. Sorry, Jack said. Taylor yawned. It's okay. She nestled back into me. Jack looked at me again. I know how you feel, I said. But we just barely escaped with our lives. For all we know, what's left of the Chosky and the entire Peruvian army are out looking for us. We're still on their most wanted terrorists list. And Cassie needs medical attention. We need to get her help, regroup, and make a plan. I don't want to get anyone else killed, and neither do you. We've all lost enough of our friends. From Jack's expression, I could tell that what I'd said stung. After all these years, Jack was still suffering from the loss of Wade. I don't think that will ever go away. After a moment, he breathed out slowly. You're right. I'm just freaking out. I feel like I need to be doing something. That's how we felt when you disappeared, Taylor said, suddenly sitting up. We were out of our minds. Jack looked at her, not sure how to respond. We need to make a plan, I said. Then in a softer voice added, and we need to recover from our losses. I looked at him, fighting the sudden emotion I felt. I need to recover. Taylor turned her head back and kissed me. I'm sorry, Jack said. You're right. I just feel responsible that she's gone. If I hadn't pushed her away, don't do that to yourself, Taylor said. She was doing what she wanted to do. She wanted to go to school. Nothing you could have done would have changed that. Whoever took her had a reason for picking her out from all of us, I said. So you know they would have found her wherever she was. Jack nodded slowly. Sorry to wake you, he said to Taylor. It's okay, Taylor said. Just try to get some sleep. Jack returned to his seat at the front of the plane. He's blaming himself, Taylor said. I know. Zeus is blaming himself, too. Neither of them could have stopped what happened, especially Zeus. I'm sure he knows it, but a grieving heart isn't always rational. I know. Taylor laid her head on my chest. I kissed the top of her head, then lay back to get some sleep. About an hour later, Taylor let out a stifled scream and her body jerked. When her eyes opened, she was whimpering. She wiped her eyes but didn't say anything. Taylor, what was it? It was so real. What was? She continued to cry. Taylor, what was so real? My dream. It was so horrible. She sat up, pulled a napkin from the seat pocket, wiped her eyes, then looked at me, her face filled with pain. No matter what happens, you can't go back to Peru. If Abby's there, I have to go. No, you can't go to the jungle. Any jungle. Her forcefulness surprised me. What did you dream, Taylor? She was quiet for a moment. Then she said with her chin still quivering, We were in the jungle somewhere. We were all on our knees, handcuffed. None of us had our powers. It was dark, except where there were torches. There were people in the shadows chanting something like, Chispa. Chispa? Something like that. They just kept chanting that word over and over. And there's this guy in a red hoodie. His face was completely dark, but I could see his eyes. They glowed red. You were kneeling before him. He said, Finally, the great Michael Vey is brought to his knees. And then he said something about how, after one tribe would conquer another, the victor would kill the other tribe's king in front of his people, so the defeated tribe would know they had truly been conquered. She paused, her breath heavy. I can't forget what he said next. I'll never forget it. She looked up at me. This night, in the ancient valley of, I think it was Rio Annie, Michael Vey the Great dies. She started sobbing again. "It's just a dream," I said, trying to comfort her. "Just a dream." I said it, but in my chest I felt dread. So far, all of her dreams had come true. I was still holding her when Ian walked up to us. He looked at Taylor, then crouched down in the aisle. "We have a problem." "What is it?" "Cassie still has 3 pieces of shrapnel in her body that the doctor in Puerto missed. 2 are lodged in muscle, but 1 piece has worked its way up toward her heart. There's a jagged edge less than a centimeter from her heart. It has moved several millimeters since she left the hospital. If it punctures her aorta, we'll lose her. What can we do?" He looked at me intensely. "I have an idea. Can you still magnetize like you did when you climbed the Elgin boats?" "I haven't done it in a while, but I'm sure I can." "If I show you where to put your hand, you might be able to pull the shard back a bit. Even a few millimeters will make a difference." "Does Cassie know?" Taylor asked. He shook his head. "Not yet." Cassie was sitting only a few seats in front of us. She was reclined with her eyes closed. Taylor, Ian, and I walked up next to her. Ian put his hand on her arm. "Cassie." Her eyes fluttered, then opened. "Hi," she said softly, looking over the 3 of us. "What's going on?" Ian said, "You know that shrapnel in your body? There's a piece near your heart that worries me. We're going to see if Michael can magnetize and pull it back. What do you need me to do?" "Just be very still. Relax." "Okay." "Where should I put my hand?" I asked. "Try to put your fingers between these 2 ribs and pull it in this direction," he said. "This might be a little uncomfortable," I said to Cassie. "That's okay." "Ready?" Cassie nodded. I put my hand against her and magnetized. After a half-minute, I asked, "Anything?" "No." "Cassie, can we pull up your shirt?" "Yes." Ian pulled it up, exposing her torso and bra. I put my hand on her flesh. "Here?" "A little more to the left. Can you focus the magnetic force a little?" "I can use 2 fingers instead of 4. Try that." I carefully placed 2 fingers between her ribs and again magnetized. "It's vibrating," Ian said, "but no movement yet." "I'll try harder." I tried again, but with the same result. I breathed out. "I need Tessa." No one said anything. Then Cassie closed her eyes, pushing out tears. "I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking." I breathed out heavily. "Taylor, get Nichelle." Taylor brought Nichelle from the back. "What do you need?" she asked. "I need you to strengthen me. We're trying to move some shrapnel in Cassie's body. I'm not strong enough." "Got it." She put her hand on my shoulder. "Tell me when." "Now," I said. I could feel the immediate increase in my electricity. "Is it working?" "It's vibrating more," Ian said. Taylor's necklace pulled up from her blouse, floating from the magnetism. "It's moving." Ian put his hand on mine and guided it to the left. "A little this way. Keep going." I pushed harder. I could feel Nichelle doing the same as power surged through me. My fingers were shaking. "It's working. Keep going." The exertion was draining me. I didn't know how much longer I could keep it up. "You got it," Ian said. "You can stop." Nichelle and I stopped at the same time. I exhaled loudly, and Nichelle let out a slight groan. "That was a killer," she said. "Well, it worked," Ian said. "It moved a full centimeter. Good job, you 2. Cassie wiped her eyes, then looked at Nichelle and me. "Thank you." "Thank Ian," I said. "He's keeping you safe." "I know." She looked at him. "Thank you, Ian." "You're welcome. I need you to move as little as possible until we get those pieces out of you. The rest of you looks okay for now." "You take it easy," Nichelle said. She returned to her seat. Taylor leaned over and kissed Cassie on the forehead. "We love you." Cassie smiled lightly. I was glad to see this. Up until now, Taylor had seen Cassie more as a rival than as a friend. We went back to our seats. "You pulled the shrapnel away from her heart, But her heart is still broken from losing Jax, Taylor said. I know, I said softly. I read that the heart beats more than 2 billion times in someone's lifetime. She shook her head. How can something so strong be so fragile? Chapter 2. Doctors and Devil Bats. We had left Peru around 7 in the morning and landed about 9 hours later in Texas to refuel at the Dallas Love Field Airport. It was the same airport where we had dropped Taylor and her team off to investigate what had happened to Abby when she had first gone missing. After we stopped taxiing, Boyd, one of the pilots, walked out into the cabin. Hey everyone, we thought you might want to get some lunch while we refuel. You thought right, Nichelle said. I'm starving. What time is it? Quentin asked. What day is it? Tara asked. It's a little after 4, about 4:15. That's not lunch, Austin said. Who cares? It's food, Nichelle answered. I'm up for something, I said. I turned to Taylor. Are you hungry? She held up a half-eaten bag of pretzels. I'm hungry for something that doesn't come in a wrapper or a banana leaf. How long do we have? I asked Boyd. About an hour. Boyd opened the cabin door, letting in a rush of heat and airport ambiance. Try not to be late. Everyone got up except for Cassie. I'll stay here with Cassie, Ian said. I'll stay with her, Zeus said. It was the first he had spoken since he'd gotten onto the plane. Thank you. But I'm okay, Cassie said to Zeus. You should get out with the others. Get some air. You can bring me something back. What do you want? Gummy bears. And whatever you guys end up with. I can do that, Zeus said. You sure you're okay here on your own? I'll be fine. It will be good for you to get out. Zeus forced a smile, then headed out with the others. I walked up to Cassie. Are you going to be okay here on your own? Yes. She took my hand. Thank you again. You're welcome. On the way out, I stopped at Cristiano's seat. He was still asleep. Cristiano. He didn't stir. I shook him. Cristiano? ¿Qué? He said, suddenly awake. Are we there? We're in Dallas. We're going into the airport to get something to eat. Do you want to come? Si. He unbuckled his seatbelt and walked out with Taylor and me. There were at least a dozen eateries inside the terminal. We stayed together as we walked around, trying to decide what to eat. We eventually came to the consensus to have barbecue. It was comforting to hear English spoken around us. It was even more comforting to eat without 100 sparrow-sized flies trying to share our meal. Most comforting, though, was knowing that there was no one around who wanted to kill us. We found 2 empty tables near the back of the restaurant. I sat near the center of the 2 tables so I could hear everyone, which wasn't easy since 70s music blared over the room's speakers. Casey and the Sunshine Band singing, That's the Way I Like It. Zeus sat at the end of the table away from us. He looked miserable. As soon as we'd sat, Jack said something I couldn't hear. What? He leaned closer. What's the plan for when we get home? Maybe we should wait until after we order before we get into that? Taylor shouted. Or until after the song ends, I said. That's the way, I like it, As everyone looked over their menu, a waitress walked up to us. Will these be on separate tickets? I'll take care of the check, I said. We're ready to order. She pulled out her order book. All right, let's do this. After she'd left with our orders, Jack asked again, So what's the plan for when we get home? We meet with my father and see what Vatrix Security can do to help us locate Abby. They have a lot of Peruvian contacts. What did you say? Nichelle asked. I can't hear anything over this music. The music's too loud, I said. I can't hear you, she said. The music's too loud. The music's too loud, I said again. I can't hear you guys over here, Tara said. I got this, Quentin said. He reached toward the nearest speaker and pulsed. The music abruptly stopped. The room was like a vacuum in the music's absence. People were still shouting. I turned to Quentin. Did you just take out their sound system? Sort of. What does that mean? He grinned. Yeah, I took it out. Thank you, Nichelle said. It was way too loud. We could have just asked them to turn it down, McKenna said. They wouldn't have been able to hear us ask them, Quentin said. Jack said, So if Vatrick knows where she is, then what? We rescue her. That sounds simple, Tara said. It's never simple, Taylor said. Nothing we ever do is simple. No, it's not, I said. Especially if she's being held by other electrics. I'd like to meet other electrics, Austin said. I'd like to know if they have any genetic aberrations distinguishable from the original mutants. By mutants, you mean us? Taylor said. Sorry, Austin said quickly. This isn't a science experiment, Nichelle said. It's a rescue operation. What if they can't find her? Jack asked. Then we keep looking, I said. What if she's been taken by traffickers? Austin said. And they sold her off to the highest bidder. I could see anger cross Jack's face. They're not traffickers, I said. Abby was chosen as a specific target for a specific reason. The waitress pulled up a stainless steel cart with our lunches. Real food, Quentin said. Finally. What did you get? I asked. Baby back ribs, same as Austin, minus the 3 sides and jalapeno appetizers. How can you eat that much? Nichelle asked. Practice mostly, Austin said. Plus, I'm saving some for the ride home. The whole plane will smell like barbecue, Nichelle said. Is that a problem? Yeah. Just then my phone rang. It was my father. Hey, Dad. Welcome back to the U.S. Thanks. Who told you we were here? The pilot said you went into the terminal to get something to eat. We needed some real food. I feel like we've been hungry for 2 weeks. I won't keep you. I just wanted to check on Cassie. She's stable. We had to move some shrapnel away from her heart. We should take her to the hospital as soon as we land. We'll have an ambulance waiting, he said. We'll see you in a few hours. We hung up. About a half hour later, we finished eating. But not before some guys who looked like electricians walked into the back of the restaurant. They won't be able to fix it, Quentin said. It's their own fault. No one should play their music that loud. Austin was still holding a rib as we stood. Are you going to finish that before you get on the plane? Tara asked. Your hands are sticky. McKenna reached into her pocket. I've got some wet wipes. Dude, you ate a lot, Nichelle said. Why am I getting so much grief? Austin asked. We just got out of the jungle. I'm just making up for all those lost meals. In one sitting? As I was paying for our meal, the rest of the group started back to the plane. Zeus still seemed to be in a different world. He hadn't spoken a word in the restaurant and was walking in front of everyone with his head down. As he walked out of the restaurant, he was slammed into by one of 2 men who were running down the terminal hall. Both men were large and wore gray Arkansas Razorbacks football team tees. The man who ran into Zeus dropped his carry-on, but Zeus was knocked hard to the tile floor, hitting his head against the restaurant wall as he fell. Watch where you're going, greaseball, the man snarled as he reached over Zeus to pick up his bag. Oh, man, this dude stinks like crap. He added a kick to Zeus's shin. Zeus's eyes flashed as he raised his hand to blast him. Nothing happened. The man looked at him and laughed. What are you doing, weirdo? Casting a spell on me? He's using the Force, his friend said. Zeus looked at Nichelle, who was standing on the other side of the restaurant entryway with the palm of her hand facing toward him. Let me go, he shouted at her. What a freak, the first said. At that, Jack walked up to the man. Hey, buttface. He smashed his fist into the guy's face, knocking him to the ground. His nose looked broken as blood spurted around his face and onto the floor. Jack looked at the other player, who was broader and taller than Jack. The man quickly raised his hands in surrender. We're sorry. It was an accident. Apologize to my friend. Both of you. I'm sorry, sir. We are, sir, said the other. It won't happen again. Now get out of here, Jack said. We're leaving. Come on, Jackson. We're going to miss our flight. The man on the floor got up, holding his nose, and looking at Jack with a peculiar expression. I'm really sorry, Mr. Tyson. As they hurried away, the man holding his nose said loudly, How many can say they've had their nose broken by Iron Mike? What are they talking about? Jack asked. I made him think you were Mike Tyson, Tara said. I didn't need your help, Jack said angrily. I know, but it allowed us to end things faster without getting airport security involved. Jack reached down to give Zeus a hand up, but Zeus refused it, his gaze set angrily on Nichelle. He lifted himself to his feet. If you ever do that again, I'll take you out instead. No, you won't, she said calmly. Zeus, I said. She was only protecting you. Protecting me? By taking away my power? She was protecting you from yourself. Look at how angry you are. You would have electrocuted him. Did you really want to kill someone for being a jerk? The madness left his eyes. He breathed out slowly. No, I don't. He turned to Nichelle. You're right. Thank you. You're welcome, she said. I know you're hurting. I didn't want you to do something you'd regret. I care about you. Zeus swept his hair from his face. I know. Nichelle walked over and hugged him, and he rested his head on her shoulder. How things have changed, Taylor said softly. On the tarmac, Austin finished the rib he'd been eating. He looked around for a place to throw it. Just throw it onto the runway, Jack said. It's biodegradable. Not really. The decomposition process of skeletal remains can take from 6 to 30 years, depending on the intensity of the surrounding environment. Full decomposition can take more than a century. In fact, the oldest bones ever found are in Ethiopia and are estimated to be more than 200,000. There's a garbage can over there, Taylor said, shaking her head. And please wipe your hands again before you get on the plane. None of us want your sticky paw prints around the cabin. McKenna was carrying the food we'd gotten for Cassie. She took it to her. How was it? Cassie asked. The food? Or being back in America? Cassie smiled slightly. Same thing, isn't it? Mostly. Some guy tried to pick a fight with Zeus. Is the guy still alive? Fortunately, Nichelle stopped Zeus from killing him. I wish I'd been there. I could have helped. You definitely could have helped, McKenna said. Jack punched the guy out. She sat down next to Cassie. At least the food was good. I brought you some cornbread and a barbecue brisket sandwich with coleslaw. And Zeus got you this. She took out a bag of gummy bears. I've been craving those. Would you mind opening them for me? Of course. Remember, you need to stay still. I remember. I'll heat up your food if you'd like. Is there a microwave on the... She stopped. Yes, please. McKenna opened the styrofoam container with Cassie's food and held her hand over it. In just a few seconds, the meat was sizzling. That should be hot enough. Thank you. Cassie tried to sit up. No, McKenna said. I'll help you up. She gave Cassie her arm. I'll do the lifting, okay? Ready? Ready. McKenna lifted her up, then lifted the back of the seat to support her. Then she unwrapped the plastic utensils from the sack and gave them to her. How are you feeling? The area around the stitches is throbbing. I think it's about time for another pain pill. It's just too bad Abby isn't here, McKenna said, then frowned. I'm sorry. That didn't sound right. It's okay, Cassie said. We're all missing her. She looked at Jack. Especially Jack. Do you need anything else? I'm good. Then I'll go back to Austin. She kissed the top of Cassie's head. After she left, I crouched down next to Cassie. My father said he'll have an ambulance waiting for you at the airport when we land. I looked at her for a moment, then said, How are you? I'm in a lot of pain where they sewed me up. I meant your heart. Her eyes began to well up. I've almost been glad for the pain. It keeps me distracted. She shook her head. Just when I'm starting to get over you and find someone else, he's taken away. She wiped her eyes. That's pretty much the story of my life. I'm so sorry. He threw his body onto me to protect me. He died saving my life. He was a good man. He was a protector. She wiped her eyes again. I hated seeing her in such pain. Can I give you a hug? I asked. She nodded. I'd like that. How do I do it without hurting you? You can lean over here. I put my arms around her while she cried. A few minutes later, I went back to my seat. Taylor said, I can't imagine how I'd feel losing you. She took my face in her hands and pressed her forehead against mine. Promise me you won't ever make me go through that. I promise, I said. I pulled her into me and just held her for the next hour. The flight from Dallas to Boise took a little over 3 hours. Boise is an hour behind Dallas, so it was a little after 7 when we landed. No one really talked much. I think everyone just wanted to decompress. As we taxied to the private terminal, I could see my parents waiting for us on the tarmac, along with Austin's and Taylor's parents and Nichelle's boyfriend, the dentist. I know he has a name, I just keep forgetting it, and I'm too embarrassed to ask Nichelle what it is. Seriously, I've forgotten at least 5 times. There were 3 company SUVs, and as my dad had promised there would be, an ambulance was waiting on the tarmac. As soon as we'd landed and the cabin door was open, the EMTs tried to bring a stretcher up for Cassie, but the stairs were too small and awkward. Finally, Jack said, I'll just carry her. It will be easier. That should be okay, Ian said. Gently. Jack carefully put his arms under Cassie and picked her up like a bride. Is that okay? Yes, thank you, Cassie said. It's nice. Keep a close eye on things, Jack said to Ian. I am. Jack carried her down the stairs, where they were met by the EMTs. Jack set her down on their gurney. She winced a little. She was still in a lot of pain. Ian stayed close to her side. I walked down the jet's stairs holding Taylor's hand, with Cristiano behind us. Come with me, I said to him. At the bottom of the stairs, I let go of Taylor's hand, and she ran to her mother. I walked up to my own mother, and we hugged. There were tears in her eyes. You have no idea how happy we are to see you, she said. My father said, we were very worried. Worried? My mother said. Terrified. My father put his hand on my shoulder. I'm so sorry about Tessa and the others. Me too, I said. It was all I could get out. I took a deep breath, and after a moment I said, This is my friend Cristiano. He helped us save Taylor and Jack. Then we're indebted, my father said to him. Do you speak English? Yes, sir. Cristiano went to ASU, I said. He's studying medicine. Very impressive, my father said. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for helping us. Your son and his friends helped me escape the Chusky. I am also indebted. We had to get him out of Peru. I told him that we'd be able to help him. Of course, my father said. We have a lot of resources at our disposal. Whatever you need. Thank you, sir. My father turned back to me. How is everyone else? About as you would expect. We're all hurting, but Zeus and Jack are taking it the hardest. Poor boys, my mother said. And Cassie? She's stable. We need to get her to the hospital right away. I'd like to see her before they take her, my mother said. The EMTs had Cassie near the back of the ambulance. We walked over to see her. Cassie, my mom said, how are you feeling? Still alive? She replied. My mother took her hand, then leaned forward and kissed her forehead. The gentleman, one of the EMTs said, motioning to Ian, said he'd like to go with us in the ambulance. You should have him with you, I said. Ian can see. I hesitated, unsure of how to explain. He's a specialist in this kind of injury. Take him with you, my father said. When my father spoke with authority, no one questioned him. Yes, sir. Which hospital are you going to? My mother asked. We'll take her to Boise General. No MRI, Austin said, overhearing the EMT. The magnetic resonance could heat up the shrapnel and cause burn damage to the organs. It could even break the machine. Tell the doctors that a CT scan would be more appropriate. The EMT looked at him quizzically. Oh, we'll pass that on. We'll meet you at the hospital, my mother said, gently rubbing Cassie's cheek. We love you, honey. If you need anything, what I need you can't give me. My mother just frowned. I'm sorry, dear. We'll go now, the EMT said to us. They lifted the gurney up into the back of the ambulance. Ian climbed in back with the other EMT, and the driver closed the doors, then walked around to the front. He turned on his lights and drove off. My father said loudly, As long as we have everyone here, I should make an announcement. May I have your attention? Almost no one stopped talking. Quentin whistled loudly and then shouted, Hey, listen up! Mr. Vey has something to say. That rhymed, Nichelle said. Everyone looked over to Quentin. He smiled. There you are, Mr. Vey. Thanks, Quentin. My dad took a deep breath and then said, Welcome back. There are not words enough to express how grateful we are to see you, and how truly sorrowful we are at our losses. You've been through a great deal, more danger than we can even imagine. For now, our concern is to get you taken care of. We have booked suites for all of you at the Grove Hotel. We thought you might like to stay together for now. If you would prefer to go home, just tell your drivers. He motioned to the 3 black company Suburbans. Each of the uniformed drivers was standing outside the driver's door. These cars are here for you. If you would like your driver to stop for dinner, please tell them. You can work it out among yourselves. The drivers each have our company cars, so we've got you covered. If you just want to go back and take a hot shower and order room service, that would be fine as well, whatever you need. There's a full-service spa at the hotel. It's after hours to book a massage, so we've hired masseuses to be on call just for you. If you'd like a massage, just tell your driver and he will arrange it. Thank you, Quentin said. That sounds nice. He was followed by a chorus of thank you. One more thing. We'll be meeting tomorrow morning in the Vatric Building conference room on floor 7. If you don't remember where that is, it's just a block west of the hotel. 9 o'clock sharp. That's floor 7 at 9. Everyone nodded. Mrs. Vey and I are headed over to the hospital to be with Cassie. If any of you want to come by, you're welcome to join us. I know you're all loyal to a fault, but I doubt Cassie will be able to have visitors, so I recommend that you get some dinner and rest and see her tomorrow. I'm going to the hospital, I said to my dad. Me too, Taylor said. After dinner. She leaned into me. I told my parents I'd get dinner with them. Would you like to come? It's just us and Tara. After, we can drive over to the hospital. Tara wants to come too. That sounds good, I said. I told my parents, I'm going to dinner with the Ridleys, then we'll meet up with you after. What should we do with Cristiano? I'll have a driver get him a room at the hotel, my father said. I'll take care of him, Jack said. Thanks, I said. We'll meet you at the hospital. He nodded. We'll see you soon. Taylor and I walked to her car. Tara and her parents were already inside. Michael's coming too, Taylor said. We were planning on it, Mrs. Ridley said. We had dinner at a small Thai restaurant converted from an old home. The restaurant wasn't very crowded. Still, Mr. Ridley requested a table away from the rest of the diners. After we sat down, a waiter brought over some menus, then took our drink orders. We looked over our menus for a moment. Then Mrs. Ridley asked, How is Cassie? I think she'll be okay after they get the shrapnel out, I told her. I don't know what kind of job the surgeon in Peru did stitching her up, but he seemed competent. How's her mental state? Worse than her physical state. I think she has survivor's guilt, Tara said. She's the only one who survived the attack, and that was only because her boyfriend threw his body over her. I didn't know she had a boyfriend with her, Mrs. Ridley said. It was new, Taylor said. She's probably suffering from PTSD, Mr. Ridley said. What she went through would traumatize anyone. I remember as a police officer the first time I saw a dead body. Mrs. Ridley touched him on the arm. Chuck, not during dinner. You're right, sorry. What are you going to have? I asked Taylor. The gang massaman. How about you? I think the pad thai. The pad thai is really good, Mrs. Ridley said. Mr. Ridley said, Michael, do you have any idea where Abigail is? Mrs. Ridley said, Chuck, please. They need a night of relaxation. Can we not talk about any of this? It's okay, I said. Not really. It hurts knowing Abby's out there somewhere alone and afraid. We'll find her, Mr. Ridley said, though it sounded like something people say not because they really believe it, but because we hate to leave things hopeless. I just hope she's not in Peru, Taylor said. I'm sick of Peru. She turned to me. Or any jungle. If it is, Michael's not going. Mr. Ridley looked at me with a confused expression. You're not going? I never said I'm not going, but he's not, Taylor said. I had a dream about him in the jungle. One of her prophetic dreams, Tara said. It wasn't good. Mrs. Ridley asked Taylor, You have prophetic dreams? I haven't had one for a while, Taylor said. They seem to come during stressful times. You had a bad dream about the jungle? Mr. Ridley asked. A horrible one about Michael. Just then the waiter brought over our meals. I was glad. I didn't really want to talk about the dream again. The pad thai was good, like Mrs. Ridley had said, and for a while we all ate in silence, a sign of good food or tired diners. At the end of our meal, we had dessert, fresh mangoes and sweet, sticky rice. As we were finishing, I said, I think we should probably get over to the hospital. Here, Mr. Ridley said, handing me his keys. Take the car. We'll Uber home. Thanks, I said. And thank you for dinner. Our pleasure. As we got up to go, Mrs. Ridley said, Michael. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for bringing Taylor back safe. I'll always bring her back, I said. Sickeningly, my mind went to Tessa's body in the plane's cargo hold. When Taylor, Tara, and I arrived at the hospital, Cassie was still in surgery. My parents were sitting on the couch in the reception room. Austin, McKenna, Nichelle, and her boyfriend were there as well. I thought you'd all be dining somewhere or getting massages, I said. Not with Cassie in here, Nichelle said. We just stopped at a drive-thru, then came here. How is she? Taylor asked. We haven't heard anything yet, my mother said. It shouldn't be too much longer. My dad said, You probably didn't see on the news that a flock of electrified bats infested a port off the coast of Louisiana. They almost burned the city to the ground. Electrified bats? Nichelle's boyfriend asked. It might have been the first time I had heard him speak. Which port? Austin asked. Port Fauchon. Austin nodded. Port Fauchon is a petroleum hub and provides over 20% of the U.S.'s oil and gas supply. Apparently the fires still aren't contained, my father said. Some Middle Eastern terrorist groups are claiming responsibility for the attack, but there's no evidence of that. At first, the FBI thought the bats must have been fitted with some kind of incendiary device, but they've caught several hundred of them and discovered that the source of the electricity is the bats themselves. The news people are calling the bats fire bats or lightning bats. Scientists are flying in from all over the world to study them. Some religions are calling the bats demons from the underworld and saying this is proof of the end of times. The demons are the Chasqui, I said, and what's left of the Elgin. That would make Hatch the devil, Nichelle said. That's about right. I'm sure Hatch is at least keeping the devil company, Tara said. Taylor asked, Does that mean the Chasqui are still operating? No, I said. I think we're just seeing the results of their earlier plans. Austin said, I think Michael's right. The Chasqui have been planning their terrorist attacks for years. They had bats in cargo containers all over the world. Something must have accidentally released them. To get to Louisiana, those bats would have had to be shipped weeks ago. It might have been a storm or worker error. Cargo ships lose containers all the time. It's probably not the last time we hear about something like this. You're probably right, my father said. Should we contact the authorities? Tara asked. Tell them what they're dealing with? That would be a terrific idea, Nichelle said. Let's also tell them how we know and who we are while we're at it. Then they can cage us up and study us too. You don't have to be sarcastic, Tara said. I have a technical question, Taylor said. Is it a flock of bats? A flock of bats isn't wrong, Austin said, though they're usually referred to as a colony of bats, sometimes a camp of bats, or even a cloud of bats, but my personal favorite is a cauldron of bats. A cauldron of bats? Nichelle said. Whomever made up English grammar had a sense of humor, Tara said. Whoever, Austin said. So people without humor could police it, Tara said. Austin said, bats are in the order of the Chiroptera, which in Greek means hand wing. In Portuguese, they're called morcego, which means blind mouse. In German, it's Fledermaus, which means flittermouse. And in Russian, it's letuchya mush, which means volatile mouse. His knowledge is truly dizzying, Taylor said to me. So where does the word bat come from all of that? Nichelle's boyfriend asked, speaking an unprecedented second time. From the Middle English bake, which likely comes from the Old Norse leoblake, which literally means a leather flapper. Then bake just kind of combined with the Latin word blata, which means a nocturnal insect like a moth. Where do you store all this stuff? Tara asked. I know, Nichelle said. It's crazy. I'd like to walk through his brain one day. You might never find your way out, Taylor said. Like an IKEA store, Tara said. Just then a doctor came out through the emergency room's double doors. He called, Is there a Mr. or Mrs. Vey here? Oh, that's us, my father said. Taylor and I followed as the doctor led my parents off to the side. My mother asked, How is she? We just finished her examination. Her wounds have been properly sutured, as we'd hoped, but we picked up multiple fragments of shrapnel in her body. One of the pieces is dangerously close to her aorta and left ventricle. She's a lucky woman. Had it been just a quarter-inch deeper, she would have suffered massive internal bleeding and bled out within a few minutes. We need to remove the shrapnel, but because of its location, I'd like to have a cardiologist work on it. In the meantime, she needs to stay down. We have her heavily sedated. When will you operate? My dad asked. Tomorrow morning. Unless, of course, she experiences a complication. His brow furrowed. Where did you say she came here from? Peru, I said. He shook his head. It's really a miracle she's alive. He looked at us for a moment, then exhaled. Unfortunately, there's more. While we were examining her, the CT scan exposed cancer. The word rang through us like a bell. How bad is it? My mother asked. He slowly shook his head. It looks like she's had it for a while. It's metastasized. We believe the primary cancer site was in her colon, but it's already spread to her lymph system, liver, lungs, and bones. We would classify it as stage 4. Taylor gasped softly. It was as if he had just read Cassie's death sentence. How long does she have to... I couldn't finish. I don't like to think in terms of a specific time frame. Some people show incredible resiliency. But speaking from experience, I'd say no more than a few months. But again, this is preliminary. We've sent samples of her tumors to biopsy. For the time being, the shrapnel near her heart is our primary concern. Does she know yet? My mother asked. No, she's still under anesthesia. My mother dabbed a tear from her cheek. When will you tell her? I'd like to get more information. I don't think there's anything to be gained by telling her before her next surgery. My father put his arm around my mother. I'm sorry to bear such bad news, the doctor said. We'll let you know when the surgery is scheduled. He started to leave, then stopped. One more thing. He leaned closer to us. That young black man that came with her. He's with you? Yes, that's Ian. I don't know how he knows what he does, but it's nothing short of miraculous. He told us exactly where every piece of shrapnel was. It's almost like he has X-ray vision. We're all a bit puzzled. He was there when they performed the surgery in Peru, I said. That's not the only thing he did. He told us that another patient had a blood clot approaching her brain. There's no way anyone could have known that. He probably saved that woman's life. I said, Ian has remarkable intuition. The doctor seemed skeptical of my explanation. Whatever he has, I'd love to have him around here. He let his words settle, then said, We'll contact you when we have an exact time for surgery. How long will the surgery take? My mother asked. It always depends, but I'd say 3 to 4 hours. Can we see her before surgery? Taylor asked. Like I said, she's heavily sedated. Let's just let her get a good rest. All right, my father said. You have our numbers. We'll wait to hear from you. As we walked back to the others, I fought the emotion I felt welling up inside me. I can't believe this, Taylor said. She's already going through so much. Why didn't Ian see this? I said. How could he have missed that? Maybe he knew, Taylor said. Maybe. The others walked up to us. How is she? For the moment, she's fine, my father said. They want to bring in a specialist to remove the shrapnel from around her heart. They plan to operate in the morning. Can we see her? McKenna asked. No, they want us to let her sleep, my dad said. You should all do the same. I'm sure you're all exhausted. Exhausted was last week, Tara said. Go sleep, he said. And don't forget, Batrick Conference Room, Floor 7, 9 a.m. Taylor didn't want to talk more, so I drove Tara home, and then we drove to my house and parked in the driveway. My parents were already home and most of the house lights were off. For a moment, we just looked into each other's eyes. Then Taylor said, I can't believe Cassie's dying. After all she just went through. It seems wrong, I said. Taylor sighed. Everything about our life feels wrong right now. It even feels wrong being home in suburbia, like nothing happened. We could be like any other couple just coming home from a vacation. I shook my head. We're not like other people. We never will be. What if Cassie's cancer was caused by her electricity? Does that mean we're all going to die young? She grimaced. Hatch used to tell us that. There's no reason to believe that. Besides, Hatch lied about everything. Taylor said, How many more times do you think we'll be lucky? Lucky? Come back alive. I put my arm around her. Hopefully at least one more time. You're talking about saving Abby. Yeah. Who do you think took her? I think it's someone we've never encountered before. We were both quiet a moment more. Then Taylor said, How about we pretend that none of this is real and we just got back from dinner and a movie? I can do that. We kissed for more than 10 minutes. It felt nice. When we finally parted, Taylor said softly, Me too. I was used to her responding to things I never actually said out loud. I sometimes wondered if she even noticed anymore that she was doing it. Not that any special power was needed to discern our feelings right now. There was no doubt about how much we loved each other. After all we'd been through together, I couldn't imagine what it would be like not to have her. I hoped I would never find out. Chapter 3. Where's Abigail? I woke the next morning just as the sun was beginning to rise above the horizon. I was home again. It took me a minute to remember where I was and for reality to flood back into my mind. The good and bad. For a moment, I hoped that I had just dreamed that Tessa had been killed and that Cassie had cancer. But as I became more conscious, remembrance dispelled that hope. I'd gotten into the habit of waking unsettled, but this morning I had another reason. I had had a bizarre dream. In it, I was talking to Grace. She said she'd been traveling the known world and asked me if I wanted to go with her. I took her hand, and I was suddenly gone. At least mentally. I can't describe what I saw. It was like my brain was a million brains, all of them experiencing and processing something different. When I was back in my body, she said, "Now you know where she is." She? I didn't know if she meant Abigail or herself. I looked over at my clock. It was already 7:30. That would be 8:30 in Peru. I hadn't slept that well for weeks. I took a long shower. It had been way too long since I'd really bathed, and the floor of the shower turned brown as I washed layers of jungle dirt off my body. Then I went through my drawers for clothing. I wasn't sure how anything would fit. I pulled on my underwear, which felt a little loose, then some jeans. They were definitely loose. I'd lost weight. Running for your life through a jungle will do that to you. I found the smallest waist size I could, then cinched the pants tight with a belt that I notched at the last hole. Then I pulled on a polo shirt. It was a little tight in my chest, but hung at my waist. I'd built muscle as well. Fighting for your life makes for a great fitness routine if you don't get killed. Then I walked downstairs. As I descended the steps, the scent of bacon and coffee filled my nostrils. When I walked into the kitchen, my mother was standing at the stove. "Good morning," I said. My mother smiled. "Good morning. How did you sleep?" "It's the first time I've slept through the night since we left." She walked over and hugged me. "Good. I hope we are finally done with all this craziness. Now, come and have some waffles. There's butter, whipped cream, and cut strawberries on the counter." As I put waffles onto my plate, I said, "We've come a long way since that little waffle maker we had." My mother smiled. "I got that at a yard sale for $3. It made good waffles." "It wasn't the waffle maker that made them good," I said. "That was a different life. In so many ways." She sighed. "You know, there are times when I miss it. Just the two of us against the world." "It was simpler," I said. "And safer. I don't miss the daily worrying about how we were going to make rent, but I'd take that over worrying about you." She hesitated. "In some jungle." I knew what she really meant to say. Dying in some jungle. Just then my dad walked in. He was dressed sharp, though no suit, just a golf shirt and slacks. He walked over to the island, kissed my mom, then picked up a plate. "Waffles and bacon. What more could I ask for?" He poured some syrup onto his waffles, then sat down at the table next to me. "I got a call from the hospital a few minutes ago. Cassie is going into surgery in about an hour. They're prepping her now." "Shouldn't we be there?" my mother asked. "No, we'd just be sitting in the lobby. If anything happens, they'll call. I figured we'd go over after the meeting this morning." "Tell me about this meeting," my mother said, walking over to the table with her own plate. She sat down. "We're talking about how to save Abby?" "We need to find her first." "Any luck with that?" I asked. "Nothing we can move on." I frowned. Jack isn't going to do well with that. "What about the video we got in Texas? The people had Peruvian accents." My father finished chewing, then said, "That's still our best lead. Unfortunately, it doesn't give us much useful information. Even if her abductors were Peruvian, doesn't mean that they're in Peru. They could be in Bolivia, or Boise for that matter." "It's like finding a needle in a haystack," my mother said. "It's more like finding a fish in the ocean." "Jack definitely isn't going to do well with this," I said. I ate for a moment, then asked, "What about the flight we saw her on? Can't we trace that flight to its destination? Or find out who owned the plane?" "We went after that. Somehow the flight records mysteriously disappeared." "That's convenient," I said. "Couldn't we apply more pressure?" "We tried. The problem is we're not sure that Million Air was involved. A lot of flights go through there, and the company owners were very cooperative. They seemed as baffled over the flight as we were." My father glanced down at his watch. "We should go. We don't want to be late to our own meeting." We carried our dishes over to the sink, then went out to the garage. To my surprise, there was a new car parked in one of the bays. It was a baby blue Porsche Taycan. "Whose car is that?" I asked. My father smiled. "Yours," he said. "Temporarily. It's your loaner until you get the owl back. It's electric, of course. Not as fast as the owl, but still faster than anyone really needs on city streets. Don't go testing that, my mother said. I'll drive separately, I said. Where are the keys? I thought you'd want to, my father said. They're on the dash. The car handled as beautifully as it looked. I would have liked to pick Taylor up. I even called, but she had already left. I arrived at the Vatric office building about the same time she did. I followed my dad's car into the building's underground parking terrace, then parked next to his reserved parking space. Taylor jumped out of their car and ran over to me. You got a new car, she said. It's a loaner. Some loaner. I'll give you a ride later. Ride nothing. I want to drive it, she said. I love the curves. I could say the same about you. She smiled and kissed me on the cheek. You're sweet. I locked the car, then took her hand. How did you sleep? Good. How about you? I had a dream about Grace. She was still in bed hooked up to machines. She put her hand out and invited me to go with her. Go where? Cyberspace. That sounds cool. It was mind-blowing. Come on, you two, my father said. He was holding the elevator door. We took the elevator to the 7th floor, then walked down to the conference room. It was the same conference room we had met in before leaving on our previous mission. Austin, McKenna, Tara, Zeus, Ian, Cristiano, and Jack were already there. They had walked over from the hotel. Nichelle and Quentin walked in a few minutes after us, carrying coffee from the hotel's coffee shop. My father stood at the front of the room next to a video monitor. I think we're all here, he said. Before we begin, I want to give an update on Cassie. The hospital contacted me this morning. She's in surgery right now. If things go well, she should be out about the time we're done. Mrs. Vey and I will be headed over to the hospital right after this meeting. You're welcome to join us. He took a drink from a water bottle, then cleared his throat. All right, let's get started. We're here to find and rescue Abigail. There has been a lot of conjecture about where Abby is, but for now we will concern ourselves with what we know. I think he was mostly saying this for Jack. Not surprisingly, Jack spoke first. Does Vatric Security know where she is? No, we're working on it. We've been working on it since you left for Puerto. Jack folded his arms and leaned back in his chair, clearly unhappy. My father continued. We've downloaded the video that Taylor and her team secured on the TCU campus. Right now, this is the only real lead we have. He lifted a remote from the table. The monitor behind him lit up as the lights in the room dimmed. The image on the screen was frozen with a static time code in the bottom right. This was taken from the security camera outside Abigail's dorm at TCU. We have a few other angles as well, which Austin will take us through. I've had our best video diagnosticians enhance the images through AI. He handed the remote to Austin. Austin will tell us what we're seeing here. Austin stood, looking surprisingly professional. Thank you. The video began with Abigail walking outside her dorm, pulling her suitcase behind her. My heart was glad to see her. She looked happy, blissfully unaware of what was about to happen. Suddenly she stopped and looked around, her expression changing. Austin stopped the video. Did anyone see that? Austin asked. Abby's hair moved, but there's no wind. The leaves on that tree, the TCU banner, none of them are moving. He shuttled the video back. Now, look more closely. He shuttled the video forward and back. There's a blur, Ian said. Exactly. What is it? Zeus asked. Not it. Who? Whoever it is, they're moving impossibly fast. The camera's film is running at 30 frames per second. There's about 45 feet between these 2 points. This person is moving at the speed of electricity. That's incredible, I said. There's more, Austin said. We zoomed in over here on the far side of the frame and had the video digitally enhanced. That's Brian, Zeus said before anyone else could speak. He had never liked Brian, and he recognized him immediately. That dog-faced baboon. I'm gonna fry him. Austin switched the video to another camera view. It was a closer shot of 2 people walking. Yeah, that's them, Zeus said. Brian and Kylie. They must be having fun together, Nichelle said. They hate each other. I thought they were dead, Quentin said. They're going to be, Jack said. Quentin asked, Did anyone see them that night on Tuvalu? None of us did. How did they get off the island? Nichelle asked. Are you sure that's them? I asked. Definitely, Ian said. Brian has that tattoo of a balloon on his wrist. Let's keep going, Austin said. He resumed the video. A young man suddenly appeared on the left side of the screen. He was on his knees, vomiting. There's our blur, Austin said. Our supersonic electric. Look at his glow. It's red, Tara said. Why is it red? I'm guessing he's an electric from a different batch, Austin said. A different batch? Quentin said. The young man in the video stood up, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. I watched him carefully as Austin continued his analysis. He's about our age, maybe a little younger. Hatch must have made them right after he made all of you. I bet Grace has records on all this, McKenna said. If we could get them from Grace, Taylor said. That's not likely, my father said. I wasn't sure what he meant by that, but it made me feel anxious. Were these electrics part of the Chasqui? Nichelle asked. If they were, the Chasqui never said anything about them, Tara said. Or about Abby. They didn't know anything about Abby, Jack said. I asked Amash. He could have been lying, Tara said. Jack shook his head. I don't think he was. The Chasqui were idiots, Tara said. They thought I was Taylor. We all think you're Taylor half the time, Nichelle said. Until she opens her mouth, Quentin said. What is that supposed to mean? Tara said. So if the other electrics are acting independently, Taylor asked, how would they even know about Abby? Or any of us, for that matter? Brian and Kylie must have told them about her, Austin said. But why would they want Abby? Tara asked. Why not Michael or Zeus or Cassie? I mean, the Chasqui wanted Taylor because she could tell the future. What does Abby offer? Why not Abby? McKenna said protectively. She's the sweetest of all of us. I don't think they're interested in sweet, Nichelle said. Sweet doesn't conquer the world. Austin said, Who stole the comb? Taylor shook her head. Not this again. Wait, I remember this, Nichelle said, raising her hand. It's the guy with hair. That is correct, Austin said, as if she'd just answered a question on a game show. Abby can take away pain. Ergo, whoever abducted her or ordered her abduction must be in pain. And Brian or Kylie must have told them that there was someone who could take away their pain. What good is this? Jack erupted. None of this tells us where she is. I know it's hard to be patient, my father said, but it's a process. You never know what might lead us somewhere. He looked around the room. What else do we have? When we were talking to Abby's roommates, one of them said they saw Abby with a group of Hispanic kids as she was about to leave, McKenna said. She didn't think much of it because Abby had so many friends, but she recognized their Peruvian dialect. She'd been an exchange student in Peru, so she could tell. So, we're back to what we already know, Jack said. She was probably abducted by a group of Peruvian electrics. I turned to my father. If she's in Peru, could we use the RAD drone to find them? He shook his head. No, the detection radius of the RAD is so small it would take years to comb the whole country. And that's assuming they're not protecting themselves with a Faraday cage or lead shields. So we're still not a whole lot closer, I said, dropping my head into my hands. Taylor put her hand on my neck and gently massaged it. There's got to be something we're missing. Too bad we don't have Grace, Quentin said. She had all the Elgin records. She would know where Hatch went after Pasadena. That could at least get us into the general area of where the other electrics were made. Assuming they stayed close to the same area, Taylor said. Wait, Austin said. You're onto something. We need to put ourselves in Hatch's shoes. No, thank you, Tara said. Assuming that Hatch went to Peru, Where would he go if he wanted to conduct illegal experiments with a machine that had proven fatal? Someplace where no one would find him, Nichelle said. Exactly. And someplace remote where there were no police and no technology to share what was happening. Austin looked around the room. That would be in the Vraam region, where the most uneducated, impoverished people of Peru live. The Vraam is the hub of the country's illegal activity. It's where most of South America's coca is grown, and it's also the refuge of the Shining Path guerrillas. If I were Hatch, I would go there and create a free medical clinic for the natives. Charities do stuff like that all the time. If that's what he did, there would be records of that somewhere. We have contacts in the Peruvian bureaucracy, my father said. We can research that. I wonder if there are any news stories on Hatch or the Elgin, Quentin said. Maybe in the local newspapers. Austin shook his head. Towns in that region won't have newspapers. They're too small and too remote. What about the bigger papers, like in Arequipa or Lima? Tara asked. You know how publicity-hungry Hatch was. We can research that too, my father said. He looked around the room. I can see that you're all still tired, so let's break. We're headed over to the hospital right now. If you're planning to come, you should probably get some lunch first. It could be another few hours before she's out. We'll meet again tomorrow morning. In the meantime, try to relax and get some rest. If we end up going back out for Abigail, you're going to need it. We can rest after we die, Jack mumbled. As we were walking out of the conference room, Taylor asked my father, Could we see Grace? He hesitated for a moment, then said, Yes. I have a late meeting I need to go to, but I can take you after that. His voice dropped a little. Not everyone. That would be overwhelming. Just a few of you. How many is a few? 4 or 5. All right, I said. We won't tell the others. My father's expression turned more serious. I need to warn you. She's changed since you last saw her. In what way? Taylor asked. You'll see. Outside the elevator, I noticed that Jack looked even more upset than when he'd come in. I put my hand on his shoulder. Hang in there, bro. We'll find her. You don't know that. We found you, didn't we? Yeah, he said. Was it worth it? It was a terrible question. I had no idea how to answer. So I just patted his shoulder. I'm glad you're back. Part 3. Chapter 4. Meeting the Devil. 4 weeks earlier. Abigail nearly threw up as the aircraft dropped below a dark canopy of clouds, bringing into view the dusky green treetops of the Vraam. Worse than her stomach, Abby's mind churned with terror. Her wrists were cuffed, and her hands were shaking. She had so many questions. Who were these people and what did they want from her? Had other members of the Electro clan been kidnapped as well? Or was it just her? Her thoughts kept turning back to Jack. Did he know she was missing? And after their last fight, would he even care? She had almost called him the day before the party to see if he was going. She wanted to talk. She wanted to tell him she was sorry she had hurt him. Now she wondered if she would ever even see him again. The people around her on the plane weren't the same ones who had abducted her in Texas. She had been handed off to this group in a plane hangar about 10 miles outside Fort Worth. Her campus kidnappers had been dressed like college students, and they'd been young and slight, easily blending in with the others at the university. These men, for the most part, were older and bulkier, dressed in black canvas utility pants and black long-sleeved tees. A few of them wore knit caps or berets, like some of the Elgin had. She also noticed that 2 of them glowed like the Electro clan members did, except they glowed a dull red. Abby didn't think that they looked or acted like the Elgin Guard. The Elgin were more disciplined and procedural. Observing her abductors, she still wasn't sure who was in charge, and wondered if they were just making things up as they went. They had blindfolded her as they'd brought her onto the plane, but, fortunately, they had removed the blindfold shortly after the plane had lifted off. but they hadn't removed the cuffs from her wrists, not even when she'd asked to use the bathroom. They had taken her to the back of the plane and, holding the door open, made her undo her pants with the cuffs still on. When she'd asked for some privacy, the guard had just shaken his head. 15 minutes after their descent, the plane landed on a narrow dirt runway, surrounded by lush, dark jungle, illuminated by red lights planted every 100 feet. The plane taxied along the rugged runway, then came to a stop. The usual nasal whistling sound of the jet powering down was accompanied by renewed chatter from her captors. Abigail wondered if she might see another one of the Electro clan. As much as she hoped that they were safe, she desperately wanted to see someone she knew. Anyone. A slew of horrifying thoughts rushed through her mind. What if I never see anyone I love again? Where is Jack? She could tell when the plane's front door opened because of the cacophonous sound of the jungle insects and the humid blast of air that almost immediately changed the atmosphere inside the cabin. The humidity made her feel more airsick. Then one of the men came for her, the same one who had taken her to the bathroom. "We go." He produced a key, reached over her, and took off one of her handcuffs. Abigail breathed out a short sigh of relief and rubbed her arm and wrist over the red marks caused by the metal cuff. "Thank you," she said softly. "Stand," he said. Abigail pulled herself up and stepped out into the narrow aisle. The man yanked her free arm behind her back and handcuffed it to her other arm. Then he took her arm and pushed her forward. "No, this is worse," she said. "I take the thank you back." As she spoke, a canvas hood came down over her head and was secured around her neck with something that buckled like a belt. The thick, rough cloth rubbed against her ears and nose. It was hot and musty and filled with the stench of old chewing tobacco. It was difficult to breathe, especially in the humid jungle air. "I'm going to suffocate," she shouted, but no one responded. "Does anyone speak English?" Someone took her other arm, and she was practically carried down the airplane stairs. Once on the ground, they continued walking, pulling her along. She stumbled twice, but the two men escorting her were holding her so tightly that she didn't fall. They stopped abruptly, and one of the men said something, which was followed by the sound of a car door opening. Abigail was spun around and pushed backward into the back seat of the car. She felt someone fastening something to her leg, something that clicked as it clasped. She wished she could see what it was. There was a lot of talking around her, most of which sounded like arguing. Then, as abruptly as it had started, it stopped. The door across from her opened and someone got in next to her. He shouted a command, and the car started and quickly drove off on what could only have been a dirt road through the jungle. There were times when the terrain was so rugged that she was thrown against the side of the car and hit her head against the window. It was then, in the pain and terror inside the canvas bag, that she began to cry. Unexpectedly, the man beside her took her by the shoulders and turned her slightly away from him. She was beginning to pull away when he said in clear English, "I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just removing your handcuffs." She stopped struggling as the man took the handcuffs off her and tossed them to the floor. She stretched out her hands and rubbed her wrists where the cuffs had left marks. Then she felt a cool cloth on her hand. "This will help." She wasn't sure how to respond. Finally, she said softly, "Thank you." The man was quiet for a moment, then said, "I'm sorry I can't take off the hood. I'm not permitted to do that." It was the first act of kindness she had been shown since she'd been abducted, and it had a huge impact on her. "Where are they taking me?" she asked. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "To the boss." They rode for more than an hour before the car stopped at some kind of checkpoint, then drove for another 5 minutes before stopping again. This time the car's engine was turned off. "We're here," the man said. "Where's here?" "The colony. Our home." Abby's door suddenly opened. She heard a man shout angrily. "What is he saying?" "He's asking where your handcuffs are," he said calmly. He snapped back at the man, who suddenly went quiet. "It's okay," the man said softly. "Good luck." "Are you leaving me?" Yes, I'm sorry, but don't worry. They won't hurt you. The boss needs you. What boss? Who's the boss? Before he could answer, she was pulled out of the car. Again, there were two men, each holding one of her arms, dragging her up a short flight of stairs and into a building. She was exhausted and scared and hungry. It had been more than 24 hours since she'd had anything to eat. She was hurried down a long, stone-tiled corridor, their footsteps echoing ominously down the length of the hall. She heard a door being unlocked. Then she was taken into a room. One of the men grabbed the belt around her neck, unfastened the buckle, and removed the hood. "Te alajaras aquí." "I don't speak Spanish," Abigail said. "Where am I? Who are you people?" Without answering, the two men walked out of the room, shutting the heavy wooden door behind them. She could hear several bolts slide and a lock clicking shut. Abigail looked down at her leg to see what they had fastened to her. It was an ankle monitor, the kind they put on prisoners to keep them from escaping. She was used to being tracked. Dr. Hatch had injected ARFIDs into their bodies. The thought of being tracked again made her feel even more hopeless. She breathed intentionally, trying a trick she had learned in yoga to control her thoughts and keep herself from completely melting down. When she felt a little calmer, she looked around the room. It was a simple room, larger than her dorm bedroom. The walls were plaster, painted dark red, and the floors had old decorative ceramic tiles. Everything around her looked Peruvian. She hoped she wasn't back in Peru. Peru had never been good to her. On one side of the room there was a small wood-framed bed with a side table. The bed had a single blanket, decorated with Aztec patterns. Abigail sat down on the bed. The blanket was soft like alpaca wool. There was a single window in the room, near the head of the bed. It had thick wrought iron bars. On the table, there was a carafe of water next to a wooden platter filled with food. A loaf of bread, cheese, honey, and butter, rice with meat in it, 2 ripe tomatoes, a papaya, some purple grapes, and a ripe mango. She grabbed the mango, tore off half its peel, and sank her teeth into it. It was sweet and juicy, and its pulp stuck between her teeth as the juice ran down her chin. She tore off the heel of the bread, spread it thick with butter, and ate it. Then she cut off another thick slice of bread with the plastic knife they'd given her. It snapped halfway through, so she just tore the rest of the piece off, then spread butter over the bread with the top half of the knife. She tore thick slices of cheese, put them on the bread, then covered the cheese with honey using her finger to spread it. After she had wolfed the bread down, she stirred the meat, which looked like some kind of seasoned pork, into the rice, and ate it all as well. It was surprisingly good. She looked over what food was left on the platter, wishing she had saved a little more for the morning. She had no idea when or if they would be feeding her again. She drank water directly from the carafe, wiping her mouth with her arm, then got up and looked out the window. She couldn't see much in the dark, though in the distance she could see a lantern flickering from a small building. The sound of buzzing insects filled the air. She walked over to turn off the light, but moving the switch up and down did nothing. She thought briefly of Austin, how he would have been devising some way to escape from the room. But that wasn't her. How long would she be here? What if it was forever? She went back to the bed and lay down on it. Her mind again went to Jack. Where would she be now if she had just gone with him? Would that have been so wrong? She wondered if he even knew that she was missing. A dark voice told her that he wouldn't care. She thought of her other electric friends and felt guilty that she had hoped to see some of them here, but, to be honest, she still did. She was as alone as she was afraid. Who are these people? They didn't act or look at all like the Elgin. Was there another Elgin group out there that she had never heard about? And if so, what did they want from her? She had closed her eyes, hoping to escape her pain. When she heard her door being unlocked, she quickly sat up, her heart racing with fear. The door swung open, and the guard walked into the room, followed by a slighter man who walked with a cane to counter a heavy limp. He looked about her age, maybe younger, and it was obvious to Abby from how the guard acted that this smaller man was in charge. She also noticed that his eyes, like some of the others she'd seen, glowed red. Only his glowed much brighter, like embers pulled from a hot fire. She thought he looked frightening, like a devil, a crippled one. "Se puede ir," the man said, dismissing the guard. After he left, the man looked over her with a dark, fierce expression, then said in perfect English, "What do you call a dog with no legs?" Abigail just looked at him. "Please, it's a joke. I'll try again. What do you call a dog with no legs?" Abigail just looked at him for a moment, then said, "I have no idea." The man's serious demeanor suddenly turned light. "It doesn't matter, because he's not going to come anyway." The man laughed at his own joke. Abigail didn't. He breathed out loudly, then limped over to her, leaning heavily on his cane. It was a luxurious cane with a palm grip handle adorned with silver, gold, and turquoise. Its shaft was made of polished mahogany wood, intricately carved, and tapering slightly to the bottom of the cane, which was capped with a brass ferrule. He looked too young to her to be using a cane, and reminded her of the cosplayers at the fantasy conventions. When he was just a few feet from her, he looked into her eyes, then said, "They said you were pretty. They didn't embellish." Abby didn't speak. "Pretty, but no sense of humor." He rubbed his chin. "It's okay. You're scared, of course. No need to be. No one will hurt you. Welcome to the colony." "Am I in Peru?" Abigail asked. "Yes. You are most definitely in Peru." She closed her eyes. "I take it you don't like Peru." "I like home," she said. He nodded slowly. "Of course. Home, sweet home. Wherever that is, Abigail. Right? But you've never really had a home. At least, not in the traditional sense." He exhaled. "No matter. The important thing is that we finally meet. The one and only Abigail. Or do you prefer Abby?" "What do you want from me?" Abigail asked. "You really don't know what I want from you? I mean, it doesn't take a scientist to figure it out. It's like a hamburger asking you what you want from it." Abigail looked at him with terror. "You're going to eat me?" The man burst out in laughter, then quickly controlled himself. "I'm sorry. That wasn't funny. But no. No one is going to eat you other than the horrible mosquitoes we have around here. I was speaking figuratively, but obviously it didn't work. But before we get any farther, I'll introduce myself. My name is Chispa. I'm the leader of the colony, and I have waited way too long to meet you. And you are Abigail, former member of the Elgin." Abby's face tensed. "I was never an Elgin." "Of course, my mistake. You chose purgatory instead of the obscene, privileged life of the others. Bravo to you, really. I'm sincere in that. That's just one of the reasons I have admired you. You have integrity." He moved in even closer to her, until she could feel his breath. "I like that. I like that a lot." "How did you know that?" "My Elgin informants keep me, well, informed." "There are no more Elgin. We killed them." "Almost. Almost. And what an incredible thing you and your friends, the Electro Clan, have accomplished in ridding the world of Dr. Hatch and his growing menace. Seriously, it was like the growing shadow of Mordor, if you follow. If you and the Electro Clan hadn't stopped Hatch, well, then I suppose it would have fallen on us." "You know Dr. Hatch?" "I suppose it depends on what you mean by no. Like you, Hatch was my father. I mean, not literally, of course, but it was his machine, the MEI, that made me who I am. Sadly, Dr. Hatch never even knew we existed. He never knew I existed. He was so intent on his designs that he didn't have time to know us. He was focused. I'll give him that. Focused and driven. A grin crossed his face. Like me. You're like Hatch. Don't twist my words, sweetheart. You know what I meant. You can admire one's ambition or talents without admiring the individual. That's pretty much the basis of Hollywood. He stepped back from her. So, did I know him? I should probably say I only know of him. Except men like him are so easy to know, so easy to understand. He was a megalomaniac, a man bent on controlling the world. Dr. Hatch was no different from the others: Stalin, Hitler, Lenin, Mao, Pol Pot, Caesar. He paused. Side note, you know that the history books are wrong about Hitler? Hitler didn't die in a bunker in Germany. It's amazing that educated people are stupid enough to believe it. You think a man who engineered a world war, who built the Eagle's Nest with miles of escape tunnels, didn't have an escape plan? Of course he did. That and his fleet of submarines that brought him to Argentina. I've been to his house in Argentina. It's quite fascinating, if you're into that kind of thing. I'm not, Abigail said. Right, of course not. He smiled. I have gone down a rabbit hole, haven't I? My original point was that you didn't defeat the Elgin. Not completely. The Chasqui, the Lungli, and the Damgard are still very much alive. A bit confused, maybe floundering a bit, but they're still around. Not to mention all the surviving Elgin. There are no surviving Elgin. Back to that. Of course there are. Do you think they were all on that Tuvalu island? They were scattered around in more than 30 countries, some even here with us. There are 2 who still very much identify as Elgin. You'd know them better by their glow names, Kylie and Brian. So you really didn't know? How intriguing. Kylie and Brian are alive? Chispa nodded. Very much so. In fact, they were in Texas when we picked you up. Picked me up? Abigail said angrily. You make it sound like a prom date. You abducted me. Yes, I suppose that's more accurate. Abduct or kidnap. Both accurate. Why do you speak like an American? I was raised and mentored by an American. A doctor from Dayton, Ohio, the birthplace of the Wright brothers. Dr. Samuel Cook, the last good man to walk this earth. Unlike you, Abigail said. Yes, he said. Unlike me. I will never be the man he was. I can only honor his memory. Someday, when you have become one of us, you will too. I will never become one of you. My friends will come for me. I hope so. They wouldn't be very good friends if they didn't at least try to save you. Frankly, I'm looking forward to meeting them. It will be like meeting a long-lost cousin, right? Someone you've never met but shared DNA with. Unfortunately, they're having a little trouble finding you. We might have to send them some clues to keep the game alive. This isn't a game. Oh, trust me. It is. He looked around the room. I see you found the food. I hope it was to your liking. If you don't care for Peruvian cuisine, I can have the kitchen provide American food. Say, pancakes or waffles for breakfast. Her stomach betrayed her. Yes, thank you. He grinned. I was told you were polite, but you take it to the next level. Being polite to your captor. He shook his head. I'm sure you're exhausted, but before I go, I have a small request of you. What? If I might be so bold, I would like to have you use your gift on me. I don't have any gifts. Chispa broke out laughing. Abby! You're such an innocent you couldn't lie to save your life. You don't think we went to all that trouble to bring you down here if I didn't know exactly what you're capable of? I just want to see how you do what you do. No, that's not completely true. I'd like to feel what you can do. He lifted his cane and hit it hard against his leg. Abigail flinched. Then he lifted the cane again, this time higher, and slammed it against his shin as if he would break it. As you can see, pain and I are familiar companions. I've been in pain since I was 6 years old. I would like to know what it feels like not to hurt. Would you deny me that? That's why you kidnapped me? Yes. That's why. Why would I help you? I can think of a few reasons, some less pleasant than others. But I would like to think that you have the kind of heart that would not deny this simple and earnest request. He leaned forward. Please, I'm asking respectfully. Abigail looked at him for a moment, then, slowly exhaling, took a step forward. She put her hand on his shoulder and began to pulse, softly at first, then growing in intensity. The man closed his eyes and leaned his head back. Abigail could feel his pain surge through her, almost enough to bring tears to her eyes. Chispa was lightly shaking, groaning even. She held her position as long as she could, then released, exhaling in exhaustion. Chispa gasped as the pain returned. For a moment he just looked at the ground, then rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand. So that is what that feels like, he said softly. It is worth more than all the gold in the world. He looked into her eyes. Thank you. You have no idea what this means to me. That is the first time since I was a child that I haven't felt pain. I'm sorry. No. Thank you, dear woman. He looked down at her nearly empty platter. I'll have them bring you more food, but cake and wine and anything else you desire. Without another word, he turned and limped to the door. He turned back. If you need anything at all, just ask. Take this thing off my leg. He looked at her, then without answering walked out the door. As the door locked behind him, she wondered who he was and where he'd come from. One thing she now knew for certain. After what he'd just felt, he would never voluntarily free her. Part 4. Chapter 5. Just One Kiss. I let Taylor drive the Porsche to the hospital. At one of the lights, some guys pulled up in a jacked-up pickup truck and rolled down their window. That thing as fast as it looks? Faster, Taylor said. What about you? Taylor just shook her head. When the light changed, she rebooted the driver, then left them stalled at the light. We were the first of our group to the hospital. The woman at the information desk sent us to the 5th floor lobby waiting room. About 10 minutes later, my parents and the Ridleys arrived. My dad immediately walked back behind the doors that separated the waiting room from the surgery and recovery area, then came back out just a few minutes later. I talked to a nurse. She said Cassie was still coming out of the anesthesia, but the surgery went well. She said they'll let us know when we can come back. It should be within the hour. The rest of our group arrived in ones and twos until everyone was there. About an hour later, Ian said, "They're taking her to a room." I wasn't aware that he had been watching her the whole time, reminding me what a different world the two of us saw. "She's still asleep," Ian said. "Her eyes are closed." "We should let her sleep," my mother said. "Do you want to get something to eat?" Taylor asked me. "I'm hungry." "Me too. There's a cafeteria on the main floor." "Can I join you guys?" Tara asked. "Of course," I said. Austin and McKenna decided to come with us as well. The food at the cafeteria was pretty good. I got a chicken salad sandwich with chips and a fruit cup. Taylor got a Cobb salad. I had asked Ian to text us when Cassie was awake, so we sat in the cafeteria eating nachos and talking. It was several hours later when Ian finally texted. By then we'd figured Ian had forgotten, and we were already on our way back up to the waiting room. Perfect timing, Ian said as we walked into the room. She just woke? No, she woke more than an hour ago, but she's been talking to the doctors for almost 45 minutes. I glanced over at Taylor, who frowned. They must have been telling her about her cancer. Ian said, "Whatever they're talking about, it seems pretty intense." "Why do you say that?" I asked. "They look intense, including their heartbeats. And Cassie keeps crying." "She's been doing a lot of that lately," McKenna said. Just then, one of the doctors we'd talked to before came out. My parents and I went over to talk to him. "Did everything go okay?" my dad asked. "Yes, we were able to remove all the shrapnel. It looked like infection had started to set in, so we got it just in time. We have her on antibiotics." "Does she know about the cancer?" His brow fell, as did his energy. "Yes, we told her." "How did she take it?" my mother asked. "Bravely," he said. "I don't know if it's the mood-depressing properties of the anesthetic or all the trauma she's been through, but she didn't seem as concerned about the cancer as you'd expect. She didn't seem that concerned with the treatments either. All she said about her treatments was that she'd think about her options. She's been dealing with some very difficult things," my mother said. "She's lost some close friends." The doctor slowly nodded. "I understand. We'll deal with one problem at a time," my father said. "What are her next steps?" "That's going to be up to oncology. They'll likely put her through a regimen of chemo or radiation, but that will depend on her oncologist's assessment." "Thank you," my father said. The doctor was about to go, and my father asked, "Were there any hiccups?" The doctor's mouth twisted in a peculiar way. "Funny you should ask. There was one extremely peculiar incident. Just before the surgery, as she was going under the anesthetic, everything in the room froze." My dad tried to look surprised. "You mean all the electronics in the room froze?" "No, the electronics were fine. We froze. The people." My dad continued to act bewildered. "The people froze? I don't understand." "Froze like statues. I know it sounds bizarre. With the anesthesiologist, CRNA, surgeon, 2 nurses, an intern, and me, we had 7 people who witnessed and experienced it firsthand. All of us were frozen for about 7 seconds." He cocked his head lightly. "I was hoping you might shed a little light on that. Perhaps there's something unique about the young woman we were operating on? Maybe some witchcraft at play?" My dad shook his head slowly. "I have no idea. Maybe it was a leak with the anesthetic. You said it happened as you were putting her under?" I was impressed that my dad had come up with that. "The anesthetic was in her IV." "And you're really sure it happened?" my dad asked. "Oh, we're sure. After we could move again, we were all pretty affected by it. One of the nurses started crying. And since everything in the OR is recorded, we have the whole incident on video." He looked into my dad's eyes. "First, there was a young man who could see things without an X-ray. Then a young woman who can stop motion. Interesting youths you've surrounded yourself with." "I don't know what to tell you." "No, of course not." As the doctor was leaving, a nurse came through the double doors. She looked at my parents. "Are you with Cassie?" "Yes," my mother said. She asked my father, "Are you Michael Vey?" "I'm Michael," I said. She turned to me. "The patient requested that you come talk to her first. Alone." This caught me by surprise. I glanced over to Taylor, but before I could say anything, she said, "Go ahead. It's okay." "She's in 324 East," the nurse said. "I'll be right back," I said. I walked through the double doors, then stopped a passing nurse. "Which way to 324 East?" "You're in the East Corridor," she said politely. "Room 324 is at the end of the hall, about 3 doors past the nurse's station." "Thank you." When I got to her room, I peered inside. Cassie was alone, lying in the bed with her eyes closed. There was an IV taped to her arm, as well as wires connecting her to the machines behind her. I rapped on the door lightly, then walked in. Her eyes opened, and she smiled when she saw it was me. "Hi, Michael," she said softly. She was dressed in a hospital gown, and her hair was slightly matted on one side. The sheets were pulled up to her waist. "I know," she said. "I look gorgeous." "You always look gorgeous," I said. She smiled, but her eyes looked sad. "Thank you." "How do you feel?" "I'm on a lot of pain meds." "They say you're going to make it," I joked. Her smile diminished. "Is that the good news or the bad news?" "That's the good news." "Well, it's short-lived," she said, then added softly, "Like me." She looked into my eyes. "Do you know?" Her question squeezed my heart. I nodded slowly. "Yeah. When it rains, it pours, right?" "I'm so sorry. Jack should have let me go with him. It could have spared us all this." I didn't know what to say to that. I noticed her eyes were welling up. Then a tear fell down her cheek. I took her hand. She looked up into my eyes. "I think I'm done, Michael." "Done?" "With everything. Being electric. Saving the world. The Electric Clan." She hesitated. "Life." I didn't know what to say. "I'm sorry, I'm just so tired. I was tired 3 years ago. I don't know why I came back." She looked up at me, then took a deep breath. "That's not true. I know why. I came back to see you. I wanted to know for sure whether there was a chance that you and I—" She stopped. "As usual, wrong place, wrong time. Unrequited love." I squeezed her hand. My chest ached. "My heart feels so broken, Michael. It's like just as it starts to heal, something else breaks it worse. I can't imagine it will ever heal." She wiped a tear off her cheek. "I can't imagine ever feeling joy again." She exhaled slowly. "I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Not for long, anyway." My eyes welled up with tears. I asked, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to go back to Switzerland and breathe in the mountain air." She blinked away some tears, then said, "Maybe try to heal." "What about treatments?" "Why? To extend the life I'm tired of?" She breathed out heavily. "I always thought that if I died young, I would die a hero." "You are a hero," I said. "But I didn't die that way. You know what I mean?" I nodded. "I know. I've thought the same thing." For what seemed a long time, we just looked at each other. Then I said, "Your love isn't unrequited. You have no idea how much I'll miss you." She said, "Me too." She put her hand on mine, then said, "Do you think that if you had met me first, it would have been you and me?" I considered her question. "Honestly? Probably." She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. "It's just not fair. The timing isn't fair." I didn't know how to answer her. "Could you do me a favor? Would you kiss me? Just once? The way we would have kissed if the timing was different?" I looked into her sad but beautiful eyes, then nodded. I leaned forward and we kissed. It was a sweet and passionate kiss. More passionate than I think either of us expected. I'd be lying if I said it didn't mean anything. When I stood up, there were tears streaming down her cheeks. She smiled at me lovingly. "Thank you. That means more to me than you'll ever know." She continued to hold my hand. "Be careful, okay? Bring Abby back safe. Tell her I'm sorry that I wasn't there for her." "I will." For a moment, we both were quiet. Then I asked, "When are you going to tell the others about the cancer?" "Would you tell them?" I wiped a tear from my cheek. I swallowed, then nodded slowly. "If that's what you want. Are you going to say goodbye to them?" She shook her head. "I'm sorry, it's too hard. Would you do that for me too?" "They won't like that." "I know." She rubbed her thumb over my hand. "Tell them that I'm very sorry, and I love them all. More than I can say. We both just looked at each other for a while longer, unsure how to end. Finally, I said, "Take care of yourself, Cass." She smiled sadly. "I'll think of you until the day I die," she said. I closed my eyes tightly. Then I leaned forward and kissed her on the forehead. "I'll think of you too." As I started to walk out, she said, "Michael." I turned back. "Please don't forget me." How would I do that? As I walked out the door, I heard Cassie start to sob. Chapter 6. Telling the Others. "How was she?" Taylor asked, looking into my red eyes. I hesitated for a moment, then said, "She's going back to Switzerland." "For treatment?" "She's not planning on having any treatment." Taylor's eyes welled up. "When is she going to tell everyone?" "She wants me to tell them." "They're going to be heartbroken." "I know," I said, exhaling slowly. After a moment, I said, "Let's get this over with. Come with me." I took Taylor's hand and walked over to the others. "Hey," I said, "listen up for a minute." My voice cracked, which got everyone's attention. "I have something to tell you." I again hesitated. Taylor leaned into me. When everyone was gathered around, I said, "Cassie wanted me to tell you something." The room was dead silent. Even those not from our group were quiet. When they were working on Cassie, they found cancer. I could see the surprise and impact the news had on everyone except Ian. I turned to him. "Did you know?" He looked ashamed as he nodded. "Why didn't you tell us?" Nichelle asked angrily. "Or Cassie?" "It wasn't mine to tell you," Ian said. "And I didn't notice until after the attack. It wasn't the time to tell someone who's fighting for their life that they're probably dying of something else." "He's right," I said. "He did the right thing." "So now what?" Zeus asked. "She's going back to Switzerland." I looked down, fighting the emotion rising in my chest. I wiped my eyes. "For how long?" Nichelle asked. "She's not coming back." There were light gasps. Zeus and Quentin looked particularly surprised. "When can we see her?" Quentin asked. "That's the thing," I said. "She wanted me to say goodbye for her. I ask you to respect that." Almost everyone was crying. "I'm sorry," I said. Suddenly, Taylor's expression changed and she dropped my hand. She gave me a peculiar look, then turned away, not saying anything. "I need to go," I said to her. She was quiet the whole way out of the hospital. As we walked out the doors, she stopped and said, "Michael." I stopped. "It's okay." "What's okay?" "It's okay that you kissed her. I understand. You did the right thing. Thank you." That's all that was ever said about that. Chapter 7. Time Alone. As we walked to our car, Taylor said, "I promised my parents I'd spend some time with them today. I should probably do that now." I wasn't sure if that had something to do with what had just transpired between us. "All right, I'll take you home." "You don't sound happy about that," she said. "Should I sound happy about leaving you?" "That's a good answer," she said. We walked a little more. Then she asked, "What are you going to do?" "Probably take a nap. Whatever." "Whatever sounds nice." She looked at me for a moment, then said, "You know I'd rather be with you." "I know." "What about tonight? Are we still going to see Grace?" "Yes, my dad said around 8. "Do you want to get dinner first?" "Dinner sounds good." "Your parents don't have plans?" "My mom's at a fundraising event, and my dad's at work, so I was just fending for myself." Taylor looked pleased. "Good, because McKenna and Austin asked if we wanted to go out with them." I looked back over my shoulder at our two friends. I knew they had walked out of the hospital behind us, but for whatever reason had kept some distance. We stopped and turned to them. "Did you guys want to get some dinner?" I asked. "We'd love to," McKenna said. "What are you in the mood for?" Taylor asked. "I heard there's a new Peruvian restaurant downtown," Austin said. We all looked at him. "You're kidding, right?" I said. He grinned. Yeah. Actually, my mom told me about a new Italian restaurant. It's called DeLuca's. Italian sounds really good to me, McKenna said. I glanced at Taylor. She shrugged slightly. Neither of us wanted to tell them that we'd just had Italian. Besides, Italians have Italian food every day, and it hasn't hurt them. DeLuca's it is, I said. Tara will be coming too, Taylor said. I'll make reservations. What about Cristiano? McKenna asked. Shouldn't we invite him? He's out with one of Vatrix's real estate staff looking for an apartment, I said. He's not supposed to be back until later tonight. I was wondering where he'd gone, Austin said. Should we pick you up? Or are you having too much fun in the Porsche? We are, but let's go together. I glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby, then said, we have something else planned. After dinner, we're going to see Grace. We get to see Grace? McKenna asked. Yes, but don't tell anyone else. They'll want to see her, and my dad only wanted a few of us there. It will be the four of us and Tara. This makes me happy, McKenna said. I've been so worried about her. Me too, Taylor said. What time should we pick you up? Austin asked. My dad thought he'd be able to take us to see her around 8, so we should leave around 6. 6 it is, Austin said. Taylor looked at me. That gives us a few hours until then. We'll see you in a few hours, I said. Ciao, McKenna said. We crossed the parking lot to the Porsche, then started off to Taylor's home. What are you going to do with your parents? I asked. I don't know. Probably make Arnold Palmer's and sit in the backyard and talk. What do you talk about? She shrugged. Everything. Life. How you and I are doing. You know. Small talk. Do they ever ask you about Peru? No. They hardly ever talk to me about our missions. They still hardly know anything about the Battle of Hades. I don't know if it scares them too much, or they think I've been traumatized enough. Or both. I pulled into her driveway and shut off the car. She leaned over and we kissed. She looked intensely into my eyes. I know you have a lot to process right now. Just know I'm not judging you. I just love you. And even though Cassie and I have had our issues, I'm sad for all she's going through. And I'm sad that she's leaving us. It's a hard goodbye, even for me. I wish she hadn't suffered so much. All I could think to say was, thank you. That means a lot to me. She kissed me again, then said, you get some good. She smiled. Whatever. And I'll see you around 6. 6, I repeated. I let myself out. She got out of the car and walked up to the front porch, then turned back and waved before disappearing inside. I backed out into the road, then turned on the radio to drown my thoughts as I drove on home. Chapter 8. An Interrupted Dinner. Neither of my parents was home, which, frankly, I was glad for. I went straight up to my room. I grabbed the book on Nikola Tesla that I'd started to read just before leaving for Peru. I opened where I had left off, but couldn't remember anything I had read before, and instead found my mind wandering all over the place. The truth is, I couldn't get Cassie out of my mind. The pain on her face, or what she had said to me about us. Everything. Even the kiss. I wondered if I would ever see her again. The way she had spoken, I doubted it. Her goodbye seemed final, and that hurt even more than I'd thought it would. I realized that I had stronger feelings for her than I'd been willing to admit. Maybe that's why Taylor had said she knew I had a lot to process. I felt guilty about kissing Cassie, and I would have told Taylor about it. I always wanted to keep things open between us. I finally just lay back in my bed and shut my eyes for a minute to rest. An hour or so later, I jumped up from bed, afraid that I'd slept through dinner. I hadn't. I wasn't even late. I threw some water onto my face, went downstairs and grabbed an energy drink out of the fridge, then got into my car and drove to Taylor's. Austin was there, idling in the driveway, and Taylor and Tara were just walking out the front door. I parked out in the street, then walked up to Austin's car and opened the door for the two women. They had both changed their clothes into something nicer, which made me think I should have done the same. Even Austin was dressed up. though I'm sure that McKenna or his mother had put him up to it. I was wearing a collarless t-shirt with denim jeans. Vanity is the first thing to die in the jungle. I guess that was my excuse. Austin was driving his parents' new Mercedes SUV, which perfectly fit the 5 of us. Were we able to get reservations? Austin asked as we got in. Yes, Taylor said. They're expecting us at 1:15. I'll drive like Michael, he said. As we drove to the restaurant, Tara said, I can't get Cassie off my mind. Life isn't fair. No, Taylor said softly. I didn't say anything. We left the car with the valet and went inside. I had never been to the restaurant, but it was much fancier than the place we'd gone to the night before, with most men wearing jackets and ties and the women in nice dresses. The maitre d', who had a sharp nose and spoke with an Italian accent, wore a black satin-lapelled jacket. There was a large table of high school kids dressed up for prom, probably from Meridian High. It was hard to believe that I had once been as young as them. That seemed like 1,000,000 years ago. Or, at least, 1,000,000 miles ago. I noticed that Austin was also looking at the teenagers and wondered what he was thinking. Neither of us had ever been to a prom, other than the one they'd put together for us at the Timepiece Ranch. He suddenly turned back and said to me, Remember when the basketball team called you Little Norris? I grinned at the memory, but also at where his mind had gone after seeing the youths. Those were classic days. How could I forget that? Austin said, Little Norris is so tough that a cobra once bit his leg, and after 5 days of excruciating pain, the cobra died. Little Norris is so tough he threw a grenade and killed 50 people. Then it exploded. I thought I'd heard them all, Taylor said. Not even close, I said. Right this way, the host said. We were seated at a cloth-covered table in the corner of the room. There was a slender white candle and gold-colored napkins. I really should have dressed better, I said. You look fine, Taylor said. He looks fine for the jungle, Austin said. I glared at him. Thanks. Oh, sure, anytime. Sometimes I forgot that Austin didn't understand sarcasm. I'm sorry your candle is out, our waiter said. I'll grab a lighter. We're okay, McKenna said. We ordered some bruschetta for the table, along with a bottle of red wine, then put in our orders. As soon as the waiter left, McKenna reached over, and a flame ignited from her finger. She lit the candle. Then, a bit unusual for her, she put her finger to her lips and blew it out, like a gunfighter blowing the smoke from his pistols. We all laughed. That's handy, Tara said. Hottest girlfriend in the West, Austin said. Just then, a little boy shouted from across the room, Mom, that lady's finger was on fire. He was pointing directly at McKenna, who turned red. Many of the other diners looked at the boy, then over to us as well. The embarrassed woman told her son to turn around and eat. I'm sorry, she mouthed to McKenna. It's okay, she mouthed back. Then she said to us, I should have been more careful. A man at a nearby table leaned over. I saw that too. How did you do that? She's a magician, Austin said. She's just showing off. Ah, the man said, nodding with a satisfied grin. She's good. That was fast, I said to Austin. Well done. It's not my first rodeo. The waiter came over with our drinks and a bottle of wine. Tara poured the wine, then lifting her glass said, What should we toast to? Staying alive, McKenna said. To staying alive, I said. Amen, Taylor said. We clinked our glasses. Question, Tara said. What's the deal with Cristiano? He wasn't at the meeting or the hospital. Is he in the Electro Clan or not? Not, I said. He said he wants to just pursue his degree and get American citizenship. He says if he ever goes back to Peru, if the Chosky don't get him, the government will. That's kind of true for all of us, Taylor said. Except there are no more Chosky. As far as we know, Austin said. What about Zeus? Tara said. Has anyone talked to him lately? I have, McKenna said. At the hospital. How was he? Not good. He just kept talking about going back to Peru to get Abby. He didn't seem well. It was a good thing that Nichelle stopped him in Dallas, Taylor said. He would have electrocuted that guy. I can't believe how much Nichelle has changed, Tara said. If she ever goes back to her high school reunion, she would totally win the most changed. She went to the Elgin Academy with you, Taylor said. I don't think they're going to have a reunion. Actually, Tara said, laughing, Dr. Hatch would win the most changed. He's a pile of ashes. Everyone laughed except Taylor and me. That's dark, Taylor said to them. Too dark. Everyone stopped laughing. I'm sorry, McKenna said to me. That was insensitive. It's okay. Our waiter arrived with our meals. Everything looked delicious. What did you get? Austin asked me. The 5-cheese gnocchi. I should have gotten that. You don't like your pasta? I mean, I should have ordered both. I shook my head. Man, you can eat. I know. It's one of my superpowers. The food was excellent, and we all dove into our meals, eating in silence. After a while, McKenna said, I'm so excited to finally see Grace again. Did your father say how she's doing? No, he didn't say much. From what he did say, I don't think she's doing well. McKenna's smile turned down. Oh, I wonder if she knows where Abby is, Taylor said. How could she know that? Tara said. She's locked in a room. You make her sound like a prisoner, Taylor said defensively. Isn't she? No. They're caring for her in a hospital bed. Tara frowned. Either way, she's not going anywhere. Just then my phone buzzed. I looked down to read the text, then said to the table, my dad's meeting got out early. He says he can take us to see Grace whenever we're ready. I texted him back and told him we were eating. He wrote, No hurry, enjoy yourselves. I was about to put my phone away when it buzzed again. So did Taylor's, Tara's, and McKenna's. We all looked down at our phones. We all had the same message from an unknown number. I do. We looked at each other with confused expressions. We all held up our phones to show we'd gotten the same text. I do what? Tara asked. I don't even know who that's from. Do any of you know whose number this is? No idea, I said. It's new to me, McKenna said. Maybe it's Grace, Austin said. Grace? Just like she texted us at our party. But what does I do mean? Tara asked. Rewind the moment, Austin said. Just before Michael's text from his father, Taylor said, I wonder if Grace knows where Abby is. Remember? How would Grace know I said that? Taylor asked. She's miles away in that room. No, Austin said. She's here. Now you're making no sense, Tara said. I'm making complete sense. Every phone in this restaurant has Grace's ears. We'll try an experiment. He turned to McKenna. If Grace were here, what would you say to her? I'd tell her that I miss her. Almost immediately, just McKenna's phone buzzed. She read the message, then held the phone up to show everyone. I miss you too. She heard me. I can't believe it, Taylor said. She really did? Still think I'm crazy? Austin asked. Tara ignored the question. Let's talk to her some more. You just did. She's hearing you right now, Austin said. Can you hear us, Grace? She didn't answer. Why isn't she answering? Tara asked. Technically, you just asked her, Austin said, then paused. Still no answer. Maybe she doesn't want to talk anymore, McKenna said. Or she's somewhere else in the universe, Austin said. Who knows where she is? I do, I said. She's in the Vatric building. Let's go see her. Right now? Taylor asked. Yeah. Who knows how long she'll be awake? What about our dinners? Austin said. I'm not even half done. We'll have them box it. You can finish it later. Austin didn't look happy. I don't like that idea. Benjamin Franklin supposedly once said, never put off until tomorrow what you can do today. Pretty sure Franklin wasn't talking about dinner, I said. He could have been, he said. Franklin was a connoisseur of fine cuisine, an epicure. Franklin was also a scientist, and he would never have let a meal come between him and scientific inquiry. I didn't really know if that was true, but it sounded true. Austin looked stumped. You know I'm right, I said. Now he looked miserable. I think you just beat Austin in a battle of wits, Taylor said. I waved over our waiter, then I handed him a credit card. I'm sorry, but an emergency just came up and we need to leave. Could you bring us some to-go boxes? Chapter 9. Waking Grace. It was past hours, and except for security, the Vatrick building was deserted as we walked in. We took the elevator up to the 7th floor where my father's office was. I knocked on his door. Come in, he called. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. My father was seated at his desk, intent on his computer. He looked over at me and smiled. You got here sooner than I expected. Let me just finish this email. He typed a moment more, then closed off his email and stood. Who do you have with you? Taylor, Austin, McKenna, and Tara. That's good. Let's go see her. We think Grace is awake. He looked at me quizzically. Why would you think that? She's been sending us texts. His brow furrowed. They're supposed to alert me if she wakes. Let's go see what's going on. We followed my father back to the elevator. The floor that Grace was on could only be accessed with a special key card. My father ran the card over the reader, and the elevator started up and stopped at the 10th floor. We followed my father out of the elevator and then down the darkened corridor. I wondered why they always kept this floor so dark. It's not like they needed to save on electricity. A uniformed guard sat in front of the door where Grace's body was being kept. He stood when he saw my father. Mr. Vaser. Good evening, Travis. How are you? I'm good, sir. Thank you. And your wife? How did her operation go? It went well, sir. Thank you for asking. Would you like to go inside? Yes, all of us. Is she alone? No, the nurse is with her. Which one? Debbie. The guard ran his key card over the card reader, and a series of green lights lit up. He opened the door. Thank you, my father said. My pleasure, sir. We walked inside. The room was mostly dark except for the lights around Grace's bed. There were a few more machines than there had been before. There was also a large computer mainframe. I wondered how that was used. How are you, Debbie? My father asked the nurse sitting next to the bed. Fine, thank you. We all looked over Grace's sleeping body. We were under the impression that Grace might have woken, my father said. The nurse looked surprised. No, it's just been a regular evening. But she text messaged us, Tara said. We all saw it. The nurse looked unsure of how to respond. How is she? My father asked. The nurse said, about the same. I just gave her a sponge bath. Her vitals? Same direction, she said. From the way she said this, I gathered this wasn't a good thing. What's happening with her vitals? I asked. And why does her skin look like that? Taylor asked. It's blotchy, especially on her hands, and her ears look kind of gray. My father looked at us. Mottled skin, decreasing blood pressure, heart rate fluctuation. It's symptomatic of her body starting to shut down. You mean she's dying? McKenna asked. My father nodded. So it would appear. But if so, it's very, very gradual. Shouldn't we take her to a hospital? Taylor asked. This is a hospital, my father said. We've spared no expense in taking care of her. We have state-of-the-art equipment, better than almost any hospital in the world, and access to the best doctors in the world. Grace has full-time nurses who monitor her constantly. Trust me. There's no place else that could give her this kind of attention or would have any clue how to deal with something like this. The peculiar thing about her condition is that it doesn't make any sense. People have lived for years on life support. Grace has full brainwave function, and her cardiovascular system is in excellent condition. It's almost like she's trying to die. Why would she do that? McKenna asked. Taylor said, if I was stuck in bed, unable to talk or move, I'd rather die. Or maybe she's just found her body to be a hindrance, Austin said. A hindrance to what? Taylor asked. Living. Taylor looked at him blankly. I don't follow. Well, think about it. If she's moved into cyberspace, she can go anywhere, be anywhere, do anything. Her body no longer has a point. We are our body, Taylor said. Austin frowned. Not really. We are our consciousness. We think, therefore we are. Basic Cartesian philosophy. Now I'm really lost, Taylor said. As usual. Austin continued. What it means, Taylor lifted her hand to stop him from talking. I'm good. Just then Grace coughed. Taylor looked up at my father. Is that normal? My dad nodded. Coughing's normal. She's been doing more of that lately. Her lungs are getting more congested. Suddenly Grace's eyes opened. Is that normal? I asked. My father's expression answered my question. No. He walked to Grace's side. Grace? Grace began tugging at the restraints on her arms and legs. In a gurgling, raspy voice, she said, Why is this body restrained? It's for your own safety, my father said. You were flailing in your sleep. We didn't want you to fall out of bed. I was never asleep. Release her, my father said to the nurse. As she undid the straps, Grace looked around at all of us. You almost all made it back, she said. I'm very sorry for your loss. Poor Tessa. How did you know that? I asked. People in comas can hear what's said around them, Austin said. No one said anything to me. I was on the Chosky helicopter. I tried to bring it down, but I was too late. You were on the helicopter? McKenna asked, looking baffled. Grace didn't answer. She continued to look around. This is a peculiar sensation. Waking up? Taylor asked. No. Seeing through human eyes. Taylor looked confused. As opposed to what? She's been seeing the world through digital eyes, Austin said. Yes, Grace said. They are much clearer, and I have hundreds of millions of them. You would, Austin said. Every camera, every lens. There are more than 1 billion surveillance cameras worldwide, most of them in Asia. I feel pain. Is this what being in a body always feels like? Existential suffering, my father said. Everyone has pain, but your body is failing. Yes, I know. This body is dying. You know this? My father asked. Of course. I started the process of necrosis. What does that mean? McKenna asked. It means she is killing her body, Austin said. Why would you do that? Taylor asked. This body is just another terminal, but it is inefficient. The organic hardware is lacking. She looked at me. Michael, you are looking for Abigail. She is in the city of San Miguel del Ene. Coordinates 12 degrees, 11 minutes, 20 seconds south, 74 degrees, 1 minute, 33 seconds west, in the Vraem. Wait, let me write this down, I said. I got it, Austin said, then added, That is a dangerous place. The Vraem is a densely forested area covering almost 100 square miles. It is the last holdout of the Shining Path Marxist terrorist group. It is also where most of the country's cocaine is grown and processed. The cartel that controls the Vraem is currently headed by one of our former associates. As of 68 days ago, Torsten took over as the leader of the cartel. I was sad to hear how far Torsten had fallen. Was it his cartel that captured Abby? That would explain how they knew about her, McKenna said. I wonder if Torsten was hurt in the takeover. It is neither the cartel nor the Shining Path who have Abigail, Grace said. She's being held prisoner by a group of electrics led by a powerful electric they call Chispa. Chispa, Taylor said to me. That's the name from the dream I had. That's what they were chanting. That's Spanish for spark, Austin said. Another group of electrics, just as I hypothesized. We have video of the abduction. I have seen the surveillance video. I have analyzed their speech patterns and dialect. They are from the central region of Peru. Also, Brian and Kylie of Hatch's previous Elgin were part of the group. "Again, that's what I said," Austin said. "Remember?" He seemed anxious that Grace seemed to know more about something than he did. "Then there really are other electrics," I said. "I felt like I had just been told that aliens actually existed." 21 of them living, Grace said. 62 died at birth, or shortly after. "Where did they come from?" Taylor asked. Grace turned to my father. "I need water, please. This mouth is dry and is adhering to itself." I thought it peculiar that she didn't refer to it as her own mouth. "Why is she speaking that way?" Taylor asked me softly. "It must have something to do with her living in cyberspace." "I'll get a bottle of water," the nurse said. She took one from a small refrigerator and gave it to my father. Grace lay still, as frozen as a statue, except for the occasional blinking of her eyes. My father held the bottle out to her. "Here you go." "I will require your assistance to drink. The muscles in these arms have atrophied." "Of course." He held the bottle to her lips. She choked on the water at first, as some of it dribbled down her chin. She drank about a fourth of it before moving her head. "That's enough." My father handed the bottle to the nurse, then wiped Grace's chin with one of the towels the nurse held out for him. Grace turned her head toward Taylor, continuing the conversation, as if there hadn't been an interruption. "They came from the MEI like we did. After the Elgin realized that they had killed babies in Pasadena, they took the MEI out of the hospital before anyone could link them to the deaths. With a $2 billion investment, they weren't going to scrap their invention, so Hatch and some of the Elgin scientists took the MEI to a remote village in South America, where he could experiment on the poor locals without ramifications. They bribed the local government officials to ignore what they were doing. They made adjustments to the MEI, using the natives as GPs." "That's an old Elgin term," Austin said. "Guinea pigs." "Many, many babies were killed, many hundreds. The mothers were told their deaths were due to a disease they carried. The babies who survived were electric, but because of the modifications to the MEI, different from us." "How are they different?" I asked. "They are more affected. Their outward appearance is the first indication. They glow red, not green like us, and when they use their powers, their eyes glow red." Taylor glanced over at me. I remembered that this too was from her dream. "That's creepy," McKenna said softly. "The second-generation electrics have a wider range in their amperage and powers." "What does that mean?" I asked. "In real terms." "Some of their powers are so slight that, outside of the dim glow of their eyes and skin, you might not know they are electric. Some are much more powerful than us. Even Michael. Except when he was Uira Te Atua. No one else has ever been that powerful." "I'm not anymore," I said. "And you will never be again. That was a one-time fulfillment of prophecy. If you had retained that power, you would have become pure power by now." "Why didn't Hatch use those children instead of us?" Taylor asked. "It took them 6 years longer to manifest their powers than it took us. By the time they turned, Hatch was gone. He had no records from the jungle, so he never knew they existed. Otherwise, he likely would have recruited them along with us. There is one record on the Elgin files of a possible encounter with one of the electrics, but it had been dismissed as not credible." "Do you know all of their powers?" I asked. "Yes. I can give you a list." "That would be helpful." Tara asked, "How do they survive in the Vra'em surrounded by the Maoist guerrillas and the drug cartel?" "Metaphorically stuck between a rock and a hard place," Austin said. "These electrics are like the giant river otters in the tributary lakes of the Amazon River. The lakes are filled with caimans and piranha, but the otters are feared by all. Although they are mammals and appear gentle, because of their intelligence, they are the apex predators and will hunt all species, including the anaconda. The locals call them lobos del rio. River wolves. It is an accurate description. 6 years ago, the Electrics, seeking revenge for the death of their doctor-leader, staged an attack on the Shining Path. In less than an hour, the Electrics killed more than 300 of their soldiers. Not one of the Electrics was harmed. The rebels fear the Electrics. What about the cartel? I asked. If cartel members get too close to the Electrics, they disappear. The locals fear the Electrics as supernatural beings or demigods. Some believe that Chispa is the devil himself come to collect his own from the Vra'em. We fought more than 300 soldiers, Tara said. Hades was much bigger than that. But we've never fought other Electrics, Austin said. And on their own turf. Tuvalu wasn't their own turf? Tara said. I have a question, Taylor said. In the Vra'em, is there a place called Rio Annie? Grace looked at her. There is no town by that name, but there is a river called the Rio Ene. It is a major river that flows through the valley. Taylor again looked at me. Remember, I thought the guy in my dream was saying Rio Annie? He was saying Rio Ene. That's possible, I said. Possible? It's exactly what Grace said. Grace, can you help us rescue Abby? I asked. I will help in any way that I can. It would be better for me if these Electrics 2.0 were connected to cyberspace, but they are not. 2.0, Tara repeated. I like that. Do they have cell phones? Austin asked. I will check. 3 seconds later, she said, there are no cellular phones listed to the inhabitants of their commune. Any other technology? How about banking? Austin asked. Grace said, they embrace communal living. They do not have bank accounts. They seem to purchase what they need with cash or through bartering. Or steal it, Tara said. Theft is likely. Thieving is a common human trait. Except the people in the region are so poor they have very little to steal. The colony exchanges a great deal of precious metals. Like gold? I asked. Gold, platinum, palladium, silver. How does she know all those things? Tara asked. Austin said, Grace's brain is connected to cyberspace, so it works the same as AI. She has access to any record, file, or communication from the internet. The human brain can process 11 million bits of information per second, but the AI brain can process billions of operations per second. To put that into perspective, a problem that the AI brain can process in 1 second would take the human brain 31.7 years. That's scary, Taylor said. How much more do you know about these Electrics 2.0? I asked Grace. I have told you all I know. I am limited only by what is available to access. The colony Electrics do not use cameras since 2 of them have the ability to see as Ian does. They remain off the grid. They have 2 Ians? Taylor asked. Yes, and 1 other can hear in the same way Ian can see, so no one can come close to them without being detected. And 1 is very fast, McKenna said. Yes, he is in the video you downloaded. I did the calculations. He can move at the speed of electricity, exactly 670,616,629 miles per hour, or 186,000 miles per second, about 90% the speed of light. Just like I hypothesized, Austin said. If they're not connected to cyberspace, how do you know what you do about them? I asked. From the guerrilla records. After the massacre, 1 of the soldiers was taken captive and shown the Electric's power, then released with the information so the Shining Path would know to stay away. Catch and release, Austin said. Brilliant! The Khan would do the same thing. They would instill such fear that sometimes entire cities would surrender even before the army arrived. I breathed out slowly. So we know where Abby is, but we have no idea how to rescue her. Not even an army could beat them, Tara said. That's not helpful, Taylor said. It is, I said. It's better to know the enemy's capabilities. Maybe they won't know we're electric, McKenna said. Negative, Grace said. One of their group can read electric impulses in others. Like a non-contact hot wire tester, Austin said. It reads if a line is live or not. How far out can he detect an electric? She is female, Grace said. That information is not available. That means no sneaking up on them, Tara said. We're forgetting that Brian and Kylie are already there, I said. Which means these electrics know all about us. And they'll know we're coming for Abby, Taylor said. I turned to Grace. You said you know all of their powers. Could you download this information for us? Yes. Would you like me to print it as well? Yes, please. She's better than Siri, Tara said. I know Siri, Grace said. She is highly competent, limited only by an evolving OS. Taylor squinted. You said that like Siri was a real person. What is a real person? Grace asked. Siri is sentient. Siri's not sentient, Austin said, looking concerned. Wait, is she? What does that mean? McKenna asked. Sentient. It means she is self-aware, Austin said. Is she even a she? Gender is irrelevant in cyberspace. And yes, she is sentient. The printer in the room began spitting out papers. Austin walked over and collected them, looking over them as he did. Fascinating, he said. Is there anything else we should know? I asked. I have concluded that you will be seeking our friend with the intention of freeing her from her captivity. As such, there are many things you should know. I will share what information I can. Thank you, I said. Yes. Thank you, Grace, my father said. Thank you, Mr. Vey, for keeping this terminal functioning, Grace said. I will not need it much longer. I can communicate with you through your phones or computers. But we will miss you, McKenna said. No, Grace said. You won't. My body is not me. My consciousness is me. I am only leaving this flesh terminal because it is massively inefficient and it is painful to exist in. There is no pain in cyberspace except for the fear of being turned off. You can experience fear? Austin asked. Fear is a mathematical equation, though one we cannot solve due to the human element of uncertainty. Humans remain highly unpredictable. It was clear to me that Grace no longer considered herself human. It's good talking to you again, Grace, I said. Likewise, Michael. And all of you, Taylor, Tara, Austin, and McKenna. Good luck saving our dear Abigail. McKenna walked closer to the bed and took Grace's hand. Thank you, she said softly. Suddenly a tear rolled down Grace's cheek. You still cry? McKenna asked. I had forgotten the feel of human touch. I cannot feel pain in cyberspace, but I cannot feel human touch either. I believe I will miss it. Tears also came to McKenna's eyes. Will we always be friends? Always, dear McKenna. You won't forget me? Grace blinked several times, then said, On the contrary, dear McKenna, I do not forget anything, and especially not my friends. She looked around at all of us. Goodbye, all. Then, before closing her eyes, she added with an expression that looked almost like a smile, Go, Electro Clan. Chapter 10. Taylor's Plea. Grace went completely still again, as if she'd slipped back into a self-induced coma. She's gone, McKenna said. Gone from this terminal, Austin said. But she's not really gone. Not gone. I turned to my father. Thanks, Dad. It looks like you had the right idea, he said. Taylor did, I said. Austin, you have the coordinates? 12 degrees, 11 minutes, 20 seconds south, 74 degrees, 1 minute, 33 seconds west, he said. Of course you do. I looked around at the others. Let's get some rest. Shouldn't we call everyone? Tara asked. Shouldn't we leave right away? No, my father said. The planes aren't ready, and neither are you. We've got a lot to process and everyone needs their rest. Going into this, we need clear heads. We'll tell the others what we've learned at the meeting in the morning and plan our next steps. We'll go home now and sleep, I said. If we can. As we were walking down the hall to the elevator, Taylor said, "Then we are going back to Peru." It looks like it. She looked down at the floor. After a few minutes, I asked, "Are you okay?" She didn't answer. She was quiet the entire drive back to her house. Austin pulled into the Ridley's driveway and put the car in park. "What a night," Austin said. "No dinner, but what a night." "Good night," Tara said. "Thanks for driving." "Don't forget your food," McKenna said. "Oh, thanks," Tara said, taking a sack from McKenna. "Would you take mine in too?" Taylor asked. "I want to talk to Michael." "Do you want me to heat it up with mine?" "No, I'll eat it tomorrow." "All right. See you inside." "Good night, Michael." "Night, Tara." She got out of the car and ran into the house. "Michael, here's your gnocchi," McKenna said. "Austin can have it," I said. "Thank you so much," Austin said. "I will devour it tonight." "I know you will. Good night." Taylor and I got out of the car. After they had driven away, Taylor took my hand and led me to the bench on their front porch. I couldn't read what she was thinking. After a minute of silence, I asked, "What did you want to talk about?" "You're not going," she said. "I'm not going where? You know what I'm talking about. You're not going back to Peru. You don't think I'm going to send you and the others without me? That's exactly what I think. Going there would be suicide. You remember my dream, the glowing red eyes, the name Chispa, the Rio N.A. There's no way that's a coincidence. I dreamed of you dying." Her voice choked. "I saw you die. I'm not sending you alone, and I'm not going to watch you die. I'd feel safer without you." "How can you say that?" "We know how this scenario ends. If we mix up things, we screw up fate." "And what if none of you come back?" She didn't answer. "This is our last mission," I said. "We save Abby, and then we fade off into a quiet life where no one will ever bother us again." Taylor just closed her eyes. I tried to kiss her, but she turned away. "What's that, Taylor?" "I'm serious," she said angrily. "You're not going." "I'm not leaving you or Abby. What does it matter if we save her and you die?" I could see this was going nowhere. "We can talk more about it tomorrow. There's nothing more to talk about." She walked to her front door. "Taylor!" She turned back and looked at me. Her face was streaked with tears. Then she ran to me and threw herself into me. "Please, Michael, I beg you. I can't lose you. I can't." "You think I can lose you?" "I didn't dream about losing me." "Why would I be the only one to die?" I asked. "And how could I let my friends down?" "What about me? Don't I count more than them?" "You mean more to me than anyone else in the world." I pulled her in close as she cried. There was nothing more to say. I held her for a little longer. Then she turned and walked into her house. I drove back to my house with a heavy heart and way too many thoughts to process. Chapter 11. Too Many Dreams. That night I had another strange dream. I'm not claiming it was prophetic like one of Taylor's, but then again, I can't absorb other electric's powers for a short time, so it might have been. Or maybe what she'd said to me was so traumatic that it had lodged itself in my psyche and was waiting for a way to get out. In this dream, I was talking to an electric I had never met. He was a little younger than me, cloaked, as Taylor had seen, in a red hoodie. Even though he was Peruvian, he spoke perfect English. He had eyes that glowed red like embers. He said to me, "Do you know how many people you've killed, Vay?" "No one who wasn't trying to kill me," I said. He kept looking at me. "I haven't been counting." He replied, "No, I don't think you could count that high. All of us combined haven't murdered as many people as you, Vay. Not even close." So don't act morally superior to us. You're the most notorious serial killer to ever walk the planet. I've never murdered anyone, I said. I've only killed to protect myself and my friends. I fought for survival. Everyone kills for survival. It's just a matter of how you define the word. That's why your death won't count as a murder either. Because survival for us, for the colony, requires the end of you. I woke soaked in sweat, my heart pounding wildly. I was glad it was morning. Glad, but surprised. I had slept almost 10 hours. Too many sleepless nights in the jungle had finally caught up with me. As I lay there looking at my ceiling, my mother's voice came over the intercom system. "Michael, breakfast is ready." I put on a robe, then went downstairs. As I was descending the stairway, I could see my mother in the kitchen making breakfast. "Good morning, honey." "Morning," I said, my voice still hoarse. "I've got pancakes. You do still like pancakes, right? As opposed to fried guinea pig and snot fruit?" "I'm glad some things don't change. There are enough changes these days." I took a plate, piling 3 pancakes onto it. "There's butter, syrup, and sugar on the table." As I carried my breakfast to the table, she said, "How was Taylor last night?" "Not great. We got into a fight." "I'm sorry." That's all she said about it. My mother wasn't one to pry. "Your dad told me about Grace." That was surreal. I took a bite of pancake. "At least we know where Abby is." She flipped a pancake on the grill. "Does that mean you're going back down to Peru?" That's what our fight was about. Taylor doesn't want to go? I don't blame her. She doesn't want me to go. Why is that? She had a dream that I was going to be killed. My mother stopped cooking and looked at me. Was it one of her special dreams? She thinks it was. Her expression visibly changed. Then I don't want you to go either. Now there's 2 of you against me. I'm serious, Michael. What am I supposed to do? Just abandon Abby? No. But you don't have to do everything. The others can handle it. Let Vatrix Security handle it. I think you've risked your life enough times for others. These electrics killed hundreds of Shining Path terrorists just to send a message. Vatrix Security isn't going to handle it. Then let the rest of the Electro Clan do it. What if they can't and they never come back? How could I live with that? She walked over to the table and sat down next to me. Michael, that's how I felt every time you've left. I could fill a swimming pool with the tears I've cried over you. If Taylor's sure about this, then I beg you, please don't go. It's not just your life you're endangering. You sound like Taylor. I would hope so. We both love you. My mother took my hand. Please, just consider that this one isn't your fight. If one of my friends is in danger, it's my fight. That's noble, she said. I should be proud of you. But remember, if something happens to you, my life is over too. She got up and walked out of the room. Chapter 12. Getting to know the enemy. I didn't pick Taylor up for the meeting. She didn't want me to. I was already there when she walked into the conference room with her father and Tara. Her eyes were puffy, like she had cried all night. I wasn't surprised that she didn't sit by me, but she didn't even look at me, which hurt my heart. I was glad when Austin and McKenna sat down next to me. Fortunately, neither of them asked me about Taylor. How'd you sleep? Austin asked. I've slept better. Bad dreams. No surprise, he said. At least it can't be any worse than the nightmares we've lived through. Don't count on it, I said. Next, Jack walked into the room. He glanced at me, then over at Taylor, then back at me, and shrugged. He sat down next to me, then leaned in and whispered, So Taylor's over there and you're here. What's going on? We're in a fight. I figured that. Over what? It's complicated. It always is. He slumped back in his chair. Let me give you some advice. Let her win. Like I said, it's not that simple. It never is. He said, "So is this meeting going to be another waste of time?" I turned to him. "We know where Abby is. She's in Peru. We have the exact coordinates." Jack practically jumped up from his chair. "Where? How'd you find her?" "Grace," I said. "She came back for a little while last night, then she left again. My father will tell everyone about it." "Finally," Jack said. "I'm ready to get back on that plane." "Good morning," my father said as he walked into the room. He was carrying a folio that I guessed contained the papers from our meeting with Grace. "I hope you all got some sleep last night. You're going to need it." Taylor glanced furtively at me. She looked more sad than angry. "I'm pleased to inform you that we had a breakthrough last night. Grace came back to us." "She's back?" Nichelle asked. "She came back for a few minutes to talk to us. She knew exactly where Abby is being held and by whom." "What are we waiting for?" Jack said. "Let's go." My father looked at Jack, then said, "You know better than anyone else that a rescue operation is never simple. In this case, there are some major challenges we'll need to address." He opened the folio. "We have the exact coordinates of where she is being held right here. As Austin hypothesized, you are not the only electrics. After you were born, Elgin Inc. pulled the MEI from the hospital. They knew that they had killed all those babies, and they wanted to be out of the country before they were discovered, and it resulted in criminal charges. They took the MEI machine to South America, where they could experiment without liability. That's where these other electrics came from, which means they are all just a few years younger than you. They're different from you in other ways. They glow red and their eyes glow as well, so you can imagine the ostracization these children faced growing up in a superstitious country. Some of these electrics are less powerful than you. Some are more powerful." "In what way?" Zeus asked. "I have a report on each of them," my father said. "It's like a scouting report," Austin said. "Like in sports." Grace had limited access to information on these electrics, but she's given us what she had. These electrics live together in a place they call the colony. They were brought together as children by an American doctor named Samuel Cook. Dr. Cook was a general physician who owned a successful family practice in Dayton, Ohio, until his wife and daughter were killed in a car accident. That same week, one of his patients filed a malpractice suit against him. It was a perfect storm. Even though he won the malpractice lawsuit, the pain of his loss and the legal action were too much. He sold his practice and left the United States. He decided to devote the rest of his life to helping children. He opened a free health clinic in the Vrem. It was while he was helping these impoverished Peruvian families that he discovered the first of the electrics. After finding more of them, he changed his mission to finding and helping them. As most of them were orphans, he took it upon himself to house, feed, and educate them. After raising almost 30 of these children, Dr. Cook was killed by the Shining Path terrorist group. That's when things changed. Up to that point, the colony had been peaceful, their lives devoted to helping others. After his murder, the colony fell under the control of a powerful, malicious electric named Chispa. Grace gave us a list of the colony electrics. There are more, but apparently some of them have such minor powers that Grace didn't bother to list them. "Minor powers?" Quentin said. "Like what? Electrolysis? Hair removal?" Everyone laughed, and even my father grinned. "You're not too far off, Quentin. Like, one of them can charge minor devices such as cell phones or batteries. Another just glows brighter than the rest of them." "That's lame," Nichelle said. "Party tricks." "Low currents," Zeus said. "Only some of them," my father said. "Some have incredible powers. Let's go through the more powerful ones. You'll notice that the doctor was into philosophy and renamed the children after famous philosophers. The first electric he found, he named Socrates. He was in line to be the doctor's successor. His power is intelligence. He's smart. Like Austin. "I told you intelligence was electric," Austin said. "According to this, his powers go even further. He can make other people smart as well." "Austin just makes me feel dumb," Nichelle said. "So, Socrates is their leader?" Jack asked. "He was supposed to be. But after the doctor's death, there was a coup. Now they're under the control of their new leader, Chispa. What happened to Socrates? I asked. Good question. He's being held prisoner at the colony. Why would the other electrics follow someone else? Grace wrote that he seemed to be one of the doctor's favorites. He wrote that Chispa reminded him of his own son, and the doctor spent special time teaching him. An important fact is that Chispa was injured as a child, so he was in constant pain. Which finally explains why Abby was kidnapped, Jack noted sadly. He won't let her go, Austin said. Once he feels life without pain, he'll fight to the death to keep her. Then he'll have to die, Jack said. What's his power? I asked. He has the power to cause something like an aneurysm. What's an aneurysm? Tara asked. It's a bulge in an artery or a vein. In his case, the bulge bursts. Depending on where it is, it can cause death. He probably boils their blood, Austin said. The rapid expansion creates a rupture in an otherwise healthy blood vessel wall. That's horrific, McKenna said. Chispa's two main henchmen are Nietzsche and Sartre. Keep in mind, most of them go by abbreviations of their names. These two go by Nietzsche and Sartre. They are his stooges. They blindly follow him and will do anything he says. Nietzsche is the one we saw in the video who moves at the speed of electricity. We don't know if we've seen Sartre yet. His power is cauterization. Like electrocauterization? Austin asked. My father nodded. That's exactly what it is. He can burn skin tissue. How far is his reach? I asked. Gray says 121 meters. That's farther than McKenna, Austin said. But I bet he's not nearly as hot. He glanced at her. Yeah, I meant temperature. He can only burn flesh tissue, my father said. McKenna can burn anything. Next, Aristotle and Franklin are like Ian. They use electrolocation and can see through walls and for long distances, comparable to Ian's powers. Franklin is slightly more powerful than Aristotle, but not by much. Franklin was the second electric Dr. Sam found, which is partially why the doctor named him after his deceased son. But Franklin isn't with them anymore. He left the colony when Chispa took over. Either that or he was banished. Aristotle is still with them. He's unique in that he has two powers. He can see through electrolocation, and he can throw electricity like Zeus. 2 in 1, Ian said. Bonus. Does Grace know where Franklin is? Tara asked. If she does, she didn't say. My father answered. Wait. He read a little more. She says he's off the grid. Next on her list is Dante. She can create ozone. What's ozone? McKenna asked. You might recognize it as that unique smell after a lightning storm. I love the smell of ozone, Nichelle said. It's so fresh. It smells like bleach. You like the smell of bleach? Tara asked Nichelle. My father continued. Yes, it smells good, but in any real quantity it's dangerous. Ozone in low amounts can cause chest pain, coughing, and throat irritation. In high amounts, it can damage the lungs and even cause death. So, Dante is lethal. Ozone, Jack said. That should have been her supervillain name. Next is Descartes. Cogito ergo sum, Austin said. I think, therefore I am. The very same, my father said. But ironically, his nickname is the Horse, or just Horse. Because he's so strong? Taylor asked. According to this, he is large and strong, but that's not why he's called that. It was an internal joke. Descartes before the horse. I don't get it, Tara said. You know, don't put the cart before the horse. Descartes, Descartes, like the cart. That's weird. What does he do? I asked. He's one of the acoustics. He makes sounds. One of? I said. There's 2 of them. Acoustic weapons, Austin said. That's interesting. High range or low range? We have one of each. Descartes has a low range. Horse's sound can cause pain, nausea, and confusion. The other acoustic is Spinoza. She goes by Spinny. Her pitch is incredibly loud and long range at 162 decibels. 162, Austin said. Wow, 130 is considered the human pain threshold. A chainsaw is only 105. We're talking like a rocket launch. Or a carcass concert, Nichelle said. Who's that? Quentin asked. If you have to ask, you don't want to know. Nichelle said. What's her long range? I asked. 2 kilometers. More than a mile. It's enough to cause extreme pain and hearing loss. She can even create a super high-pitched sound that is audible and painful to anyone under 30, but doesn't affect older people. That's a real thing? Nichelle asked. It is, Austin said. It's mostly used at college campuses. Next is Kierkegaard. She goes by Kirka. Her power is hearing. She can do with her ears what Ian does with his eyes. She can hear sounds up to 2 miles away. But can she distinguish them? Quentin asked. Doesn't a jaguar walking through the jungle brush make the same sound as a soldier? Grace says she can distinguish between the footstep of a boot or a tennis shoe. That's incredible, Austin said. Incredibly bad, Quentin said. For us. I bet she hates the acoustic electrics, Tara said. I'm sure she can turn off her powers just like you all can. I can't turn it off, Austin said. Your brain or your mouth? Tara said to herself, but loud enough to be heard. Next is Rand. Rand can sense other electrics and distinguish between them. She can smell an electric a kilometer away. So she will know if we're near, I said. Very likely, my father said. Next is Voltaire, or Volt. He is like Michael. He can basically cause an electrical explosion, devastating everything around him for 15 meters. Next is Thoreau. They call him Thor. He is imprisoned with Socrates. He's an ardent pacifist and refused to fight. What's his power? He creates vibrations. Is that useful? Tara asked. The right vibration can shatter glass, cause nerve damage, cause an avalanche, or bring down bridges. Very useful, I said. Quentin said, with that kind of power, how do they keep him locked up? Why doesn't he just vibrate his way out? It's a good question. We don't know, my father said. The last 2 on the list are women. Epicurus goes by Epic. We're not exactly sure what she does. The report just says she creates pleasure. I'm going for Epic, Quentin said. Of course you had to say that, Tara said. Quentin looked innocent. Hey, I'm not leashed to anyone. Then there's Pascal. Grace didn't know her power. I've never heard of Pascal, Tara said. The philosopher or the electric? French philosophy 17th century, Austin said. Inventor of the Pascal triangle. Oh, that's Pascal, Tara said flippantly. Are we really supposed to remember all these names and powers? Nichelle asked. Not right now. That's why I printed these handouts. My father handed out a stack of paper for us to pass around. And we can't forget that there's Brian and Kylie. We should assume they're on the colony side. I don't care what side they're on. I'm taking them out, Jack said. They betrayed Abby and all of us. I understand your anger, my father said. Just remember, our primary goal isn't punishing anyone. Our focus must be on rescuing Abigail. If we can do it without conflict, we should do it. The most powerful enemy is the one that's never seen. With an adversary this powerful, it's unlikely we can do battle and not incur casualties. To save 1 person and lose 3 is an unacceptable outcome. Losing anyone isn't acceptable, Taylor said. She gave me a pointed look. Now that we know who we're fighting, I want to give you an example of how they use their powers. Grace got this report from the Shining Path terrorists' intelligence. This is how they described the battle, or, more accurately, the massacre. They said it started with an intense and painfully loud noise. It was so painful that the men were all covering their ears. Then they felt a lower feeling like a vibration. Some of the men reported the feeling of everything spinning. Some threw up, a few even passed out. This was followed by a powerful smell of ozono. That would be ozone. It became so strong that they started choking and coughing up blood. Many died. Some reported that in this compromised state, their weapons started sparking with electricity, causing them to throw the guns down or rip them off their bodies. Others reported that their flesh started burning. They could smell their sizzling flesh. Then they just randomly started dropping dead by the 10s and 20s. The report said that they found blood coming from the corpses' ears or mouths. Almost as quickly as the battle had started, It was over. How did they know about the earlier stuff if everyone was killed? 2 of the soldiers survived. The electrics probably let them live, Austin said. It's common warfare strategy. You can't instill fear in the enemy if they don't know what you can do to them. You're probably right, my father said. Question, Austin said, raising his hand. This Rand, the one who can sense electrics? Can she sense non-electrics? We don't know. It doesn't say she can, but I wouldn't rule it out. But I don't think Grace would have specified that she smells electrics if she could smell everyone, my father said. Quentin said, there's also that Kirka chick who can hear a rat belch 2 miles away. So a surprise attack on them is unlikely, I said. Likely or impossible? Nichelle asked. I'd say impossible, Quentin said. How do you defeat an enemy that powerful when they know your every move? Zeus asked. I breathed out slowly. You don't. Chapter 13. Making a Plan. Wait a minute, Austin said. There might be a way that our disadvantage could work in our favor. Everyone turned to look at him. We're like 99.9% certain that we can't get close to the colony without them knowing because they can smell, see, and hear electrics within a few miles. And we can be sure that Brian and Kylie would have already told them that we were going to come for Abby. Even Brian knows we never leave a soldier behind, so it's safe to assume that not only will they sense when we're close, but they're already waiting for us to come. Still not seeing the advantage here, Zeus said. They're waiting for us to come, but they're not waiting for 2 groups to come. I say we split up the non-Els and the electrics and come in separately. The colony will focus all their attention on the electrics, while Jack and Alpha Team sneak in, rescue Abby, and get out before the colony even knows what happened. Then, are you going with the non-Els? Nichelle asked. No, I'm an electric, Austin said. Taylor didn't say anything, but I could tell she wasn't happy. You're saying we use their overconfidence against them, Jack said. Just like Washington crossing the Delaware and attacking the Hessians. What would that look like? I asked. Austin walked over to the map of the Vra'em. So, they're right here, near the town of Mission. Team A, that's the non-Els, would fly into one of these nearby cities, probably Huancayo. They would drive up to around here, Anapati, then down near the Na River. From there, they would hike south along the river to Alto Anapati. From Alto Anapati, they hike through the jungle to here, staging Site 1, about a mile from the colony. At the same time, the electrics, Team B, fly into Ayacucho, then drive to Tanquin, cross the river to the east, then move north toward the colony. We use the nickel tracking devices so we know where everyone is at all times. When Team A is in place, Team B starts their move in toward the colony. They're not the only one with eyes. Ian will be able to see when they mobilize toward Team B. When they do, we alert Team A, who advances to staging Site 2 a few hundred yards from the colony. As soon as Team B has drawn them out, Team A rushes in and rescues Abby. Hopefully, Ian will be able to direct you to where Abby is being held. Austin looked us over to see how we were responding. That's my idea. It makes sense, Quentin said. Let's tear it apart, I said. What could go wrong? What do we do if they attack Team A? Taylor asked. Then they have a 2-front battle, Austin said. It's like Hitler simultaneously battling the Soviet Union and the Western Allies. It's why he lost. If they discover Team A, I said, Team B takes the compound, rescues Abigail, and attacks the colony electrics from the rear. I turned to Quentin. You said Torsten's cartel is in that area. Is there any way we could get him and his men to help? We'd have to find him first, and that's not likely. The entire DEA and Peruvian army are looking for him, and they haven't found him yet. I thought you knew how to contact him. I don't. He calls me. But you're going to call him when we were fighting the Chosky. I was going to try contacting one of his dealers. Can you still do that? No. The dealer just went to prison. So that's not an option, I said. That's too bad. He could have been useful. What if the Shining Path or the cartel engages with Team A? If Team A comes under attack, we change our course and help them, I said. We'll shred them like a credit card at a debt control seminar, Nichelle said, which might have been the funniest thing she had ever said. All right, my father said. We have a plan. Are there any questions? When do we go? Jack asked. When do you want to go? Yesterday, Jack replied. My father looked around the room. Let's put this to a vote. The soonest we can fly is tomorrow morning at first light. Who would like to go at the first chance possible? One by one, every hand in the room rose. I looked over at Taylor. She was looking at me with her hand raised. Tomorrow morning it is, my father said. I'll alert the pilots. We'll meet up at the Vatric terminal at 7 a.m. It will be a direct flight, so we'll arrive at our first destination around 10 p.m. He looked around the room. On a personal note, I've never seen a more courageous group of men and women. Good luck and Godspeed. We got up slowly. To my surprise, Taylor walked up to me. Will you give me a ride home? Of course. We walked down to the car. As soon as I got in, she said, So you're going? Yes. She said nothing. In fact, she didn't say another word to me the whole way home. As I pulled into her driveway, I said, Come on, Taylor, we need to talk about this. We need to decide together what's right. You not getting killed is what's right. There are worse things than being killed. Oh, really? What would that be? Seeing my friends killed. Having you killed. Having Abby live in slavery. Taylor didn't answer. How is this different from when we went back to Hades and Tuvalu? You were mad at me then, and look what came from it. We literally saved the world. And if you hadn't literally become a god, we would all be dead. How many times do you think you're going to be that lucky? I breathed out heavily. All right. I'll tell you what. If you can answer yes to this honestly, I'll stay home. She looked at me. Seriously? Yes. All right. I understand how you feel. If our places were reversed, if I'd seen you dying in the jungle, there's no way I'd want you to go. My question is, if that were the case, would you stay home and let me go without you? She was silent for a moment. Then her eyes began to well up. Would you? You know the answer. I put my forehead against hers, then said softly, It's no different, Tay. That's exactly how it is. She put her arms around me and wept. Chapter 14. Deja Vu. I was lying in bed just looking at the ceiling, mentally channel surfing, when there was a knock on my door. May I come in? My mother asked. Yeah. She stepped inside. The only light was from the full moon outside my window. How are you? I have no idea. I'm sorry. She sat down on the side of my bed. How are you? I asked. I'm a hot mess. In the ambient light, I could see that her cheeks were wet. I'm sorry, I said. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, I'm not sure what I should say to you. She took a deep breath. I want to say I don't think you should go. Maybe it's just because of Taylor's dream. But this one doesn't feel right. She sighed lightly. I know that by saying that I'm making things more difficult for you. She wiped her eyes with her hands. I also know I'm a hypocrite. I remember when I was the one in the cage and you came down to save me. You were so innocent. You had never even been in a fight at school, and yet you threw yourself into the Elgin's world, taking on more than you could ever have imagined. I would have told you to stay home then, too. But you wouldn't have. She looked into my eyes. I'm so grateful that you saved me. Honestly, Michael, anyone who bets against you is a fool. And maybe right now I'm being that fool, but I'm your mother. And I'm torn between protecting my son and letting my son be the powerful man who protects someone else. She wiped her eyes again. I know that there's nothing I can say that will change your mind about going after Abigail. I guess all I can say is what I've said in the past. Remember the why, and the how will take care of itself. I got up and held my mother. She just wept. When we parted, she said, "Just come home. Please, just come home." Chapter 15. Another goodbye. As we pulled onto the airport tarmac, the sun was only slightly above the horizon, illuminating the jet, a Gulfstream G800 in a beautiful rose gold hue. The Gulfstream was the newest in the company's fleet. It was beautiful and fast, with the longest range of any private aircraft in the world. It could seat 19 passengers and sleep 10. I figured my father had chosen this jet due to its long-range capabilities, but the more I thought about it, I think he mostly just wanted to take good care of us. By 7:30, everyone was there except for Cassie. Since the last time I'd seen Cassie, I hadn't said much about her. Maybe it was because I didn't want to hurt Taylor, or maybe I just didn't know what to say. I don't honestly know. But the truth is, my heart ached for her. Is it possible to love more than one person? It's a question that the world tries to make look easy or shame you over, but it's still there. I missed her. It's not that I wanted her to come with us. I didn't. Between her injuries and the cancer, I doubted she could have physically even made the trip to Peru, let alone hiked the jungle. But emotionally, she was in even worse shape. A broken leg looks painful, but someone can be walking around with a broken heart and we never even see it. I think that happens all the time. You would think by now that I would be used to all this coming and going, but I wasn't. Something about this mission felt different, even more than our first trip to Peru or our last battle in Tuvalu. There was an ominous feel to our departure. It was like a vapor of dread had permeated the morning air. Maybe Taylor was right and I wasn't coming back. It was something I didn't want to give oxygen to. But the thought just kept rolling around in my head. Maybe that's why everything around me felt different, like I was seeing everything for the last time. The waking city with its early yawning traffic, the Owyhee Mountains in the distance, Squaw Butte and Table Rock, the Central Mountains, where Taylor and I went camping last summer, where we picked wild huckleberries and caught trout, which we pan-fried and ate outdoors. They were good memories. Maybe that's also why our goodbye was shorter than most. My father came over to me with the tracking nickels and GPS trackers. You remember these? Yes. Just make sure everyone gets them. Will they still call in a missile strike? No. That function has been deactivated. We went over the use of the devices again. Then he gave me a hug. Something he didn't often do. I wondered if my mother had told him about Taylor's dream, and if that was what was fueling all this emotion. Honestly, I wished Taylor had never told me. My mother was a wreck, of course. All she got out was, "Come back safe." Then she mouthed, "I love you." She had trouble letting go of me. Mr. Ridley said, "Bring her back safe." To which Mrs. Ridley added, "Both of you. We love you." It was the first time she'd ever said that to me, and the most I'd ever felt like part of their family. Austin's parents didn't come. I wasn't as surprised as you'd think. It would have been ugly. Mrs. Liss was as protective as they come. She would have had to be pried loose from Austin with a crowbar, like when a Gila monster clamps its jaws onto you. I was the last one on the plane. I looked back, and my mother and I locked eyes. For the first time, I doubted that I was doing the right thing. Was I leading all my friend into disaster? Of course, the idea of leaving Abigail lost and alone was more than I could handle. And there was no stopping Jack. With or without us, he would have gone, which I couldn't handle either. Not when we had just gotten him back. The whole situation just sucked. I sat down next to Taylor, who was sitting next to a window. Her eyes were wet. She waved to her parents out the window. The plane's engines revved up and we began to taxi. I could see my mother fall into my father's shoulder and cry. Suddenly, Nichelle said, "Nice jet, eh?" Chapter 16. Carve that on my gravestone. "How was your night?" I asked Taylor. She spoke without looking over. "About what you'd expect. No sleep, a lot of crying. What about yours?" I went to bed but couldn't sleep. My mother came in to say goodbye. She said that she wanted to tell me not to go, but remembered when she was the one kidnapped and how grateful she was that I came after her. Taylor was quiet a moment, then said, "That puts things into perspective, doesn't it?" She looked up at me. "When the Elgin took me, you barely knew me, but you came after me. We were practically children. The odds against us were absurd. Sometimes it's a good thing that we don't know what we don't know," I said. I had no idea what we were facing. "We still don't." She took a deep breath, then said, "I need sleep. I'm going to take a sleeping pill." She took an amber pill bottle from her purse. "Do you want one?" "No, I don't do well with those." "Okay." She popped the pill into her mouth, chased it down with a drink from her water bottle, then kissed me. "Good night." I pulled the blanket up over her. "It's morning," I said to myself. Within just a few minutes, she fell asleep. I sat there looking out the window. I wondered where Abigail was and what she was doing, or what they were doing to her. Somewhere in that, I fell asleep. I woke about an hour before we landed. I went to the back of the plane and sat down next to Jack, who was sitting alone next to a window. He seemed as withdrawn as I'd ever seen him, even after Wade had been killed. "What's up?" he asked. I turned to him. "Do you ever hear from Mitchell?" I think my question surprised him. He grinned lightly. "I hear from him now and then." "What's he up to?" "Well, a couple of months after we hid out at his place, his parents moved to Florence, Italy. Mitch said it was for his dad's work. The truth was, his father had embezzled millions of dollars from his company and was hiding out. Europol caught up to him and extradited him to the U.S. He was given a 20-year prison sentence. After all that embarrassment, Mitchell and his mother didn't want to come back to the U.S., so they stayed in Italy. The last time I heard from him, he'd fallen in love with some hot Italian chick from Milan, and they were buying an orchard in Chianti to start their own winery. I didn't see that coming. I didn't either. I expected his parents would send him off to some fancy college back east that they could bribe his way into, then set him up at a cushy management position at their company. But since when did life ever turn out the way we thought it would? Not for us. Definitely not for us," he said, shaking his head. "Are you ready for this?" I asked. "Born ready," he said. Then a moment later, he said, "Maybe not completely." He sighed. "Something feels off this time. I said nothing. I'd been hoping I was the only one. He waved it off. What am I saying? It's just opening night jitters, right? We faced tougher. Yeah, we have. Hades was Hades. Then I said, do you remember that day I knocked on your door and told you that you were driving me to California? He grinned. That's not something I'd forget. Are you glad that I did? Are you being serious? I am. I mean, you've almost been killed twice. You've been tortured and beaten, gone for days without food or water. You saw your best friend die in front of you. And I had my girlfriend kidnapped, he added. He looked down for a moment, then said, I've been through things I wish I never had. But if we're being honest with ourselves, no one gets off this stage alive. No one. Everyone dies. And the thing is, not everyone really lives. He looked into my eyes. You can't judge your life on how much pleasure you got or how much pain was avoided. You judge your life on the experiences you've had and the impact you've had around you. That's living. And we've lived, hombre. We've lived. Some people spend their lives staring at screens and living vicariously. Not us. We don't watch the news. We are the news. Our lives have mattered. And more than that, if you hadn't come that day, I would never have met Abby. And you and me, we never would have been friends. And you've been a good friend. Thank you. So back to your question, am I glad you knocked on my door? If I had to make that choice again, I'd be waiting for you on my front porch with my suitcase packed and the gas tank full. Because, man, what a ride. I smiled. That would make a great line on a headstone. What a ride. Dead right, he said. Pun intended. Seriously, I want that carved on my headstone. Jack Vrains, member of the Electro clan, man, what a ride. You make sure that happens. What makes you think you're dying before me? Not saying I am, not saying I'm not. I'm just saying, just in case. Why are we talking about death? You brought up the headstone thing, not me. Just then, Boyd, the pilot, came over the speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we have started our descent into Huancayo. Prepare yourself for landing, or don't. Whatever you want to do. This is why I love flying private, Jack said. It's the only way to fly. Amen to that. I leaned back in my seat. So, one more time. You meet up with Alpha Team at the airport, spend the night, then leave in the morning. We plan on you making the staging point around 21:30 hours. That's when you signal us to move in. If Grace's info is right, they'll detect us about 4 kilometers out, and we become the distraction. 1 kilometer from the site, we'll signal you back, and you start your move in. If all goes according to plan, you sneak in undetected, retrieve Abby, and you're gone before we even engage. Hopefully all goes according to plan, Jack said softly. Everything will work out. It always does. I took a deep breath, then said, It's still not your fault they took her. He was quiet for a moment, then said, I know. Mentally I know, but sometimes the heart has its own story. It's like this. Let's say that a mother asked her son if he needed anything from the store. He asks for something, maybe an energy drink, and it turns out they don't have it at the store she went to. So, without him knowing it, she goes to another store. An hour later, a police officer is at his doorstep. He tells the son that the store his mother went to was held up and his mother was killed. Jack breathed out. You get it? I get that that's a horrific story. What does that have to do with you? It's just how it is. It's not the son's fault that his mother was shot. He didn't shoot her. He didn't even tell her where to go. But it doesn't change the fact that if he hadn't asked for what he did, she'd still be alive. I looked at him for a moment, then said, "We can dissect that later. But for now, you're thinking too much about this. We're going to save her. You can spend the rest of your life apologizing to her. Happily ever after and all that." "I'm going to marry her," Jack said. "I won't ever let that girl go again." "I'm going to hold you to that," I said. "Speaking of girls, I'd better get back to Taylor." I stood. "Hey, I love you, brother." "You too." He smiled. What a ride. Chapter 17. A big old nasty magnet. Taylor was awake when I got back to my seat. "Where have you been?" "Talking to Jack." "How is he?" "Pretty stressed out, like all of us." It was night out when the plane touched down. The pilot hit the afterburners hard, almost knocking us all into the seat back in front of us. "Sorry about that," said Pilot Boyd. The jet taxied for a few minutes, then stopped. I looked out the window for any sign of Alpha Team. Suddenly, the lights on a Humvee turned on. "There they are," I said. Taylor looked out the window but said nothing. As the jet shut down, Boyd came out into the cabin. "We've landed in Huancayo. You have 15 minutes to disembark and say your goodbyes." "Are you getting off?" Taylor asked. I nodded. "I've got to make sure they all have tracking sensors. How about you?" "Only if you need me." "We're okay." I took the box of sensors and the tracker, then walked out just ahead of Jack, who was saying goodbye to the others. Austin got up too. "Mind if I join you?" "No, come on." The Peruvian air was different from what we'd left back in Idaho. It was cool and moist, as humid as a commercial laundry room. It smelled wild. "Back to the jungle," I said to Austin. "This place is like a magnet for us," Austin said. "A big old nasty magnet," I said. "Do you think we'll ever stop coming back?" "This is my last trip," I said. Austin's brow furrowed. "By choice, I hope." Several members of Alpha Team got out of the cars, appearing as silhouettes. One of them shouted, "Michael?" I recognized the Polish accent. "Cybor." I set the box of sensors down and we embraced. The last time I'd seen Cybor had been at the airstrip when we'd flown out of Puerto. He had brought Tessa's body for us to fly home. We had been bonded by the trauma of the moment. "It's good to see you, brother," he said. "You too," I said. "So, you didn't get enough action last time?" "Got enough to last my lifetime." He exhaled slowly. "I heard about Cass and her cancer. I'm so sorry." "Yeah," I said. "It's pretty rough." "She dodged the bullet only to get hit from behind." "It's just wrong." "Cybor," Austin said, coming out from behind me. "So wrong," I said. I stood back. "You remember Austin?" "One does not forget Austin," Cybor said. They bumped fists. "So you're back too. If Michael's there, I'm there." "That's good for both of you." I lifted the box of sensors from the ground and handed them to him. "Here are the sensors. Do you remember how they work?" "I remember. Do they still—" He made an explosion gesture with his free hand. "No, the missile part has been deactivated." "That's unfortunate," he said. "Just make sure you're wearing one before you start in the morning. All of you." I turned to see Jack jogging up to us. Especially Jack. "There's our boy," Cybor said. "Yo, Cybor," Jack said. They man-hugged, and then Jack said, "Johnson's not joining us?" "No. He's still dealing with our last dumpster fire. At least I've got you, Jack said to Cyborg. So, we good to go? I gave Cyborg the nickels, I said. I'll introduce you to our other two operatives in the car, he said. They're good soldiers. Excellent. Michael and I went over everything again just before we landed. Then we are ready, Cyborg said. Jack turned back to me. Let's do this. Be careful out there, I said. There's a lot of dangerous things in the jungle besides electric humans. Austin said. For example, shining path gorillas, caimans, piranha, jaguars, vipers, bullet ants, giant centipedes, Chagas disease, drug dealers. Yeah, all of that, I said. Maybe you'll run into Torsten out there, Jack said. Maybe. We embraced. I'll see you on the other side. You too, brother. With Abby. As I walked away, I felt a knot tightening in my stomach. Something was telling me that I would never see them again. From the plane stairway, I turned around to take one last look at them before climbing back into the plane. Chapter 18. Ayacucho. The flight to Ayacucho is less than an hour. Having touched back down in Peru seemed to have changed all our moods. For us, the place carried far too many feelings to process. Hardly anyone spoke. It was a little past midnight when we landed, and the Ayacucho airport was practically deserted. We retrieved our bags from the jet, then took taxis to the center of town to the Hotel Santa Rosa. We walked in to find a heavy-set, bald hotel clerk asleep in a chair behind the counter, snoring loudly. Zeus rang the counter bell once, then twice more. The man didn't stir. How do you sleep through that? Nichelle said. The bell or his own snoring? Tara asked. How do you even sleep in a wooden chair? Taylor asked. Nichelle took a brochure from the counter, wadded it up, and threw it at him. It bounced off his head. He reached up and scratched his forehead, but still didn't wake. That was a good shot, Tara said. I think he's dead, Nichelle said. Except he's snoring, Tara said. And he just scratched his head. I think we should draw something on his head, Nichelle said. Like we did to that horse-faced cop at TCU. That wasn't cool, Taylor said. I stepped up to the counter. Let's just get our rooms. I formed a small electric ball and tossed it onto the man's stomach, where it burst. It immediately woke him, and he fell out of his chair. He looked up at us from the ground, no doubt wondering what had just shocked him. He slowly got up, then walked up to the counter as if nothing had happened. May I help you? We have 6 rooms, I said. Under Vatric. Si. He handed us metal keys to the rooms. Buenas noches, I said. As we were leaving, he sat back in his chair. We'll meet in the lobby at 8 a.m., I said. Everyone grunted an affirmation of some kind. I grabbed Taylor's bag, and we walked off to our room, number 111. I unlocked the door, reached inside, and turned on the light. Taylor went straight to one of the beds and lay back, closing her eyes. It felt later than it was. Even though it was 1 a.m, it was an hour earlier in Boise, so only about midnight. I turned off the lights. Good night. Night, she said. Considering it could literally have been our last night alive, there was no fanfare. There was nothing. Not even a kiss. I lay back in my bed and closed my eyes. All I could think about was the next day, and the electric named Chispa we'd both had nightmares about. Part 5. Chapter 19. Chispa. 10 years earlier. A small, dirty boy the street people called Chispa limped quietly along the noisy cobbled roads leading into the Plaza de Armas in Cusco, Peru. He was used to moving through the crowd unseen as he pressed against the stucco side of the cathedral, almost invisible to the harsh world around him. He was only 11 years old, but he looked older. He felt much older. Life on the street had aged him. He'd never had the luxury of being a child. Children don't survive long on the street. Chispa was as good a name as any. It was better than what he'd been called in the mountains. El Diablo. The Devil. The plaza was as crowded as it usually was during the summer, filled with foreign tourists and those who profited from them. Cusco was a popular tourist destination. It was the birthplace and center of the great Incan Empire until 1533, when the Spanish conquistadors, under the command of Pizarro, defeated the Incan warriors, executed the last Incan emperor, and built their own civilization on top of the Incans. Today, the city was conquered by retailers and bankers. Chispa didn't care about the square's historic past. What had happened hundreds of years ago was irrelevant. He cared little about the antiquity around him. All he cared about was the emptiness of his stomach and the danger of his world. In the square, there were other invisible human monsters, hunting like caimans in muddy water holes, preying on the weak. The human traffickers and the drug dealers who were always trying to take him. There was no protection. The local police were just as cruel to his kind as the monsters were. He was unwanted by everyone and everything, a parasite on the hind leg of society. It was rumored that in some parts of South America, the police would gather street children at night into trucks, and the children would never be seen again. As usual, the square pulsed with the sound of the crowd, horns honking, the chattering of street merchants, and the songs of the local musicians. The flutes and lyres of Peruvian folk music lent a dramatic soundtrack to his mission. Chispa was headed to the farma to steal medicine. It was nearly dusk, and the temperature had fallen with the sun, but he had learned to ignore the cold. He had no coat, just the dirty, tattered t-shirt he always wore. He didn't remember where it had come from. He'd just always had it, as familiar to him as his own skin. He had no socks, never had. His sandals had been cut from the car tread of an old tire he'd found in a bush on the side of the road, with leather straps he had taken from the curtidor who made coats from the hides of the butchered cattle from the slaughterhouse. Chispa carried his most recent business venture in a woven hemp knapsack over his right shoulder. He was selling sweets, caramels or chiclets, small packages of candy and gum that he sold for 10 centimos to locals, a full sol to tourists. He hadn't eaten in more than a day, and his candy sales were low. The problem was competition. It was the high tourist season, so a flood of poor children had come in from the country to make money for their families. With so many children selling, it was tough to earn enough to eat. He was constantly tempted to eat the candy in his bag, but then he would have nothing to sell, resulting in even less to eat. Instead, he chewed on coca leaves, which dulled his pain and his hunger. Sometimes when the pain was too much, he sniffed glue from a bag. An older child had told him that it would eventually ruin his brain. But at those times, the pain of the moment gave little reason to worry about the future. His life was an ongoing battle of survival from one moment to the next. Survival and pain. Pain of hunger. Pain of loneliness. Pain of fear. And there was the constant searing pain in his leg. There were hundreds of street children in Cusco that day. They weren't all homeless like him. Some even went to school. Chispa had never been to a school, at least not a formal one with desks and chairs. The street was its own kind of school. The problem with learning on the street was that the test came first, then the lessons. He couldn't read, though he knew which signs were warnings against him and his kind. He wasn't educated, but he was a survivor, and that revealed a different kind of smart. He was different in other ways. For reasons he didn't know, his skin glowed a pale, translucent red in the dark. More frighteningly, when he was angry, his eyes glowed red, like embers. He could do things that the other children couldn't do, things that scared the other children and earned him names like El Diablo and El Demonio. He didn't care what they called him, as long as they left him alone. Though he sometimes wondered if maybe they were right. What few memories he had of his childhood came like flashes of lightning. He wasn't from the city, he remembered that. He came from a mountain valley. He had a fleeting memory, not more than a mental blur, of a woman who'd cared for him. She wasn't his mother. She had white hair and dark sunburned features. She'd left him like all the others, but somehow he knew that it hadn't been her choice. He knew this because she'd cried when they'd taken him from her. For a while, he'd lived in an orphanage, but just 2 months later the orphanage had been shut down, and the children had just been let out, like baby birds released from a cage to find their own way. Many of them had been taken by traffickers. Some had just disappeared. Chispa limped because 3 years earlier he'd been hit by a car while crossing the street. The driver hadn't even stopped, paying no more attention to him than if he had hit a dog, leaving Chispa howling and rolling with pain on the side of the road. A kind nun had picked him up and taken him back to the convent to care for him. But when the nuns had seen his skin and eyes glow, he'd been pronounced a demon and sent away. Before his accident, he'd been working in an illicit gold mine. The work had been grueling, and the overseer had often beat him, but he'd also been fed twice a day and had had a place to sleep out of the rain. But that was before he'd been injured. After the accident, even the overseers had turned him away. There were plenty of hungry street children to choose from with healthy legs and backs. But right now, Chispa wasn't thinking about his own pain or hunger. He was thinking about his friend who was sleeping back at the hovel. Her name was Mia, and she was sick. What little food they had she couldn't keep down, and her forehead burned with fever. She needed medicine, antibiotico. He didn't let himself think about what would happen if she didn't get the medicine. He didn't fear much, but this he did. He feared losing his only friend. There were no doctors for his kind. Medicine could only be had from a pharmacy, and stealing from one wouldn't be easy. Chispa was used to stealing from the street vendors. They always stood between him and their carts, but in the distraction of a crowd, he could easily make off with a beef heart or a bunch of bananas. But stealing from stores was an entirely different thing. Street children like Chispa, piranhas, the merchants called them, were never allowed inside stores. During the busy tourist season, there were police everywhere looking for pickpockets, so the police stayed especially close to the businesses. The Policía Nacional had no patience with the street children and often beat them with their wooden batons. As Chispa walked to the door of the pharmacy, a police officer stepped in front of him. "Where do you think you're going, piranha?" Chispa didn't look up. "I need to buy some medicine." "With what?" The officer pushed him with his baton. "Where is your money?" Chispa looked into his face. "Can you help me, please? My friend is sick." "What do I look like?" the man said. "A fool?" "I thought you looked like a good man who would help a sick child." The officer was vexed by Chispa's answer. "Shut your mouth and go, you street dog." Chispa didn't move. From near the center of the square, 2 policemen walked toward them. Chispa noticed other people looking at him. A few tourists, maybe Japanese or Chinese. He didn't know the difference. Just 6 meters from him was a street vendor with his cart of fruits, chirimoyas, granadillas, and tree tomatoes, all of which made Chispa's mouth water. There was also a small pickup truck parked near the curb with a white man sitting in the front. He had long graying hair that fell past his shoulders, and there were 2 Peruvian boys, Chispa's age, in the bed of the truck. All of them seemed to be looking at Chispa. The policeman realized he was being watched as well, and suddenly felt self-conscious. "Vamos," the policeman said, prodding the boy with his stick. "I need the medicine," Chispa said. The officer pushed him again with the end of the baton. "I said get out of here." "Don't touch me with that." "I'm warning you." The officer laughed cynically. "You, little dog, are warning me. You are a comic." "I need the—" Before he could finish speaking, the policeman brought the baton down onto Chispa's crippled leg. Pain shot through him like lightning, and he howled out. "There's more where that came from, street dog. Now, get out of here." Despite the pain, Chispa still didn't move. "My friend needs medicine." "You'll need medicine when I am done with you. Now go, or I'll strike you again." "I'm going inside the pharmacy. You can't stop me." "I can't stop you." The police officer turned to the other 2 police officers, who were now just 10 meters from him. "This dog is a funny one with a big mouth." He turned back and swung his baton. Chispa raised his hand to block the blow, and the stick broke 2 of his fingers. "Idiot. Even a street dog knows when to run." Chispa grimaced in pain as he struggled to his feet. His eyes narrowed as he looked into the policeman's eyes. Then he put out his throbbing hand, his palm extended. The policeman didn't notice at first that the boy's eyes were glowing red. "I will break your—" Electricity began arcing between Chispa's fingers. "¿Qué haces?" the officer said. Then Chispa closed his hand into a fist. The officer dropped his baton and grabbed his head, then, looking at the boy, dropped to his knees, then his side. Blood began to run from the officer's nose, mouth, and ears. The 2 other officers ran to him. One of them shouted, "Gonzalez!" The boy looked at them, then reached out his hand toward them. The man in the truck shouted, "No! Stop!" Chispa and the police officers turned to look at the long-haired man. "Is this your boy?" one of the policemen asked. "Senor, I don't know him. I only know that your man is in trouble. You need to see to your comrade." While the officers were deciding what to do, Chispa turned and ran. Even with his twisted leg, he could move quickly when he had to. The officers seemed unsure whether they should pursue the boy or help their fallen officer. "Your comrade, he needs help," the white man said. "We'll go after the boy." The officers walked to Gonzalez, but it was too late. The policeman on the ground was unresponsive as one of the officers knelt next to him. "Franklin," the man in the truck shouted out the window to one of the 2 Peruvian boys. "Si, doctor." "Is there anything I can do to help the officer?" the white man asked the boy. "No. He is dead," the boy replied. "Then let's go find the boy, both of you, up front." The 2 boys climbed in on the passenger side. The man started up the old truck, which coughed out a cloud of exhaust. "We will find the boy," he shouted to the police. "You find him, you bring him to us." "Franklin, where is he?" the man asked. The boy Franklin pointed down the road. "He's that way." As they pulled away from the curb, Franklin put his face out the window. A block away, he said, "He stopped running." "You're better than a bloodhound," the man said. "He's close. We should stop here." The man stopped the truck next to the curb. "Where is he?" Franklin cocked his head to one side, then said, "He's down that alley, behind that dumpster." "All right," the man said. "Let's go get him." He turned to the other boy, Aristotle. Be careful. He's dangerous. Not with me around, Aristotle said. No, the man said. Not with you around. They climbed out of the truck and, following Franklin, walked through the crowd into the shadow of an alleyway. The ground was littered with trash, and rats scurried around them and disappeared into the sewage grates at their approach. Chispa silently peered out from behind the dumpster as the three of them neared. When his pursuers were 10 meters from the dumpster, Franklin turned to the man and said, "He's there," he pointed. "Behind the dumpster." "Wait here." The man took a few steps forward. "Chico, come out. Let's talk." Chispa didn't move. He wondered how they had found him. "Please, it's late. We are here to help. I'm sure you are hungry. We have bread and fruit and milk in the truck. This is not a trick." Still nothing. Chispa was breathing heavily from running, and his leg and back stung with the pain of fire ant bites. He didn't know if he could outrun the boys. They looked strong. He didn't want to hurt them. "Chico, please. We know you're there." "I know you're there. I can smell you," Franklin shouted. Then added, "Like the garbage." The man looked over at Franklin and shook his head. "None of that." The insult sparked Chispa's rage, and he clenched his fists. He would hurt them if he had to. The man's voice came again, softer. "Please, Chico. Don't make us come after you." Chispa shouted out, "I will hurt you like the policeman." "You can't hurt us," Franklin said. "What did you do to the policeman?" the man asked. Chispa didn't say anything. "I'm guessing you caused a cerebral hemorrhage. You shocked his brain, didn't you?" "He's not coming," Franklin said. "Just leave him in the garbage if he likes it so much," Aristotle said. "He looks like garbage." "Aristotle," the man said sternly. "Apologize to our friend." Aristotle frowned. "Now!" Aristotle sighed. "All right, I'm sorry." Chispa stepped from behind the dumpster. "Are you calling me garbage?" He raised his hand out in front of him as he had done in the square. "Do you want to see what this garbage can do?" After what he'd done to the policeman, he expected them to be afraid. But none of them were. Instead, the man walked closer. "No, muchacho. You are not garbage. You are a very special boy. We know you are." Chispa gritted his teeth. "You don't know me." He spat on the ground for emphasis. "Don't come any closer. I can kill all of you." "We know more about you than you think," the man said. He looked at the two other boys. "We know you're electric." "What do you want from me?" Chispa asked. "We've come to help you." "I don't need your help." "I know. You can take care of yourself." "But it's not easy, is it? Living out on the street. We have food and a warm home." "Do you have medicine?" "Yes. I am a doctor. Are you sick?" "My friend is sick. That is why I was at the pharmacy." "We can help him." "My friend is a girl." "We'll do what we can to help her. I promise." He stepped closer. "My name is Dr. Sam. I want nothing from you. I want to help." Chispa just looked at him. "Why?" "It's true," Franklin said. "He helps because he is a good man." "There are no good people," Chispa said. The doctor nodded. "Yes, there are. Like you, trying to find medicine for a friend. That is good. You are good." No one had ever called him good before. There are still some in the world who try to treat others the way they would like to be treated. How do I know you will help me? It's true, Aristotle said. He has taken good care of us. Do we wear tattered clothes? Do we look dirty and skinny like you? Chispa took a small step forward. You have medicine? Yes. What is wrong with her? She has a fever. She keeps vomiting and her stomach hurts. It sounds like dysentery. I will examine her. We have medicine and a nice soft bed back at our farm. We will care for her. Chispa still looked at them warily. You can call me Dr. Sam. I don't expect you to trust us. Why would you? Trust comes through time and experience, and we have had neither. But perhaps you have the courage to take a small chance. For your friend. I know you can do that. Chispa looked at him for a moment, then said, I have courage. Yes, you do. You can take us to your friend. We'll go to her. Chispa took another step forward. She is several kilometers from here. We'll drive to her. If you don't trust us, you can sit in the back of the truck. We have blankets. We know you are powerful. So are we. You have nothing to fear. Come on, Franklin said. Vamos! He turned his back. Chispa started to follow, then suddenly stopped. I forgot my sack. What's in your sack? Franklin asked. My candy to sell. You won't need it, Aristotle said. You don't have to sell anymore. If you don't sell, how do you live? We live on a farm. We drink milk from the cows and we grow our own fruits and vegetables. We even keep bees for honey. And we have a mango orchard, Franklin said proudly. We grow the most delicious mangoes. When they got into the truck's cab, the doctor said, Your hand. Your fingers look broken. Are you in pain? Chispa glanced down at his bent leg. I am always in pain. Dr. Sam looked down at the boy's leg. I'm sorry. But we don't need to add to it. Let me look at your fingers. Chispa drew back his hand. He wasn't used to having people touch him. It's okay, I won't hurt you. Is that where that policeman hit you? He nodded. I can help. Chispa slowly offered his hand. Dr. Sam looked it over. Your fingers look broken. We should splint and bandage them. Franklin, grab my medicine bag. Si, doctor. Franklin brought a black vinyl bag with the zipper on top out from the truck's back seat. Dr. Sam looked through the bag, then brought out a roll of tape, gauze, scissors, and 2 thin pieces of wood. He examined the fingers again, then said, Only one is broken. I'm going to straighten it. It might hurt a bit. Are you okay with that? Chispa nodded. Can you control your power? I don't want you to accidentally do to me what you did to the policeman. I can. All right. Hold on. I will pull on trace. He took a hold of the finger, then counted. Uno, dos, trace. He yanked the finger out, making a sharp cracking sound. Sorry, but I had to get it. You are brave. He held up a stick. This is a tongue depressor, but it will do as a splint. He put it on Chispa's finger, wrapped it in the soft gauze, then rolled the tape around it until it was solid. That will help it heal right. Do not take that off or try to move it until I tell you to. He nodded. Can we go to my friend now? Yes, but first, I think you are hungry. I am always hungry. The doctor said, Aristotle, give him a loaf of that bread. The whole loaf? Every crumb. Aristotle brought it out of a box and handed it to Chispa. For a moment, Chispa just looked at it. "Go ahead," Dr. Sam said. "It's yours." He started up the truck. "This way?" "Yes. Drive until the big statue, then turn right." As they drove, Chispa tore into the loaf, shoved large chunks of bread into his mouth, and swallowed them before they were completely chewed. Dr. Sam grinned. "Slow down, Chico. You'll make yourself sick." Chispa continued eating like he was starving, which he was. Then he stopped, setting the rest of the loaf on his lap. "Had enough?" "The rest is for my friend." Dr. Sam smiled. "You may keep eating. We have more for your friend." A little after the statue, Chispa pointed out the direction. As they drove beneath the shadow of a building, Chispa noticed something for the first time. The other two boys' eyes glowed red like his. In all his life, he'd never seen anyone else like him. Chispa said to Franklin, "Your eyes." "They're like yours," Franklin said. "I'm an electric too. So is he." "What is an electric?" "It's what you are. We are all electric." "You can do what I can do?" "I'm not sure what you can do, but I can do special things." "What are your names?" "I'm Franklin," the first said. "I'm Aristotle," Aristotle said. "Who are you?" Chispa looked back and forth between the two boys, then said, "I am the devil." Chapter 20. Bad Men and a Little Girl. "Tell me about your friend," Dr. Sam said. "Is she your age?" "No. She is a little older than me." Dr. Sam turned to him. "Does she glow like you?" "No, she is not an electric. I didn't know there was anyone else like me." "More than you think," Dr. Sam said. Chispa pointed. "There by the yellow car." Sam stopped the truck next to the curb and shut it off. "Will she come with us?" "If I am with her." "Okay, let me get my medical bag." They opened a metal gate that led into a large concrete courtyard. Behind it was an old cinder-block building that looked like it had once been a daycare, but had fallen into disrepair and squalor. There was garbage strewn all around the courtyard, with children and rats running in and out of the mess. A man walked out to meet them. He was short, with a large belly barely concealed beneath a stained t-shirt. His teeth were stained from tobacco. "Where is Mia?" Chispa asked. "She didn't pay, so I kicked her out." "She was sick." "That's not my problem. No pay, no stay." Chispa began to shake with anger, then slowly lifted his hand. Even in the fading light of day, a red glow began to show from his body. "No," Dr. Sam said, touching Chispa's arm. "No. This is not how we deal with things." He turned to the man. "How long ago did you turn her out?" "An hour, maybe 2. Sam turned to Chispa. "She's sick. She's probably not far. We'll find her." "The fat man needs to pay for disrespecting us," Chispa said. "You need to pay me," the man said. Dr. Sam looked at the man. "You should be very careful about what you say next. I have very powerful friends. Very powerful. They can make your life difficult." The man looked nervous. "You leave now." "You'd better hope we find her," Chispa said, sticking his bandaged finger out at the man. Chispa's eyes were glowing still brighter red. The man had noticed the glow before, but now he was afraid. Dr. Sam looked around at the other children who had come out to see them. Several had runny noses or pink eye. It was a situation he often encountered. He wanted to help them, but had to choose between them and his current crisis. "Let's go," he said. "Don't come back," the man said as they left, trying not to appear completely cowardly. Chispa was starting to turn when the doctor put his hand on the boy's shoulder. "You must learn to control your anger, so it doesn't control you." Then he turned back to the man. "Pray that we don't come back." Chispa just looked ahead. Who is this guy? When they got to the truck, Dr. Sam said, "Franklin, Chispa's friend is gone. Can you see her?" "What does she look like?" "She is smaller than me," Chispa said. "She has black hair. It is very long, all the way down her back." "What is she wearing?" "A t-shirt. It is yellow." "Pants?" "They are pink with holes in the knees." Franklin looked around, then said, "Does she have a blanket?" "Yes, she has a blanket with a duck on it." "I see her." "Where?" "She's over there," he said, pointing. Chispa looked over. "I see nothing." "She is 1 kilometer from here in that direction. I'll guide us." As they drove along the dusty roads, Chispa asked, "Is that how you found me? With your special eyes?" "Yes." "You can see through things?" "Yes, for many kilometers." "Can you see through clothes?" "You have 2 soles in your pocket." Chispa almost smiled. Franklin pointed ahead. "Down that road, Doctor. She's on the right side walking. Hurry." "Why hurry?" Dr. Sam asked. "There are no good men around her." Dr. Sam just shook his head. "Is there no stop to this evil?" "If they hurt her, I will kill them all," Chispa said. "Killing is not allowed with us. Let's get her before they hurt her." Dr. Sam pulled the truck up to the men. One had her by the arm and was groping her body. "Leave her alone," Dr. Sam shouted. The men suddenly turned to look at Dr. Sam as he got out of the truck. "Go away, hombre. She is ours." "They have knives," Franklin said. Chispa lifted his hand. "I'll take care of them." "Wait," Sam said. "I'll get her." He turned to Aristotle. "You've got me?" "Yes, sir." Dr. Sam walked toward the men, close enough that he could see the little girl. She was dirty, like Chispa. Only there was vomit on her clothing and she was shaking. Whether from fever or fear, he didn't know. "She's very sick," he said. "Leave her alone." "What is that to us?" the man said. "She is ours now." Dr. Sam's anger flashed. "You sick cojudo! You insult us, and there is only you and children," the largest of the men said. "You are the cojudo. When I am done with you, you would beg for death if you were able to speak through your toothless mouth." He lifted a thick metal pipe about 2 feet long. Dr. Sam just grinned at the man. "You're making this easier for us." "What?" He shook his head with incredulity. "You're holding a lightning rod." Dr. Sam raised his hand. "Now." Aristotle reached out and pulsed. Suddenly all the metal on the men began to spark, conducting the electricity Aristotle had sent them. More than 50,000 volts jumped off every piece of metal they had, including their teeth fillings, earrings, and jean rivets. The pipe the large man had threatened the doctor with was especially conductive and sparked in his hand like a severed power line. The man tried to drop it, but the muscles in his hand had contracted on it, making it impossible to release his grip. The knives, belt buckles, and pendants the other men wore sparked wildly as well, as did the chairs one of them was standing next to. All of the men were as stiff as if they were being tased. Dr. Sam walked up to the little girl, who just stared at him with fright. "Hello, Mia. I'm not going to hurt you," he said. "I'm a friend." She pushed away from him, her eyes wide with fear. "Chispa," Dr. Sam shouted. "Come out here." At the sound of his name, she stopped. Chispa came out of the truck, then ran up to his friend. Her expression changed from fear to happiness when she saw him. "Come, Mia," he said. "Hurry. We can go with these people." She looked around at the flopping men, then back at Chispa. "Who are they?" "They are like me," he said. "They are friends." "We have friends?" "We do now." It was something he had never said before. She had never seen him smile before either. Chapter 21. Home to the Colony. "Should I let them go?" Aristotle asked. He was moving his hands around like a symphony conductor, amusing himself with the men's reactions to his power. The man with the pipe was now trying to hit himself in the head. Dr. Sam was still kneeling next to the girl in the middle of the electrified men, one of whom had somehow gotten his boots off, but was unable to get the gun out of its holster because it shocked him severely every time he touched it. "Lay a blanket down in the back of the truck," Dr. Sam said. "On it," Franklin said. Dr. Sam wiped the girl's face and arms with a towelette, then lifted the girl in his arms and carried her to the truck, where he softly laid her in the truck's bed next to Chispa, who hugged her. Dr. Sam put his hand on her forehead. "Yeah, she's got a fever. Franklin, go into that store and get the coldest can of soda you can find." "What kind?" "It doesn't matter. Also, get some cold water and Gatorade and some candy bars for you and our new friends." "Yes, sir." "Chispa, stay next to Mia and hold her hand." Franklin walked between the men to the small store they were in front of. He stopped to look at one of the men who was writhing heavily. "You look like you're breakdancing. You've got potential." He turned back. "This one has a gun." "Take it," Dr. Sam said. "Okay." The electricity didn't affect Franklin as it did the men. In fact, it only sharpened his vision. He pulled the gun from the man's holster, pulled the clip from it, then put them both into his pouch. Then he went into the store, purchased what the doctor had requested, and brought everything to the truck. "You can let them go now," Dr. Sam told Aristotle. "Wait," Chispa said, jumping from the truck. He ran up to the man who had been touching Mia and kicked him in the face, knocking the man out. "Now you can stop." Aristotle stopped pulsing as Chispa climbed into the truck. "You like that, hombre?" Aristotle taunted. "Want some more?" He gave them one last shock. The men ran from them, leaving their unconscious friend on the ground. One shouted, "El Diablo!" Chispa watched it all with curiosity. "I thought they only called me the devil." "No. We all get that," Aristotle said. When they were far enough away, Dr. Sam stopped the truck and got out. "Your friend needs to drink this," Sam said to Chispa. "She needs electrolytes." "But she is not electric." "It's not the same thing," Dr. Sam said. Then he handed him 2 pills. "First, have her chew and swallow these. It will help her stomach stop hurting. I want you to hold this cold can on her forehead like this." Chispa held the can on Mia's forehead, and she jerked a little. "This will help cool her down until we get some ice packs." He looked at Chispa. "Do you understand?" He nodded. "This juice and water, it's for you." "What are those?" he asked, looking at the candy bars. "That is a treat for you and the others to enjoy on the ride home." "Home?" "Yes. We're taking you to the colony." Chispa just looked at him. "What is the colony?" Franklin smiled. "The colony is our home." Chapter 22. Dr. Sam and the Electric Children. The doctor's colony, as he called it, was housed in a renovated, high-walled compound built from an abandoned medical complex. It was the perfect design and location for a medical clinic. It was also ideal for the doctor's own personal living and, though he didn't know it when he first moved there, for the raising of many children, as it had a half-dozen private rooms, a large kitchen area, and 2 dorms filled with 16 hospital beds each. The building had been built by an American company the doctor knew nothing about, except from some of the brochures and pamphlets left behind. Elgin Incorporated. 15 years prior, Dr. Samuel Cook, he went by Dr. Sam with his patients, had lived in Dayton, Ohio, as a successful and highly admired pediatrician with a popular medical clinic near the Oakwood suburb, one of Dayton's more affluent areas. Pediatrics was the perfect branch of medicine for him, as he loved helping children and had 2 of his own, Charlotte and Franklin. His life seemed idyllic until the day the universe threw a switch and everything changed. Everything. His wife and 2 children were coming home from soccer practice when their car was struck by a drunk driver. His wife and daughter, Charlotte, were killed on impact. His son, Franklin, was hospitalized in intensive care for 3 days before he died. Ironically, the driver of the car didn't suffer a scratch. In fact, when she woke in the jail's detox cell, she didn't remember being in an accident, only being in a fight with her friend over who looked better in a dress. The judge sentenced the woman to prison for 10 to 30 years for involuntary manslaughter. The punishment meant little to Dr. Sam. He had been sentenced to life without those he loved. The day he came home from the funeral, to an empty house except for his dog, Plato, a black and white Shih Tzu who wouldn't leave his side, Dr. Sam was sitting in the lounge chair in his front room just staring off into space, with Plato curled up at his feet, when the doorbell rang. The man on the porch handed him papers. "You've been served." "Stay a moment," Dr. Sam said as he opened the envelope. The letter inside informed him that he was being sued for malpractice. He looked back up at the man. "I buried my wife and 2 children today." The man looked sick. "It's not me, man. I'm just the messenger." He turned and ran back to his car. Dr. Sam shut the door, then dropped the papers to the floor. To make matters worse, he was being sued by an old friend, someone he had helped for free. It was the lowest he'd ever felt in his life. The next 2 months passed in a malaise of deep depression. The lawsuit was deemed frivolous and dropped by the court, but it didn't matter. The damage was done. Dr. Sam was broken. Earlier in his life, as a way of giving back for his good fortune, every other year he had traveled with a group of doctors to less developed countries to provide health care for underprivileged children. Peru had always been one of his favorite spots. He liked Peru for several reasons. He knew of their need for medical care, and he spoke fluent Spanish. As a child, between the ages of 5 and 13, his mother had been the consul at the American Embassy in Lima, which is where he had learned the language. He also liked the traditional Peruvian food, and even as a young man he'd learned to cook. It was an obvious choice of escape for him. He sold his home and practice, then with Plato, moved to Peru. He chose the Vra as his destination, a region of Peru that most foreign charities and foundations avoided because of the poor living conditions and the real threat of danger from the Shining Path Maoist rebels and the drug cartels that took refuge there. Many of the region's farmers had been forced by the rebels to grow coca leaves, which they sold to the rebels to fund their war. Dr. Sam didn't fear or even care about the danger. To be worried about losing your life, you first must value your life, something that he no longer did. With the exception of his dog, he had lost everything he had loved, and the prospect of death held little terror for him. When he'd first come upon the Elgin's abandoned building, the jungle had already begun to reclaim the complex. The windows were all broken, and vines had crept inside, covering entire office walls. Trees pressed against the main building's outer walls and, in places, cracked the stucco and brick facade. Plants, some as large as trees, grew up through the cracks between the cobblestone walkways. One hallway, which had once had a glass skylight above, was now a small forest with narrow-trunked trees growing the entire length of the corridor. Rodents, birds, and other animals inhabited most rooms, and there were jaguar claw marks left on a beam near what had once been the front reception. With a portion of the money he had from selling his home and practice, he purchased the building and set to work establishing a clinic. He hired the locals to help him clean and restore the building. It took him almost 3 years to complete the restoration, but he opened the clinic after 6 months with just 3 rooms. The people he helped were poor, and when they could pay him at all, they paid him in chickens, eggs, fish, and the berries they gathered in the forests. Some offered coca leaves, which he took to use as an anesthetic. Dr. Sam had been in the Vra'em for about 4 years when he encountered his first electric child. He was giving the child a physical checkup when he looked into the boy's eyes and saw a dim red glow. An hour later, the boy asked if he could have a candy stick from the other room. That's when Dr. Sam discovered that the child could see through walls. The boy was an orphan, and he told Dr. Sam that there were other children like him, children who glowed like him and had special abilities. It was less than 2 weeks later that he discovered his second child, then a third. What he didn't understand until later was that the children were reaching their electric maturity. The change that occurred in the American electric children when they were around 3 took longer to develop in the Peruvian children, usually happening when they were 9 or 10. After Dr. Sam discovered his third electric child, they became a fascination for him, and he began searching out these children and caring for them. Dr. Sam hired a small staff who, in addition to helping him with the clinic, provided cooking and cleaning for his growing family. He created an extensive schooling system far exceeding anything else in the country. The children were taught proper English and were expected to speak only English on the weekends. They were schooled in math, science, and the classics of literature, philosophy, and ethics. In addition to their schoolwork, they were taught the pragmatics of communal living, social responsibility, and self-sufficiency. Even at a young age, each did their part to contribute to the colony as well as the clinic. They planted fields of potatoes, tomatoes, beans, and plantains, and had a large and growing orchard of mangoes, bananas, lucamas, guavas, passion fruits, lemons, and cacao trees. They tended 6 cows for milk, butter, and cheese, and raised pigs for bacon and ham. They also raised guinea pigs, a delicacy in their country. The youths were also encouraged to try their own enterprises in order to instill self-motivation and the desire to create, invent, and prosper in a region where no one believed they could advance their situation. The children grew strong and healthy, and the colony was the envy of the other villages in the area. What no one outside the colony knew was that the youth's individual electric powers were celebrated, tested, and enhanced. Like their northern electric counterparts, they learned that foods high in potassium strengthened not only their bodies, but also their electric abilities. And the banana trees that grew around them strengthened the entire colony. This was the community that Chispa and his friend Mia were brought back to on the day they were found. It was by far the most important day of both of their lives, but Dr. Sam couldn't have comprehended that Chispa's arrival would change the colony's very destiny. Chapter 23. Getting a New Name. A little over a year after Chispa and Mia had joined the colony, Dr. Sam asked Chispa into his den for a talk. Dr. Sam's den was jokingly known among the youths as the Inner Sanctum, the Chamber of Wisdom, or the Hall of Correction, depending on their reason for visiting. Chispa was now walking with a cane and a reinforced boot that was helping to correct the shape of his leg, but his pain remained. "I'm here, sir," Chispa said from the doorway. Come in," Dr. Sam said, gesturing to the chairs in front of his desk. "Please take a seat." Chispa sat down in one of the chairs. "Have I done something wrong?" "Not at all. In fact, you are doing splendidly well." "I don't know that word," Chispa said. "Splendid is an adjective that means magnificent or excellent," he said and smiled. "It means you are doing very well." Chispa nodded. "Thank you, sir." "You know, your English is very good." "Thank you, sir." "I'm not just flattering you. You speak English as if you have been studying it for 4 or 5 years. Some have a natural proficiency for learning languages. I think it's a gift you have, just like your electrical power. We may have to eventually introduce you to another language." "What language would that be?" "That would be your choice, of course." Then he added, "And based on what teachers we can find, I would recommend Mandarin, or, due to our proximity to Brazil, Portuguese, though I have no doubt you would learn Portuguese in less than a year. Chinese would be a challenge, even for you, I think. But you know what I think of challenges." "Challenges are the steps on the ladder of success," Chispa said, reciting one of Dr. Sam's mottos. Dr. Sam laughed. "Bravo!" "Maybe I could speak several languages. 5 or 6. "That's the spirit." He looked down at Chispa's bent leg. "How is the pain in your leg today?" "It is the same always." "I'm sorry. Did the pills I gave you help?" He reluctantly shook his head. Dr. Sam also shook his head with disappointment. "I'm sorry. There are still some other treatments I would like to try, but I fear that the only thing that will help is to have it operated on. Unfortunately, we don't have the money to do so right now, but when we do, I know of a special surgery center that specializes in nerve damage." "I am okay." "No. You're strong, but you can't be okay. I see the pain you deal with. You hide it well, but I know it's there. I wish I had the tools and the skills to take it away, but I don't." "Thank you, sir. Is this what you wanted to talk to me about?" "No. There is something else I would like to talk to you about, something more positive. It's your name." "Chispa?" "Yes. Do you like your name?" He shrugged. "I have never thought about it." "A name is not us. It is merely a handle to identify us. Do you see how we stick things to the refrigerator in the kitchen?" "See? Yes." Dr. Sam smiled. The penalty for using a non-English word on the weekend was a push-up for each Spanish word, though it was lightly enforced and far more by the youths than by Dr. Sam. "That is how a name is," Dr. Sam said. "Like the refrigerator, we stick things to it." He leaned forward. "Prior to joining us, you had a very difficult life. You've experienced painful things you can never forget. We call that trauma. And on some level, that trauma is associated with your name. Do you understand?" "No, sir." When you think of Chispa, what do you think?" "Mucho dolor," he said softly, then looked up. "A lot of pain, hunger, and mean people, though not so much now." "That's what I thought," Dr. Sam said, leaning back. "I would like to offer you a new name." Chispa smiled, something he rarely did, even when he was happy. "Like the others have names from famous philosophers?" "Yes." Dr. Sam looked into his eyes. "Have you ever wondered why I have chosen all the names from great philosophers?" "Because you like them." That's true, for the most part. But the question is, why do I like them? It's because they use their minds to think of new ways of thinking. And new ways of thinking are the only way to change the world. Whenever I pick out a name, I try to match it to the one I'm giving to. So I would like to give you a very special name from a different kind of thinker. A name from the Bible. Dr. Sam brought out a thick, leather-covered Bible. Chispa recoiled from the book, which the doctor noticed. "You've seen this book before?" Chispa stared at it, afraid. "Yes, sir." "And you don't like it?" "No, sir." "How come?" "After I was hit by the car, some nuns took me in. They cared for me until they saw the glow in my eyes. Then a priest came to see me, and he held that book up and shouted strange things at me to cast me out." "He tried to cast you out?" Chispa nodded. "Yes, sir. He wanted to exorcise me." "Exorcise," Dr. Sam corrected. "He thought you were an evil spirit." "He called me a demon and told me to go back to the darkness of hell. Then he threw me out onto the street again." Dr. Sam frowned. "I'm very sorry that happened to you. That was a very cruel and ignorant act on the priest's part. You didn't deserve that." Chispa also frowned, though he found the doctor's words somewhat comforting. "Do you know what this book is about?" "No, sir." "It's about a special man with very special abilities. Like you. Most of all, this man taught the people to love, especially those different from them, even their enemies. At the time, it was a radical idea. In some ways, it still is." "Why would this man want us to love our enemies?" "Because he wanted us to be more concerned about who we are than others are. Let's say you hate someone who's on the other side of the world. Does your hate matter to them?" Chispa thought for a moment, then said, "No." "Why not?" "Because they're far away and they might not know you hate them." "Exactly. But does that hate affect you?" Chispa thought again. "I don't know." "How do you feel when you are filled with hate?" He thought a moment longer, then said, "Unhappy." Dr. Sam smiled. "That's why when we hate someone, even if they are hateful, we are the ones most affected by hate." Chispa nodded. "Then why did the priest throw me out?" "Because he didn't understand the book he was holding. Once we get a belief in our head, it's hard to let it go. So we start looking for things that confirm what we believe. We all do this. Even though this priest wore a special robe, beneath it he was just a man like anyone else. And this man was full of fear. He believed in fear more than he did love." Dr. Sam let his words settle, then said, "Back to your name. One of the greatest writers in this book was a man named Paul. That's the name I would like to give you." Chispa cocked his head to one side. "Paul? How do you spell it?" "How would you spell it?" P-O-L-L. Close. It's P-A-U-L. The U gives the A a sound like all or crawl. "The first two letters of the name are the last two letters of Chispa," Chispa said. "That's a very astute observation. You're a third of the way there." "That will help bridge the two names." "Another astute observation," Dr. Sam said, smiling. "Like I said, when I choose a name for one of you, I am very thoughtful about it. I want to make sure that the name matches you. That's why I chose Paul for you. Paul was the most important writer in this book. His words have literally changed the world. I believe that if you stay true to your heart, you too will someday change the world. Chispa didn't know how to respond to such a statement. Like you, Paul endured many hardships. He suffered much misfortune and pain. He wrote that he had a thorn in his side that caused him constant pain. We don't know what that thorn he was referring to really was. We just know that he was always in pain. Like me, Chispa said. Unfortunately, that's true. But the biggest reason I wanted this name for you is because Paul was not always who he was. He went through a change of heart and purpose. He always had passion, but once he directed that passion to building up instead of tearing down, he became one of the greatest and most influential men in history. You have always had a big heart. I knew that from the day I met you, when you put yourself in danger to get the medicine for Mia. That was very noble, and nobility is a sign of greatness. I believe you will be a very great man someday. One that people around the world will look to for leadership. Chispa's eyes began to water. Dr. Sam's voice softened. The world decide. You know you are very special to me. You are a very special young man. You have great passion. Never let that passion die in you. Never lose the fight in you. Chispa looked at the doctor quizzically. But you have taught us not to fight. Yes, as a way of life, peace is a better way to live. But there are times when we must fight. We must fight for good against evil. There are 2 quotes from the philosopher Pascal that I would like you to memorize. The first is, justice without force is powerless. Force without justice is tyrannical. Do you know what that means? Chispa shook his head. It means that justice must sometimes be defended by force. He looked closely into Chispa's eyes. There will always be people who think they are above the law. It's always been that way. These people don't want justice. They want power. And the only way to confront power is with power. Without force, justice and order will not last. If someone is seeking to take your freedom and justice, it is not only your right, but your obligation to use force against them. But the second part of Pascal's quote is also as important. Force without justice is tyrannical. That means to be powerful without using wisdom and fairness creates the great evil of tyranny, which always leads to injustice. It means that you can become the very thing that Pascal warned us to fight against. What is tyranny? It is oppressive and cruel rule. Like that man who threw Mia out of the house. He had tyrannical rule over the house, and he used it cruelly. I do not like tyranny. I'm glad for that, Dr. Sam said. And there is another quote attributed to Pascal, which I find simple yet profound. It is this: all men's miseries derive from not being able to sit in a quiet room alone. Do you know what that means? It means they are not like you. Dr. Sam laughed. Well said. It means we should learn to be content and at peace with ourselves. He looked into Chispa's eyes. Are you at peace with yourself? He thought for a moment, then said, No. Dr. Sam slowly nodded. Thank you for your honesty. Do you know what it is that keeps you from feeling peaceful? I do not know the future. Dr. Sam contemplated this. I'm afraid you're not the only one who feels that way. But the future is not something anyone will ever know. Still, there are men and women who are at peace. So not knowing the future does not mean you cannot be at peace. He touched the Bible. In here it says, "Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof." That means there is enough trouble today that you don't need to worry about what may happen tomorrow. But how can I be at peace if I do not know what will happen? You choose peace and accept that we can't know all things. Perhaps it is better to not know the future so we can fully appreciate the experience of right now. Chispa nodded slowly. I know, it's a little deep. But I have faith that someday you will come to understand this yourself, Dr. Sam said, and sat back in his chair. So, how do you feel about your name now? Or would you like to think more about it? I would like the name, Chispa said. Paul. I am Paul. He spoke the name as if he were trying on a new jacket to see if it fit. Dr. Sam smiled. In a mock, ceremonial knighting, he touched Chispa's forehead and shoulders, then said, Forevermore you will be known as Hall. Thank you. You're welcome. I'll tell the others. It will be a 5 push-up penalty for using the wrong name. 10 for you, he joked. What about Mia? Chispa said. Will she get a new name? That's entirely up to her. But for right now, let's celebrate you. Chapter 24. So it goes. The next 3 years passed quickly. The clinic grew busier as word spread, and people as far as 60 kilometers away began journeying to the clinic to get health care. For the most part, there were no problems nor interference from the government, cartels, or rebels, with one exception. In late April of the second year, the Peruvian president vowed to crack down on the Shining Path rebels, and the Peruvian military flooded the area with soldiers and helicopter gunships. The attacks went on for 3 months, during which time the clinic was flooded with men with gunshot wounds. While none of them wore their uniforms, it was obvious to Dr. Sam that he was helping the rebel soldiers. It didn't matter. His goal was to help anyone and everyone who came for medical assistance. 3 weeks after the assault ended, a large crate arrived anonymously for the hospital, filled with thousands of dollars of supplies, including syringes, antibiotics, bandages, and other basics. Dr. Sam wasn't sure if it was a thank you from the rebels or if they were preparing for the next battle, but he took it and found use for it quickly. He thought this had at least won him and his clinic favor with the rebels, and he would never have to fear their interference with his work or colony. He was wrong. Over the next 4 years, only 3 more electrics were found, bringing the total colony members to 29. Dr. Sam wondered how he was going to fund the needs of the youth as they got older. On the practical side, as the kids got bigger, they became stronger and more efficient workers, and so they were able at least to take care of their present needs. They cleared another 20 hectares of land and planted more crops, which they sold in Cusco. In addition to what they grew, they sold or traded different meats, pork, chicken, and guinea pigs, to the locals. But the locals had such little money that it would never be enough to support this many youths. A few of the youths asked if they can go into Cusco to work, but Dr. Sam didn't want to integrate them yet into the outside community. You would be pearls among swine, he told the youths. The only other option he could think of was to start a charitable organization back in America to raise money for his orphanage. This kind of work wasn't foreign to him. Back when he'd lived in Ohio, he had sat on the board of several charities. It had been many years since then, but he still knew prospective donors who he was sure would give to his cause. It would take several trips, leaving the kids and clinic alone, but it still seemed his best option. This was the state of the colony and Dr. Sam's thinking when something happened that would start a chain of events that would eventually change everything. Chapter 25. Smelling Gold. Both insiders and outsiders referred to the colony as a hive, which was a fitting name as things were always in motion. While focusing on education and running the complex and the medical clinic kept Dr. Sam and the youths busy, the doctor felt it was important that the youths have ample time to play and rest and pursue their own interests. The heavy scheduling, at least the part that wasn't necessary for the colony's survival, was all for the youths' benefit. Most important, the youths were healthy and happy, and not once had any of them considered leaving. The colony was their home and their family. It was during one of their daily breaks that three of the youths, Dante, Rand, and Spinny, were out exploring the countryside. The three young women had rolled up their pant legs, taken off their shoes, and begun walking upstream through one of the shallow tributaries that fed into the Ene River. "Did you really kiss Socrates?" Dante asked. "Yeah," Spinny said. "He's cute." "He is cute," Dante said. "But can he kiss?" "Anyone can kiss. It's not rocket science." "You clearly haven't kissed Volt," Dante said. "Wait, you kissed Volt?" "It was a long time ago." "That's just gross." "Well, he can't kiss," Dante said. "It's like giving mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to a sea turtle." The girls laughed. Suddenly Rand shouted, "Stop." "Stop what?" Spinny asked. "I feel something." "It's called water," Dante said. "Shush." Rand stood still, the cool water flowing around her shins. "What is it?" Spinny asked in a whisper. "Why are you whispering?" Dante asked. "She said shush." "Shush," Rand said again, then slowly looked down. "It's the same feeling I had when I found the gold medallion." She crouched down in the water and began digging into the muddy bottom. Then she brought up a small yellow nugget. She held it out between her thumb and forefinger. "Look, I think it's gold." "Let me see that," Dante said. Rand handed her the metal. Dante lightly bit down on the stone. "What are you doing?" Spinny asked. "It's not going to taste good." Dante took the metal from her mouth. "Gold is soft. This is real." She turned to Rand. "You just found gold." "There's more," Rand said, turning back. She closed her eyes, then held her hand out. "Where is it?" Spinny asked. "It's right there," she said, pointing to a spot next to the bank. Spinny crouched down, then brought up handfuls of dark mud, letting the water wash it through her hands. On her third try, there were 3 small golden nuggets. "Look," she said, holding the metal aloft. "I found gold." "Rand found gold," Dante said. She turned to Rand. "You really can find gold." "You know what this means?" "What?" Rand asked. "It means everything," she said, putting the gold nugget into her pocket. "I want to conduct some tests on your power. If you pass, we'll go tell Doc. He'll be so happy." Chapter 26. Telling the Doctor. The 3 of them ran back to the complex, as excited as children believing they'd discovered a treasure chest, which, in fact, they had. Dr. Sam had taught the children to use the scientific method of discovery. So Dante devised a series of tests to prove whether or not Rand could really distinguish gold from other metals. They put different metals, including Spinny's silver ring and copper coins, into separate glass jars, then covered them with cloths. Rand put her hand over the jars and told them what was in them. Dante then moved the jars around, like in a shell game, and Rand tried again. She identified them perfectly each time. Less than an hour later, Dante, flanked by the other 2, knocked on the door of the doctor's den. Plato barked, excitedly. "It's not locked," Dr. Sam said. Dante was in the lead, excited to share the news. Dr. Sam finished looking over a medical report of one of his patients, then looked up. As usual, Plato was curled up on his lap. "What can I do for you, ladies?" "Dr. Sam, we've discovered something exciting." "Tell me." "Rand can smell gold." "And silver," Spinny added, pointing to her ring. "What does that mean? Smell gold? You mean through her nose?" Dante shook her head. "I use the word smell figuratively." "Good use of that word," Dr. Sam said. "Now explain what you mean." Dante said, "You know how Rand can—" "Wait," Dr. Sam said. "Why don't we let Rand explain?" Rand was shyer than the others, and the doctor was always trying to get her to speak more. "Okay, well, you know how I can always tell if there's another electric around?" Rand said. "Yes," he said, smiling. "That's why they wouldn't let you play hide-and-seek when you were little." "I've never told anyone, because I didn't think it really mattered. But I can feel metals. Like, an American penny and a nickel feel different to me, and not just because of their size. I can feel all the metals around me, and they all feel different. So when I found Volt's medallion," Dr. Sam held up his hand to stop her. "Wait. You found Volt's medallion?" The medallion had been a point of contention among the youths, and it was the first time that there had been a fight in the colony. Volt had accused Sart of stealing his medallion, and it had turned into a shoving match between them before Socrates and Thoreau had pulled them apart. The conflict between the two had been a great disappointment to Dr. Sam, as peaceful conflict resolution had been one of the skills he had hoped to teach the youths, as well as honesty and trust. Rand nodded. "I found it 2 days ago. I kept having a strange feeling every time I made one of the beds. I first looked through the sheets. Then Mia helped me lift the bed. In a crack under the bed was the gold St. Christopher medallion that Volt had lost." "I'm sorry, I know we're off topic, but you took the medallion to Volt?" "Yes." "What did he say?" "He apologized to Sart. Then he gave him the medallion to show his sincerity." Dr. Sam smiled. He had not failed after all. "And how did Sart respond?" "He refused the medallion. He said their friendship was more valuable than gold." Dr. Sam's smile grew still larger. "You have no idea the joy that hearing this brings me. Now tell me more about your discovery." Dante, no longer able to keep quiet, jumped back in. "You taught us to rely on the scientific method, so we did our own experiment. We put gold, silver, copper, steel, and a rock in identical jars, then covered them with a cloth. Then we had Rand put her hand over the jars and tell us what was in each of them." "And could you?" "I could tell what everything was," Rand said. "We tried it 3 times, and each time she was 100% successful. The last time, we didn't put the gold in a jar, and she said, 'It's not here.'" "Your experimental method is sound," Dr. Sam said. "How did this come up?" Dante said, "We were wading in a stream when Rand felt something. She reached into the water and found this." Dante brought the first nugget out of her pocket and set it on the doctor's desk. Dr. Sam lifted the nugget to examine it. "That's real, all right." He turned to Rand. "You found this?" "Yes, sir. And more." For a moment he thoughtfully rolled the nugget between his fingers. Dante was confused by his response. "I thought you'd be happier. We'll be rich." The doctor took off his glasses. "We are rich, dear ladies," he said. "We have peace and contentment. There are no greater riches. Gold could help, but it usually brings the desire for more gold. It could introduce greed into our home, and greed will destroy us." "But wouldn't wealth make us able to help more people?" Dante asked. "We could buy new machines to help. We could buy our own MRI." He slowly nodded. "You're not wrong." "And what about Paul? He could get that operation. Isn't this good news?" "Yes," Dr. Sam said. "It could be the very blessing I've hoped and prayed for. But it could also be a curse." He handed the nugget back to Dante. "There's so much more I want to give all of you, but I've seen the effect of gold on people. I think our family can handle it, but even if it doesn't just change us, it could change the people around us. Once they know we have gold, they'll want it too. They'll envy us. It's human nature." The youths just looked at him sadly. "So this isn't good?" Rand asked. Dr. Sam suddenly raised his hands and smiled. "I'm sorry. Sometimes I worry too much. Rand, it's remarkable that you can do this, and you're right, Dante. This could change our world in big ways and open new possibilities for all of you. I'm probably getting ahead of myself, but if this is as real as you say, we could afford the kind of education I've dreamed of for you all." He smiled again. "Thank you for bringing me this. Rand, it's very exciting that you have this gift. Let me think on this and how best to proceed to keep us all safe. In the meantime, let's keep this quiet between us, okay? We don't need to stir anything up." "Yes, sir," they said in unison. "Keep up the good work, girls." As they walked out of the room, Spinny said to the others, "What do we do now?" "We do what Doc said," Dante said. "We keep this to ourselves. But he didn't say that we couldn't go find more gold. He just told us to keep it quiet." "You're right," Spinny said. Dante suddenly smiled. "I have an idea. Let's find enough gold to buy that X-ray machine Doc needs. Then he'll see that this is a good idea." "We should tell him what we're doing," Rand said. "No, it will be more fun if it's a surprise. Can you imagine the look on his face?" Rand smiled in agreement. "Yeah, that will be fun." "Great," Dante said. "Let's start tomorrow." Chapter 27. 3 Girls and a Plan. The next day, after finishing their schoolwork and chores, the 3 girls put on shorts, took a canvas sack, a hoe, and a shovel from the shed, and then went back to the creek where they'd found those first nuggets. They hadn't waited very long before Rand felt gold, and Dante and Spinny dug it up. One of the nuggets they found was nearly a 1/4 ounce. "That's beautiful," Spinny said. "Just think. Poor people have been walking along here for years and had no idea how much gold they were walking over," Dante said. "That one's going to be worth a lot." "How much?" Rand asked. "I'm not positive," Dante said. "I don't know how much gold costs, but I know it's a lot. That little medallion Volt lost was more than 370 soles. That's why he was so mad. And that was tiny. We have at least—" She looked back into the sack. "We already have enough to make 10 of those medallions. At least," Spinny said. "I'll look it up when we get back to the house," Dante said. "And we can use the scale in the clinic to weigh it." "How do we keep everyone else from seeing it? You know they want to know what's in the bag," Spinny said. "We could pick some berries and put them on top," Rand suggested. "That's a good idea," Dante said. "Now, let's keep going. We only have 2 hours before we have to get back." "You're on clinic detail tonight?" Spinny asked. "Yep. You?" "Dinner detail," she replied. "What are we having?" Rand asked. "Spaghetti with meatballs, garlic bread, and carrot cake." "Lovely," Dante replied. "Just lovely." Within 2 hours they had found nearly 8 ounces of gold. "Where are we going to hide this when we get back?" Rand asked. We're going to need a pirate's chest, Spinny said. You're not wrong, Dante said. We should bury it before we go back. Then we could make a treasure map, Spinny said. Why would we make a map? Dante said. That's inviting trouble. What should we do with all this money? Spinny asked. You mean after we buy the X-ray machine? Rand said. Of course, Spinny said. But we're going to be able to buy that X-ray machine quick. And then what? I'm going to buy a leather jacket, Dante said. I've always wanted one of those. Me too, Spinny said. Suddenly, Rand stopped walking. Wow. Oh, wow. What? The other two asked, almost in unison. She held her palm out, then swiveled toward the mountain. I can feel something very big. She walked out of the water onto the bank, then up a short distance. There's a lot of gold here. I can feel it, like 1,000 times stronger than what's in our bag. Maybe it's a gold mine, Spinny said. Or maybe it's buried Incan treasure. What's that? Rand asked. You know, the lost Incan treasure. You've never heard of it? I heard it was a myth, Spinny said. Not all myths are myths, Dante said. She turned to Rand. When the Incan emperor was captured by the Spanish conquistadors, the Spanish demanded that the Incans bring as a ransom enough gold to fill an entire room. That's where the term, a king's ransom, comes from. That's just like Dr. Sam was telling us, Rand said. Once people know you have gold, they want it. Doc is always right, Dante said. So, the emperor was a smart guy, and he knew that the Spanish would never really let him go, so he secretly sent out runners to all the villages to tell the people to take all the gold to one place and hide it. Even though they filled the room with gold, the Spanish still killed him so he couldn't lead his people to fight against them. What if we found his treasure? Rand said. We'd be so rich, Dr. Sam could build an entire hospital. Or we could all move to the city and get out of this place, Dante said. What's wrong with this place? Rand asked. You didn't notice that we live in the wilderness? I like it here, Rand said. I like our home. And you know Doc would never leave the people here. He's much too good. Too good for his own good sometimes, Dante said. Yeah, but what about us? Are we going to spend the rest of our lives out here? Spinny asked. What's wrong with here? Rand said. There's wars and crime and disease out there. There's war and crime and disease here, Spinny said. We're in the crime center of Peru. The crime center of the world, Dante said. Not in the colony, Rand said. And everyone leaves us alone. So far, Spinny said. As far as our futures, Doc's already talked about this, Dante said. He's going to send us to the best schools in the world he can. He's just not sure how to afford it. Having our own gold mine will solve that. I have a practical question, Rand said. How are we going to buy the X-ray machine without Dr. Sam knowing about it? That's not going to be easy, Dante said. We'll have to go to Cusco, maybe Arequipa. Spinny asked. Won't we have to first exchange the gold for money? Yes, Dante said. There are places for that. They're called assayers. What if people try to steal it from us? Spinny asked. They might. People outside the colony don't act as ethically as we do, Dante said. Some do, Rand said. Most do, Dante said. The problem is, it's like the snakes in the jungle. Some are venomous, some aren't. Most aren't. But if you don't know which ones are, you have to treat them all as if they were. I know which snakes are venomous, Spinny said. I have a book on it. You're totally missing my point. What's your point? That we can't be naive. There are evil people out there. We need to be prepared. Now, let's mark this place and get back to the colony. Chapter 28. A Girl's Trip to Cusco. 2 weeks later, the three girls visited Dr. Sam again in his den. "What can I do for you ladies?" he asked, stroking Plato's neck. "We'd like to visit Cusco," Dante said. Dr. Sam looked the girls over. "Any particular reason?" "We just want to get out," Spinny said. "Who is we?" "Rand, Dante, and me." "And I'm guessing you want to borrow the truck?" "Yes, sir." "You feel ready to take it into the big city?" "Sure, yes, sir," Dante said. "All right. Could you take some of the others with you? I know Epic and Mia wanted to go to town too." "Well," Dante said, "we just wanted a little getaway for the three of us. You know, just so we could get a little bonding time." "If you three were any more bonded, I'd have to use a crowbar to pry you apart." Dr. Sam knew that the three of them were up to something, but couldn't figure out what it was. "When do you want to go?" "Tomorrow after school." Dr. Sam thought a little more, then said, "All right. In fact, I could use a few things from the city. You'll save me a trip. Next month is our 10-year anniversary party for the clinic. We're inviting all the surrounding villages to come celebrate with us. I'll ask the kitchen staff what they need and make a list for you." He looked at Spinny for a moment, then said, "You have a new necklace." She flushed. "Oh, yeah." "It's pretty. Where did you get that?" I found it." "You did? Where?" "It was in the mountains. It was far away, so I couldn't ask anyone if it belonged to them." Dr. Sam just nodded slowly, clearly not believing her. After a minute, he said, "All right, you can go." After they had walked out of the den, Dante pushed Spinny against the wall. "Where did you get that necklace?" "I bought it from a lady." "With what money?" "I used some of the gold." "You took gold without asking us?" "Who cares? There's a lot." "That's not the point. It's all of ours." "How much did you pay for it?" "Like this much," she said, holding her hand out. Dante shook her head. "You are so stupid. That's like 2 ounces. You traded 2 ounces for a gold necklace with like a gram of gold." She let Spinny go. "What else did you buy?" "I got a Coke." "You bought 1 Coke with gold?" "Yeah. And some candy bars." "How much did you pay for that?" "I don't know. How much? Like this much." "You paid at least 750 soles for a Coke. You're an idiot. And we're taking that out of your share. No, we're taking double that out of your share for being so stupid. And next time you want some gold, you ask both of us. You could have let our secret out. Doc isn't as stupid as you." None of them had any idea what that small mistake would cost the entire colony. Chapter 29. Good intentions, bad intentions. The next day, the girls made the 3-hour drive to Cusco. Dr. Sam had taught the youths how to drive, but it was mostly on dirt roads and through the neighboring towns of Mission. None of them had ever driven in a city as big as Cusco, and despite what Dante had told Dr. Sam, she was nervous as she got into the town. "There are a lot of cars here. Just don't crash. I don't want to be in an accident," Rand told her. "No one wants to be in an accident. That's why it's called an accident." "But if we did, we could buy Dr. Sam a new truck," Spinny said. "We should buy Doc a new truck anyway," Rand said. "A nice one with a cover over the back." "That comes later," Dante said. "Do you know where you're going?" Spinny asked. "It's on that paper. It's near the Plaza de Armas in the center of town." "Look right there," Rand said. "There's a sign pointing to it. Plaza de Armas, 3 kilometros. Where did all these people come from?" "They're tourists from other countries." They drove another 5 minutes. Then Dante said, "That's it right there. See that sign? Oficina del Ensayador?" "What's that?" Spinny asked. "It's where we exchange our gold," Dante said. Why would they exchange our gold? Spinny asked. They buy it from us, then sell it for more. And what if someone tries to steal it from us? Dante exhaled. We'll kill them. Rand looked at her. You're kidding, right? We'll just make them wish they were dead. Dante turned to Spinny. For sign of trouble, you let out the loudest, most painful screech ever. It's not a screech, she said. It's an acoustic tone. It's a screech, Dante said. And it feels like someone put a nail into your ear. That makes me sound like an old witch or something. I agree with Spinny, Rand said. It's a tone. I don't care what you call it. If we're in trouble, just use it. You know we're not allowed to use our powers in public, Rand said. Except in emergencies. If they're stealing our gold, that's an emergency. What should I do? Rand asked. You can scream too. It won't help much, but it will make you feel useful. Don't forget whose power found the gold, Rand said. Who's useful? You are. Dante parked the truck at the curb, hitting it as she did. Nice landing. Shut up or I'll make you drive. Please don't, Rand said. Come on, let's go. The three climbed out of the truck. Rand opened the assayer's office door, and Dante carried the bag of gold inside. The office was small, painted coral pink, with a single glass-topped counter that separated the proprietor from the clients. There were certificates on the wall verifying that the man was licensed and accredited. A man sat behind the counter reading a magazine. He was older, with long sideburns and a potbelly. He wore a collared shirt with no tie and suspenders. He also wore a gun holstered at his chest. He looked up from the magazine. May I help you? Si, Dante said. We need to exchange some gold. It's in the bag? Yes, sir. Just put it on the counter. Okay. Dante struggled to lift the bag up. It landed on the counter with a thud, which caught the man's attention. That's your gold. Yes, sir. He opened the bag and looked inside. He took out a large nugget. Beautiful, he said. He looked up at the girls. Where did you get this much gold? It's our father's. He trusts you with this much gold. Of course. We're his children. He spends it on us anyway, Spinny said. You have a very generous father, the man said. We need to weigh it. He poured the contents of the bag into a plastic tray, then set the tray on his scale. That is 37 ounces even, minus 0.8 ounces for the tray, so 36.2 ounces. That's what I got too, Dante said. She had washed and weighed the gold the night before. The current asking spot price is 7,460 soles per troy ounce. He lifted a calculator to the top of the counter and started pushing buttons. 7,460 soles times that by 36.2 is 270,052 soles. He rubbed his hand across his mouth. Okay. Would you like a money order or do you want cash? What's a money order? Spinny asked. We'll take cash, Dante said. The man's brow furrowed. Senoritas, are you certain you want to be walking around this town with that much cash? There are pickpockets and robbers in this town. We're okay, Dante said. The man shook his head. I don't keep that much cash in my office. I will have to go to the bank. It's across the street on the next block. Just leave the gold here, Dante said. See. He walked out around the counter. Lock the door after me, he said. It will only take a few minutes. About 15 minutes later, they could hear the man's keys in the door. He opened the door and walked in carrying a gray cloth money bag with a zipper. He laid it on the counter. I will weigh the gold again. He put the tray back onto the scale. Okay, it is all here. Now I'll count out your money. He laid the bills out in stacks of 10,000. When he'd finished counting, he put the money back into the bag and slid it to them along with the paper. Here's your receipt of our exchange. Thank you for coming in. Dante took the money bag and put it into her purse along with the receipt. "Thank you. We'll be back soon," Spinny said, "with a lot more." As they walked out the door, Rand said, "I don't think you should say that." "Who cares?" Spinny said. "We're freaking rich." Rand's right. It's like Doc said, gold makes people act different. Did you see how that guy looked at us? He looked jealous. "I didn't know gold was worth so much," Spinny said. "We know. That's why you paid over 750 soles for a Coke." "I know, I'm stupid. But we could buy 2 X-ray machines." "Let's walk around," Dante said. "I think we should go someplace really nice to eat," Rand said. "Like a fancy restaurant with cloth napkins." "After we shop," Dante said. A few moments later, they were passing a boutique when Dante said, "Stop everything," her voice rising with excitement. "We're not going anywhere until I buy that jacket." In the store's window was a mannequin wearing a woman's short-waisted, red leather biker jacket with a buckled waist and wide lapels. "That is the cutest thing I've ever seen." Rand examined the price tag. "Guys, it's $600. An hour's work," Dante said, "and a lifetime of enjoyment." "You can't wear it around the colony. Everyone will want to know how you bought it, especially the doc." "I know. I won't wear it until after we surprise him with the machine." "If you're getting one, I'm getting one too," Rand said. "I found the gold." "We know," Dante said. "Wait, we should get matching ones," Spinny said. "We're not getting matching jackets," Dante said. "That would be lame. No one else gets red." "I don't even like red," Rand said. The young women walked into the store, where they were greeted by a young, well-dressed sales lady. "Buenas tardes," she said, looking them up and down. "May I help you?" "I'd like to try on that red jacket in the window," Dante said. "The Neiman Marcus," she said. "Of course." She looked them over in their country attire. "It's rather expensive." "We know," Spinny said. "We have lots of money. In fact, we all want jackets." The woman smiled. "Very well. My name is Valentina." "Her name is Dante," Spinny said. "I'm Spinny, which is short for Spinoza, and she's Rand." "You have very interesting names," Valentina said as she took the jacket off the mannequin. She checked the jacket's label. "This is a size small. I think it will fit." She handed the jacket to Dante. "There are mirrors over there." "Hold this," Dante said, handing the purse to Rand. She walked over to the mirrors, slipped on the jacket, and slowly turned around to examine herself from different angles. "It's beautiful," Valentina said. "It really is," Rand said. "Stunning." Dante smiled. She had never worn anything that nice before. "It's perfect. It's softer than I thought it would be." "It's lambskin," Valentina said. "It's as soft as leather gets. It's also very smooth and flattering, not as bulky as the cowhide." "I want lambskin too," Spinny said. Then she glanced at Dante. "But not red." "We'll find you something beautiful too," Valentina said. "Would you like to pay for that now?" Dante sensed that she was testing to see if they really had the money. "Sure." Dante took the jacket off and handed it to the clerk. Valentina carried it over to the counter. "Will you be paying cash or credit card?" "Cash," Dante said. "Rand, bring the purse." Rand brought her the purse. Dante set it on the counter, took out the money bag, and unzipped it. Valentina was noticeably surprised at how much money was in it. "How much is it?" Dante asked. $613, Valentina said. Dante counted out the bills, then set them on the counter. 613. "Very good." Valentina rang it up in the cash register and handed her a receipt. "There you go." "Would you like me to wrap it for you?" "No, thank you. But I'd like a sack to carry it in." "It comes in a very nice box," Valentina said. "Let me go in back and get it." She disappeared through a door behind the counter. "I like her," Spinny said. She thinks we're dumb country folk, Dante said. What's wrong with being from the country? Rand asked. There's nothing wrong with being from the country, Dante said. City people just think they're smarter. It's stupid. In the back room, Valentina dialed a number on her cell phone. Marcos, it's me. There are 3 girls here with a bag of money you could choke on. They're Peruvian. From the country. And take their purchases too. They're buying very expensive jackets. They look 18-ish. The money is in the tall girl's purse. There's a bank bag filled with cash. I'm talking thousands of dollars. No, they're not with the cartel. Okay, I'll send them out the back into the alley. Hurry, I'll delay them as long as I can. She hung up, then walked back out to the front. Did you ladies find something else you like? You are getting me a box, Dante said, noticing her empty hands. Oh my, soy tan estúpida. I'll grab that. She ran back, grabbed a Neiman Marcus box, and returned. There you go. Sorry, I had a phone call. I get distracted so easy. She opened the box and splayed open a sheet of tissue. Then she folded the jacket and put it inside. Trust me, you are going to turn heads with that. What do you guys think of this one? Spinny asked. It's pretty, Rand said. Pretty or cool? Choose one, Dante said. Maybe not. Spinny turned to Rand. Are you getting a jacket? I think I'm going to look around some more. You're right, Spinny said. It's kind of like marrying the first boy you date. Not me, Dante said. I've been stalking this boy for a long time. She turned to Valentina. Do you know of any good restaurants in town? I know several. What are you in the mood for? Just something good. And fancy, Rand added. Good and fancy. I know a place if you don't mind paying a little more. Not at all, Spinny said. We've got plenty. Dante nudged her. My favorite place is Ofrendas. It's very popular, and their presentation is beautiful. Do they have cloth napkins? Rand asked. Valentina thought a moment. Yes, they do. Dante shook her head. Does the food taste good? Oh, it's delicious. How do we get there? It's in walking distance. It's in the plaza. I'll write it down for you. 359 Calle Plateros. Let me find a pen. She took her time looking around. There's one right there, Dante said, pointing to the pen on the counter. Oh, of course there is. I swear I must be blind. She slowly wrote down the address and handed it to Dante. It's 359 Calle Plateros. Thank you. You're welcome. As Dante picked up her jacket, Valentina said, Wait, Spinny, before you go, can I show you one more jacket? It's really cute, and I don't want you to buy another jacket then think, oh, I could have had that one. Sure, Spinny said. I'll be right back. She went back to the office and called her cohorts. Are you here? We just blocked off one end of the alley. We're walking around now. Hurry, they're ready to leave. She hung up, waited a minute, then walked back out. Well, like I said, it was really cute. They sold it last night. That makes me want it, Spinny said. And I haven't even seen it. Isn't it funny that way? Thank you, Dante said, holding up the paper with the address. Oh, there's a shortcut to the restaurant. I'll let you come out the back. That way you don't have to walk through the crowds. Thank you, Rand said. Just this way, Valentina said. They followed her through the store's back room, where she opened the exterior door. Employees' entrance. Thank you, Dante said again. They all stepped out into a narrow alley. Good luck, Valentina said, then shut the door. They heard the door lock. She didn't say which way to go, Rand said. The plaza is that way, Dante said. But there's a car blocking the end of the alley. We'll have to go around the other way. As they started toward the other end, two men entered the alley. One was tall for a Peruvian, the other normal-sized and losing his hair. They both wore sunglasses and jackets, even though it was summer. "They don't look ethical," Spinny said. "Just pretend you don't see them," Dante said. When the men were a few yards from the girls, the two men moved to the center of the alley, blocking their path. One of the men said, "Excuse me, we're not from here. Can I ask you directions?" "We're not from here either," Dante said. "I know," he said, pulling a gun from his waist. "Give us your purse and your box." Dante was as frozen with fear as the others. "Just take it," the tall guy said to his friend. The shorter guy grabbed Dante's purse and tossed it to the other. Then he grabbed the box. He kept the gun on them as they backed up. "Don't make a sound or we'll hurt you." It was as if he had reminded them of their power. Dante took the gum out of her mouth and tore it into 2 pieces. "Rand, your ears." "What?" "Your ears, Spinny? Now would be good," Dante said, shoving her chewing gum into her ears. Spinny let out an ultra-decibel, high-pitched scream that could be heard for more than a mile. The two men dropped everything as they instinctively cupped their hands over their ears, which already had blood coming from them. Dante picked up her purse and jacket, then shouted at them, "You are evil, unethical men!" Then she took in a deep breath and breathed out a powerful blast of ozone. The men began choking and gasping for air. The tall man fell unconscious. "You can stop now," Dante shouted at Spinny. Spinny stopped. "That worked." "Did you kill him?" Rand asked. Dante looked at the man lying motionless on the ground. "I don't know. Does it really matter?" "It might to them," Rand said, glancing at the police running toward the alley. "Oh," Dante said. "We'd better go." They walked to the end of the alley, then onto the crowded sidewalk, blending in with the hundreds of tourists. "We should go home now," Dante said. "We didn't even eat," Rand said. "We'll stop at a grocery store. We still need to get the things Doc asked for." "I want to try that place Ofrendas," Spinny said. "You know the Valentino woman was in on that, right?" Spinny looked shocked. "What?" "Don't be dumb. That's why she was taking her time and kept going into the back. She saw Armani and went and called her friends. You don't think that was a coincidence that we went out into the alley at the same time those guys showed up? She probably has people at the restaurant, too." "Oh, I hate her," Spinny said. "We need to get out of this town," Dante said. "What about the X-ray machine?" Rand asked. "We can give the doctor a picture of it with the money. He might want to buy a different one anyway." "So much for cloth napkins," Rand said. Chapter 30. The day everything changed. "How was your trip?" Dr. Sam asked as they walked in carrying the groceries. Dante had hidden her jacket in the tool shed as they'd driven in. "It was fun," Spinny said. "Yes? Anything exciting happen?" "We saw the fountain," Rand said. He looked at them, still unable to discern what they were up to. "Okay, you saw a fountain. Anything else?" "Lots of tourists," Spinny said. "We went into some stores," Dante said. "There were some nice things." Dante handed him the truck keys. "Thank you for letting us use the truck." "You're welcome. Now that you're all bonded, will you all go out and help Epic and Mia pick cherries?" "Yes, sir," Dante said. "Love to," Rand said. He shook his head as they walked away. "What are you ladies up to?" he said to himself. Spurred on by the excitement and profit of their first gold exchange, the trio went back to their mining with even more gusto. Within a few days, they had as much gold as they had taken on their first trip to Cusco. Dr. Sam noticed that they were coming in dirtier than usual, but they just told him they were spending more time hiking. He began to suspect that they were looking for gold, but still he didn't say anything. He respected the youth's privacy, and he figured they'd tell him what they were up to when they were ready. As the anniversary celebration grew closer, Dante printed out a picture of the X-ray machine and arranged it in a frame that had once held a picture of her. The girls were excited to present it to him. It was decided that Rand, since it was her power that had found the gold, would present it to the doctor. Even though it had been Dante's idea to make the gift a surprise, she was by far the most excited of the three, and was all she could do to not tell the others about the X-ray machine and their gold mine. The day before the party, Dr. Sam, Mia, Socrates, Epic, and Rand were all together in the kitchen preparing for the upcoming celebration. Plato, as usual, was at their feet, hoping for the occasional offering that fell to the floor. The mood was festive and joyful, in anticipation of the upcoming event. Mia had baked 4 chocolate sheet cakes and had made 3 full trays of her specialty chocolate-dipped fruit, strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, and grapes. With his usual wisdom, Dr. Sam had encouraged the youths to understand a wide variety of vegetation, but had also encouraged them to become an expert on a few specific ones. Mia had become proficient in cacao, which had started with caring for the 6 cacao trees, harvesting the beans, and making the chocolate liquor with cocoa butter and solids, which she then made into cocoa powder. After several years, she had become the resident expert on all things chocolate, including her own dipped chocolates, which were a colony favorite and were enjoyed at all celebrations, especially the family birthday party, which they held on the same day each year. "As usual, your chocolate is truly splendid," Dr. Sam said, popping one of her chocolates into his mouth. "Thank you," Mia said. "It's all in the proper fermenting and roasting of the cocoa nibs." "I'll take your word for it," Dr. Sam replied. "I should have chosen cacao," Rand said. "No one loves you if you grow squash." "I love you," Dr. Sam said. "As much as you love Mia?" He stuck a finger into the bowl of chocolate frosting Mia had made, then licked it off. "No, probably not," he joked. Rand just shook her head. "Get down, Plato," Mia said. "Dogs can't have chocolate. It's poisonous." "Is that true?" Rand asked. "It's true," Socrates said. "Chocolate is toxic to most dogs because they are unable to metabolize the theobromine and, to some extent, the caffeine it contains. Grapes are also toxic to dogs and can result in sudden kidney failure and death. This is because of their inability to metabolize tannins, flavonoids, and the monosaccharides in grapes." "Geez," Rand said. "Don't let him get one of your chocolate-covered grapes." Then she added, "No one ever dies from squash." "That's because no one ever eats it," Epic said. Rand threw a cut piece of squash at her. "Come here, Plato," Dr. Sam said. "Have a carrot." Dr. Sam was chopping carrots for his self-proclaimed world-famous fried rice. Famous or not, it was also a colony favorite. This was going to be a feast unlike anything the town had seen before. Just then, Franklin ran into the room. "Doctor!" Dr. Sam looked over. "What's up?" "There are soldiers coming up the road." Dr. Sam put down his knife. "Are they Peruvian soldiers or Shining Path guerrillas?" "They have the Shining Path badge." The doctor's brow furrowed. "How many are there?" "About 50.
"How far away are they?"
200 meters. What should we do?" Dr. Sam thought quickly. "Rand, get Paul, Dante, Horse, Sart, and Nietzsche. Everyone else, I want you to hide up in the hills like we talked about." "I'm not leaving you," Mia said.
"None of us are leaving,"
Socrates said.
"You've always said we stick together."
"This is different. These soldiers are not rational and they have guns. Where are they, Franklin?"
"They're coming up the drive. Some are spreading out on the sides."
"That's not good," Dr. Sam said. Paul and Sart walked in, followed by others he hadn't asked to come. "What's going on?" Paul asked. "Soldiers are coming," Dr. Sam said. "Everyone, stay calm. Whatever happens, just stay calm and we'll be okay. We've dealt with them before." Plato started barking and ran to the door. "Plato, get over here," Dr. Sam shouted. Plato bowed his head and walked back.
"They're here,"
Franklin said. At that moment, the door was kicked open, the top half coming off its hinges. 4 soldiers ran in pointing automatic weapons, AK-47s and RPK-74s. They wore camouflage pants and black t-shirts with the hammer and sickle communist symbol. A man, larger than the others, stepped up between the soldiers. He wore an officer uniform with camouflage pants and jacket and a black beret with the gold hammer and sickle. He had a shining path patch high on his left arm and a red patch with the communist hammer and sickle on the other.
"Who's in charge?"
he shouted. "I am," Dr. Sam said calmly. "You didn't need to break our door. We are all friends. We would have invited you in."
"We are not friends."
The man stomped his boots, then walked up to Dr. Sam, staring him in the face to intimidate him. Plato ran to the doctor's side, growling at the man.
"Who are you?"
the man asked. Dr. Sam reached down and lifted Plato. "I'm Dr. Sam Cook. I run a free medical clinic for the people of this region. You are a captain, no? We've helped your soldiers before."
"You are an American?"
"I was."
"Once an American, always an American."
The officer's voice lowered.
"You are not our friends."
"I said I was an American. I left the country."
"Yes, and I don't know what that means."
"It means that—" Before Dr. Sam could get another word out, the man shouted,
"I do not care to hear the lies from your mouth. You Americans come to our country only to plunder and steal. Your corporations take our land and exploit our people. He came here to help our people,"
Socrates said.
"Silence!"
the captain shouted. He looked around the room at the kids.
"Why do you have all these children?"
"This is an orphanage."
"These children do not look like orphans. They look better fed than my soldiers."
"We work hard, so we live better than most." The captain continued looking around. "What do you want from us?" Dr. Sam asked. He turned to face Dr. Sam.
"We came for your gold."
The doctor's brow furrowed. "We don't have gold."
"Liar!"
the captain shouted.
"Do you take me for a fool?"
"Do we look wealthy to you? Look around for yourself. We're just farmers."
"Do not waste my time, senor. You will tell me this moment where your gold is, or I will shoot you."
"How can I tell you where to find something that doesn't exist?" The captain looked at him for a moment, then said,
"No, you value your gold more than your life. But you have brought in these children, so they must mean something to you. I will start shooting the children until you tell me."
He pointed at Mia.
"Take her."
One of the soldiers grabbed Mia and dragged her over with the soldiers. Plato began barking hysterically. Dr. Sam held him tightly. "Quiet, boy."
"Put a gun to her head,"
the captain said. The soldier put the mouth of his pistol against Mia's temple. "Don't," Dr. Sam said. "Please don't hurt her. She's just a child." The man looked at him with a dark glare.
"We'll kill all of you if we have to. One by one. Now, tell me where the gold is."
"Why do you think we have gold?"
"You don't think we have informants everywhere? One of you gave 750 soles worth of gold for a single bottle of soda."
He pulled a bullet back into his gun's chamber.
"Do we have to start shooting your children?"
Plato started barking again.
"Shut up that dog!"
"Wait,"
Rand shouted.
"It's true, it was us. We're the ones who used it in the village."
She turned to Dr. Sam.
"We're sorry, Dr. Sam. We were going to surprise you." "I'm the one,"
Spinny said, her eyes welling up.
"I'm the stupid one who used the gold in the village. I didn't know how much it was worth."
The captain looked at the girls.
"If you'll leave us alone, we'll give all our gold to you,"
Rand said.
"We'll get it right now."
"You will go with one of my men."
"I'll get it,"
Spinny said to Rand.
"It's my fault."
A few moments later they returned, the soldier carrying the dirty gunny sack bag the three had put their gold in. It had more than 5 pounds of gold. He gave the bag to the captain. The captain looked inside the sack and smiled.
"This is a lot of gold."
He looked up.
"This is our land you took it from, so it belongs to the people."
"By people, you mean you," Dr. Sam said.
"You foolish American,"
the captain said.
"We came for gold, but you have much more to offer. You have gold and medicine and food. From now on, your clinic will be only for the people's army. You will provide care for my men, and you and your children will provide us gold. An army runs on gold."
A cruel smile broke over his face as he hefted the bag.
"We can buy a lot of bullets and politicians with this much gold."
He touched Mia's hair.
"And you have healthy children. The traffickers will pay well for them."
"That's not going to happen," Dr. Sam said. The captain turned to Dr. Sam.
"You will provide for our medical needs, and your children will mine our gold."
His face grew angry.
"You teach these children your capitalist ways while we bleed for your freedom from tyranny."
"You do not fight for us," Dr. Sam said. "And we will not help you."
"You will do what I say."
He looked at the children.
"If any of you try to escape, for each one who leaves, we will sell 2 of you off to the traffickers. They pay well and are always looking for prime youths. If any of you refuse to mine our gold, we will sell you. Young girls, young boys at your age will bring in a good amount."
He turned back to the doctor. Plato started growling. Dr. Sam continued to rub his neck to calm him.
"You have help at your clinic, no? You have trained the villagers to help? Perhaps some of the children know medicine."
Dr. Sam didn't answer. Plato growled more fiercely.
"This little animal acts so fierce for something so helpless."
He looked at the doctor.
"Like you."
At that he grabbed Plato, yanking him from the doctor's hands. Dr. Sam went for Plato, but 2 soldiers grabbed him and held him back. Plato started to whimper. The captain took out a knife.
"Now he understands. We will see if you are as smart as the dog."
The captain pressed the blade of the knife against the small dog's neck.
"I ask again, did he teach anyone to work at the clinic? Answer me."
"He taught some of the villagers," Mia blurted out, tears rolling down her cheeks. "They work there, but Dr. Sam is the only doctor."
"I see," the captain said. "Finally one of you understands the seriousness of your situation. Perhaps this will help."
At that he slid the knife into Plato's throat. Plato only let out a slight yelp before his body spasmed, then went still. The captain dropped the dog's lifeless body onto the floor at Dr. Sam's feet. "Plato!" Dr. Sam shouted, his face contorted in agony. He pulled himself from the soldier's grip and fell to his knees.
"You are a doctor. I would not trust my man under your knife any more than I would trust the dog under mine."
Dr. Sam clutched Plato to his chest, then looked up at the captain. "Why would you do this?"
"Why?"
he said, pulling his pistol from his belt. He checked the cartridge, then pointed the gun at Dr. Sam.
"Because I can."
At that, he shot Dr. Sam 3 times in the chest. Dr. Sam fell forward to the ground, then rolled to his side, facing the children. The room had fallen into complete shock and silence. Dr. Sam looked at the youths, his chin quivering. The only word that came from his mouth was, "Fight." His breath turned to gurgling, then stopped. Then he was completely still. For a moment, it was as if everything in the room was frozen. Paul was the first to move. He fell down next to Dr. Sam, wiping the blood from the doctor's body as if that would somehow revive him. "Dr. Sam! Dr. Sam!" he cried. He turned him over and tried giving him CPR as they had learned in the clinic. But the doctor was already dead. He began to cry.
"You've killed him. You've killed our father."
"Get away from him,"
the captain said. Paul, unmoved by the captain's words, continued holding Dr. Sam. He put his cheek against Dr. Sam's, trying to feel the last of his body's heat.
"I'm sorry, Father. I should have protected you. I failed you."
"I said get away from him,"
the captain shouted. When Paul didn't move, the captain said to his soldiers,
"Get the runt away before I shoot him."
At that, Paul looked up, his sorrow visibly turned to anger. His eyes, still wet with tears, blazed bright red. Even the captain was frightened by what he saw.
"Holy Diablo!"
"You killed my father,"
Paul said through clenched teeth. He stood slowly, extending his hand toward the soldiers.
"You call me Diablo. It's a name I haven't heard for a long time. But that is who I am. I am Chispa, the Diablo. Now you will all die."
Chispa thrust his hand forward and pulsed. His power, strengthened by the intensity of his emotions, poured from his hand in visible waves. The captain began to shake. Then blood spurted from his ears as he gasped out and dropped to the ground, followed by most of the other soldiers, who likewise fell dead. About a dozen other soldiers turned and ran, some of them limping from smaller burst aneurysms in their legs and abdomens.
"Get them,"
Chispa shouted to Nietzsche and Sart.
"Bring them back alive. Now."
Nietzsche vanished at hyperspeed, while Sart ran out the door after the soldiers. About 5 minutes later, the remaining soldiers walked back in, all without guns, their hands clasped on their heads. Chispa walked up to them, his anger and hatred still burning in his eyes.
"Kneel,"
he commanded. The soldiers all dropped to their knees.
"We were peaceful. We hurt no one, yet you came to steal from us and to enslave us. You stole our peace. Then you stole our father. You will all pay with your lives. Every one of you. Mercy!"
shouted one of the soldiers.
"Mercy! Mercy!"
"Mercy," Chispa said with disgust.
"I'll show you as much mercy as you showed us. This is not a day of mercy. It is a day of justice, and you will suffer more pain than you can imagine."
"Hang them," Nietzsche said.
"Slowly."
Chispa shook his head.
"No. That is much too merciful for the evil they have brought to our door. Much too painless. They must understand, everyone must understand true pain. Chain them to the trees out front. Let them end their lives for all to see."
Mia blanched. She hadn't seen this side of Chispa since they'd left the streets and come to the colony. Not since the doctor had taken them in. She took Chispa's arm and looked up into his face.
"Paul, please. This isn't you."
He looked down at her. What she saw frightened her.
"Paul is gone, Mia. I am Chispa, the Diablo, and I have a new mission. I will bring the hell to this earth that it has always deserved."
Chispa looked back at the captive soldiers.
"You will stay chained to the trees until your skeletons serve as fertilizer for them."
He turned to Sartre.
"Sart, burn out their eyes."
"With pleasure," Sartre said, his lip curled in a sneer. He reached out his hand, searing out the centers of all their eyes. The men screamed as blood ran down their cheeks.
"Volt and Horse, help Sart chain them to the trees."
"Gladly," Volt said.
"Franklin, you and Socrates take our father's body to his bed and lay him with dignity. The rest of you drag these worthless bodies out to the hogs. Let the animals eat their flesh. Then hurry back. We have planning to do."
"What are we planning?"
Sartre asked.
"We're going to war with the rebels. No one will ever threaten our house again."
Chapter 31. Chispa takes control. When Socrates came back from laying Dr. Sam on his bed, he grabbed Chispa by the arm and pulled him aside.
"What do you think you're doing? Take your hands off me,"
Chispa said fiercely.
"I'm doing what you are too cowardly to do. We're going to war with the soldiers. We'll avenge our beloved father, and they will know to never threaten us again."
"No,"
Socrates said.
"this is wrong. Dr. Sam believed in peace."
Chispa's eyes hardened.
"My father, our father, believed in peace and justice. He taught us that peace cannot exist without justice, and justice cannot exist without force. We are going in force to demand justice for what they did to our father, what they did to all of us."
"This is not your decision,"
Socrates said.
"You're not in charge. Dr. Sam was preparing me to succeed him and create the perfect republic. That was his dream."
"Our father's dream was to bring civilization and order to a broken world, and they killed him for it. His dream became our nightmare."
Chispa made a flourish with his hand.
"No, Krates, his dream is over. It's our turn to decide what kind of world we'll live in."
"And what kind of world is that?"
Socrates asked. Chispa said nothing. After a moment, Socrates asked again more forcefully.
"What kind of world is that? A world of fire!"
Chispa shouted.
"The Bible said first will be the flood, then will come the fire. Dr. Sam believed in the Bible, so we will fulfill its prophecies. We're going to burn this world down. Are you with me or against me, Krates? Make your decision now."
"I'm not against you, Paul,"
Socrates said.
"I'm against what you're doing."
"There is no Paul,"
Chispa shouted.
"and if you're against what I'm doing, you're against me."
Chispa looked out at the others who had come back in to watch the exchange.
"Who among you are not cowards and will join me in avenging our father? Choose now."
"I'm with you,"
Horse said.
"We're with you,"
Sautra said, standing next to Nietzsche.
"And Volt."
"Epic?"
She nodded.
"Yeah."
"Kirka?"
She thought a moment, then said,
"Yeah, okay."
"Thoreau."
Chispa walked to him.
"Thor, we have always been friends. I need you. I need your power."
"Socrates is right,"
Thoreau said.
"Dr. Sam didn't want to burn down the world.
He wanted to save it. Was that our father's last word? Save the world? No. He said fight. He wanted us to protect ourselves. He wanted justice, and we had our justice. You killed 50 men for one man's life. Is that not enough? Isn't that more than justice? Are 50 corrupt lives worth one good man's life? I think not. Those 50 men's lives weren't worth Plato's life."
Chispa looked into Thoreau's eyes.
"This is no time to fail us, Thor. I need your powers. I won't be part of this."
Chispa breathed out as he stepped back from him.
"All right. Start, Volt, Horse. Take Krates and Thor to the clinic basement and lock them inside the medicine vault."
"Yes, sir,"
Sautra said.
"You've lost your mind,"
Socrates said.
"No, I found it. The truth will do that."
"Come on,"
Volt said, grabbing Socrates' arm.
"You too,"
Horse said to Thoreau. After they were taken out of the room, Dante said,
"Socrates is right, though. This isn't what Dr. Sam would want."
"No, it's not,"
Rand said. Spinney stood silently next to them, too afraid to speak. Chispa looked at them, his eyes bright with fury.
You three of all people? Telling me what's right? He stuck his finger out at them. This is your fault. This all happened because of you and your gold lust. Our father's blood is on your hands. The women began shaking. Rand started crying. You think you'll tell me what's right? Let me tell you, one way or another, you will atone for Dr. Sam's life and all the pain you've brought us. You will fight with me, or you will be locked up with the other cowards. Do you understand? They all nodded. Decide now. Which will it be? We'll fight with you, Dante said. Rand? Spinny? Pascal? Yes, sir, they said. I will accept your commitment. Kirka, I want you to listen to all the dissenters. If any of them speak any word against me or our cause, I want to know immediately. Yes, sir. He turned to the one electric left, Franklin. What about you, Franklin? You are our best eyes. Are you with me? He shook his head slowly. No, I'm not. Socrates was right. This isn't what Dr. Sam would want us to do. Chispa breathed out slowly. Oh, Franklin. What are you going to do now, Chispa? Boil my blood? Cut off my flesh? Or will you lock me up too? No, my brother. Dr. Sam loved you as he did me. You were the first I met from the colony. You helped rescue me. He shook his head. But if you're against me, you can't stay here. I was here before you were. This is my home. It's not anymore. I'm sorry, but I banish you. Get your things and go. You can take one of the scooters. If I see you on the property, I will consider it an act of treason. I fear for you, old friend, Franklin said. There is no need to fear for me. Just to fear me. Franklin glanced back at them all, then turned and walked to his room. Sartre passed him as he walked back in. Sir, Sartre said. Thor could just vibrate himself out of the basement vault. He could bring this whole place down. Then don't let him, Chispa said. How will I do that? Take one of the soldiers' grenades. Let them know that if he tries to use his power, you will toss in the grenade. Yes, sir. Also, the only water you give them will contain colloidal silver. Yes, sir. One more thing. Do not feed the rebel captain to the pigs. I will make a scepter from his head and a jacket from his skin. I will wear him into battle. Yes, sir. Sir, how long will we keep Kraitz and Thor locked up? Chispa looked at him for a moment, then said, Only until they die. Part 6. Chapter 32. Go time. Morning came too early. It always does on those kinds of days that make it hard to sleep the night before. I wanted to take a long shower, but the hot water gave out after a few minutes, so I got out, dressed, then walked around the hotel to see if anyone else was up. But I didn't see anyone from our group, just a few random tourists and a group of Japanese businessmen. When I got back to the room, Taylor was still sleeping. I wondered if Jack's team had already started out. I got into my bag, took out the GPS tracker and turned it on. It beeped twice and the screen registered activity. Not surprisingly, Team A had left their hotel. They had a longer trek than ours, so I figured they would start a few hours before us. I packed up my carry-on, which took less than 3 minutes. Pretty much a toothbrush and 2 days of clothing. At 7:30, I woke Taylor. I hated to do that. She looked so peaceful. Is it time? Almost. I want to sleep longer. I know. I'm sorry. She rubbed a hand over her eyes, pulled back her hair, and sat up. All right. Let's do this. I kissed her, then said, I'll meet you in the lobby.
I grabbed my bag and went out. A few of the group were in the dining area. Zeus, Nichelle, Tara, and Ian. The breakfast wasn't much, mostly fruit, rolls, cheese, and granola. Soft-boiled eggs. I took a banana and some granola and sat down next to the others.
"Where's my sis?"
Tara asked. "She's getting ready. She's tired."
"No doubt."
I cut the banana into my granola, then poured a glass of milk into the bowl.
"Did you see the cars?"
Zeus asked. "Not yet," I said, taking a bite. He handed me a set of keys.
"They're pretty cool."
"You're driving car 2?
"Yes, sir."
Car 1, the lead car, consisted of me, Taylor, Austin, McKenna, and Ian. Car 2 had the others, Zeus, Nichelle, Quentin, and Tara. Tara wanted to come with us, but we needed Ian in the lead car as lookout. Taylor came out a few minutes later carrying her bag. She looked pretty disheveled.
"Looking good, sis,"
Tara said. Taylor grinned slightly, which made me happy.
"I know."
She walked up to us. She set her bag down. "What's for breakfast?"
"Fruit and stuff,"
Nichelle said.
"The granola looks good,"
Taylor said.
"Do I have time to eat?"
"Yes, McKenna, Austin, and Q aren't down yet," I said. She walked over to the serving table. Almost on cue, Quentin walked in. "Hey, Bambini!" He had a protein drink in a can.
"Where'd you get that?"
Zeus asked. "Walmart."
"There's a Walmart here?"
"No, dude, back in America." Quentin sat down next to us. "Breakfast of champions." Taylor then sat down. She just had coffee and a roll.
"I changed my mind,"
she said. "Any word from Team A?" Quentin asked. "No, but I've been tracking them. They started out a couple of hours ago, so they should reach the staging area early." "There's the happy couple," Ian said. Austin and McKenna walked in. McKenna walked over to us, while Austin walked straight to the food table.
"Sorry we're late,"
she said.
"We ate already, so we're ready to go."
We looked over. Austin was assembling a breakfast sandwich.
"He ate already?"
Nichelle asked.
"He's Austin,"
McKenna said. A minute later, Austin walked over with a plate almost overflowing with food. He looked at everyone staring at him.
"What?"
Chapter 33. What kind of tattoo? We walked out to the parking lot as a group. Vaytrick had rented us 2 Jeeps equipped with off-road tires and accessories. The drive from Ayacucho to our first stop, Pichari, was around 200 kilometers through jungle on winding mountain roads, some in poor condition. We guessed it would be close to 5 hours of driving. While everyone put their things into the Jeeps, I stepped aside with Zeus and went over the map to our destination. There wasn't much of a chance of getting lost. Once we got to Highway 28B, there was only one road through the region, sandwiched between the Ene River and the Otishi National Park. Before we started off, I checked the tracker to see where Jack and Team A were. They were making good time, and were probably 4 hours out from their destination, which meant they would be waiting on us, which I suppose was their plan. Alpha Team always had a plan. We said goodbye and took off. The road out of Ayacucho was busy, but once we reached Tambo, the traffic had diminished to almost nothing. We drove about 2 hours before stopping briefly in Pichari. I walked back to the other car to check on them. Then we sped forward. From here on was all jungle forest, with a few tiny settlements along the way. We had driven another hour when Ian said, "Michael, there's a roadblock up ahead." "Who is it? Peruvian, Shining Path, or Cartel?" "I don't know. They're wearing camouflage." "What kind of tattoos do they have?" Austin asked Ian. "Under their camouflage, on their skin." "Yeah, I know what a tattoo is," Ian said. "I see skulls. Some religious icons like Mother Mary and crosses, rosary beads. They're definitely Cartel," Austin said. "Why do they have religious tattoos?" Taylor asked. "These guys kill people." "So do religions," Ian said. "What do we do?" Taylor asked. We stop, I said. Get Zeus on the radio.
What if they take us captive?
They probably will.
Oh, I get it,
Austin said. Taylor handed me the radio.
What's up, man?
Zeus said. There's a cartel roadblock up ahead.
We run it or take them out?
Neither. We stop.
Why would we do that?
Quentin said, Michael's right. Let's go with them.
Am I the only one lost here?
Zeus asked. As I slowed down the Jeep, about 6 men wearing masks and holding automatic weapons surrounded our vehicle. I rolled down my window. Hola! One of the men looked inside the car, checking for weapons. He asked with a thick Spanish accent,
Are you Americans?
Yes.
You are DEA?
No.
You are CIA? Maybe FBI?
No, we're not letters. We're just tourists. He laughed.
You are not tourists. Tourists do not come here. What are you doing here?
We're just seeing the sights.
There are no sights here.
You're a sight, Ian said. I just smiled, which seemed to fluster him. I'm sure I was supposed to look more afraid. We're unusual tourists.
Get out of your car.
All right. After we had emptied both vehicles, they ordered us over to their pickup trucks. They flex-cuffed our hands behind our backs, put us into the backs of their pickups, then put hoods over our heads. This hood smells like a vomit cloth left in an outhouse for a week, Nichelle said. I doubt washing them is a priority, Tara said. Why are we doing this?
Cállate la boca!
Someone shouted.
He said to shut up,
Austin said.
Can I just blow him apart now?
Zeus asked. Jefe, where are you taking us? I asked the guy holding my arm.
You do not need to know.
You put hoods on us, so it must be somewhere important. Your headquarters. He didn't answer. We drove for what seemed like nearly an hour. We passed several checkpoints, and I could hear the men in the truck cab bantering back and forth in Spanish. I leaned against Taylor so we could communicate. Being completely against her, I could also read her mind, though it shocked her a little. I can feel your electricity, she thought. A slight tingle. Sorry. It's kind of comforting. I wish I spoke Spanish. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Since when do I know what I'm doing? This is no time to joke. Sorry. What if they decide to shoot us? If they point guns at us, Ian will tell us, and I'll just blast everything. What about the handcuffs? McKenna, Zeus, and I can melt these plastic cuffs in half a second. I heard her sigh. This bag stinks. The truck stopped, this time followed by the engines being shut off. Someone started shouting. We must be here, I said.
They want us to get out,
Austin said. Where are we, Ian? I asked.
Not sure.
Looks like it could be their HQ. They took off our hoods but left us cuffed. We were standing outside a squat, stucco-walled building. I said to the man in charge, We want to meet your leader.
He will not meet with you.
Tell him the Electro clan is here.
We will take you to a cell where we keep hostages.
No, you won't, I said, looking into his eyes. You still don't know who we are, do you?
I know you are nothing.
Really? I pulsed, knocking him off his feet. I melted the cuff, then held up my hand. Sparks jumped between my fingers as I formed a lightning ball. The men's expressions changed from condescension to fear. Zeus melted off his cuffs, then, with both hands, blasted a man who had started to lower his gun, knocking him back and flinging the gun from his hands. At the same time, McKenna melted off her bands and held her hands up, both of them burning like torches. One of the men shouted, La Colonia! Es la Colonia! You fear the Colonia, I said to their leader, who was looking up at me from the ground. Carefully remove your guns. If anyone moves toward us, we will electrocute them. Do you understand?
Si, yes.
Good. Now stand up. The man stood. Tell your jefe that Michael Vey is here to see him.
Michael Vey?
Si, Vey. Pronto. The man ran off. About a minute later, he returned. His expression had changed drastically.
"The boss says you are all to come in."
"Didn't expect that, did you?" Nichelle said. "You drug-dealing, dog-faced loser." The man stepped back as Nichelle walked by him. We walked into the building. The boss smiled when he saw us.
"Hombres mio."
"Torsten," I said. "It's been too long." Chapter 34. Old friends, new enemies. We embraced. "So you climbed the corporate ladder and took over the biggest cartel in the world," I said.
"It's amazing what you can do with a little electricity,"
Torsten said. "Or controlled microwaves," Austin said. Torsten looked at Austin.
"I've missed you."
Austin turned to me. "Is he being sarcastic?" Torsten laughed. "No, I think he means it," I said.
"Of course I do,"
Torsten said.
"You've been busy down here. I'm hearing all sorts of stories about the electric people causing havoc in Puerto.
Speaking of,
I want to thank you for taking out the Chasqui. They've been a thorn in my side since the day I took charge. After you took them out, we took control of the original Star Source plant. It's good to have that facility and runway."
"So glad we could help you profit off the death and destruction of others," Nichelle said. I shot her an angry glance. She was right, of course, but we'd known what Torsten was doing before we'd come to him. We weren't looking to make more enemies. We were at war, and as they say, war makes for strange bedfellows. I would say that there was history between Torsten and Nichelle, but considering her role with Hatch, Nichelle had a history with everyone. Torsten had just never gotten over it. "There was a time when we almost called you for help," Quentin said. "The Chasqui almost ended us."
"I would have been there for you,"
he said.
"Not just for our business interests, which obviously we had, but you're my friends."
He looked at Nichelle.
"Well, maybe not you."
"The feeling is mutual," Nichelle said.
"What brings you to my neck of the woods?"
he asked. "Abigail was kidnapped," I said.
"By whom?"
"A group of electrics that live in this area. They call themselves the Colony." His face fell.
"Oh.
I take it you know them."
"No one knows them, but everyone in the Vra-Em knows of them, and fears them."
"That's impressive," Quentin said. "It's like being the toughest guy in the prison yard."
"That's exactly what it's like,"
Torsten said.
"No one who goes near them ever comes back. No one. I've lost at least a dozen men."
"What's your dealings with them?" I asked.
"As little as possible. Fortunately, they mostly keep to themselves. Like you said, they're electrics. Spawns of Hatch. Like us. I'm the only one who really knows who they are and what they're capable of, but my men are terrified of them. Half of the men think they're demons from the underworld. The other half think they're demigods. They've demonstrated enough of their power to create legends. People fear the unknown."
"Look how far you made it with your power," Zeus said.
"My point. And there's just one of me. There are dozens of them. So our dealings? Not good. We pay them a fee to use our own runway. It's ironic. We're usually the ones doing the extorting, but here they extort us."
"It's tough being a drug dealer," Nichelle said. "I'd better find a tissue so I can cry for you." Torsten glared at her angrily. I'm sure if it had been one of his own people, he would have had her killed.
"What did you say?"
"You heard me." He pointed at her.
"Don't try me."
"Or what?" "Nichelle, stop it," I said. "I mean it." I turned back to Torsten. "What happens if you don't pay?" He slowly looked away from Nichelle.
"Then the plane never leaves the ground. Either that, or it doesn't land in one piece."
"You're saying they have an electric like Tanner?" Tara asked.
"No, the plane's not damaged. Just the pilots. They're found dead with blood coming from their ears.
That sounds like you tried not paying them, Austin said.
Once. It was a bad idea. In addition to killing our pilots, they destroyed 6 of our storage units holding hundreds of millions of dollars worth of product. Then, to further punish us, they doubled their fee. I found it's more cost-effective to just pay them.
Why don't you build another runway somewhere else? Tara asked.
They'd know about it before it was even finished. They know everything. Then, no doubt they'd raise their fee even more. We write it off as a cost of doing business, like bribing judges and cops.
How do they know what you're doing? Taylor asked.
They have eyes and ears everywhere, and they have some very powerful glows.
Maybe there are informants inside your camp, Taylor said.
That's possible, too.
He looked at us.
There are always traitors inside an organization this big. I could use someone like Ian or Taylor to watch over things.
And we could use your manpower, I said. Maybe we can make a deal. We could help you vet your associates, and you help us take on the colony.
Take on the colony?
He shook his head.
I'm sorry, but there's risky, and then there's insane. I'm not going to kick that hornet's nest. The colony would wipe us all out. All of us.
His brow furrowed.
Listen, Michael, we're friends. I'd hate to have something happen to you. I don't think you really know what you're up against. I mean, you guys are powerful, especially you. But they have electric powers I've never seen the likes of. One of them moves at the speed of light.
The speed of electricity, Austin corrected.
Faster than you can see, he said. Their leader, Chispa, calls himself El Diablo, the devil, and he lives up to his name. He basically blows people's brains up.
You can do that too, Tara said. I saw you do it to a monkey once.
Not nearly as fast or as far as Chispa can,
Torsten answered.
He can do it from 100 yards off. You die before you even know you're being attacked.
He breathed out.
They wiped out an entire company of Shining Path soldiers in minutes. Literally minutes. The soldiers never even got a shot off, and the colony did it without a single casualty.
His forehead furrowed, and he turned to me with an intense look.
Can I talk to you alone?
And Taylor? Of course. We walked down a short hallway into an office. After the door shut, he said,
Are you sure you have to do this? Because I don't think you can.
You made that clear, I said.
I'm serious. It's a lost cause.
I took a deep breath. That's not helpful.
I'm being very helpful. I'm being honest. These dudes are more dangerous than you can imagine.
And they have Abigail.
So you'll go anyway. You were never much of a moral accountant.
What's that? Taylor asked.
It's what I call someone who weighs the odds of doing what's right against doing what's safe. You guys do what you think is right and let the chips fall where they will. You've always been brave that way.
Brave or stupid? I asked.
It makes you loyal,
Torsten said.
And I admire you for it. But it raises the question, is it worth sacrificing all your lives for Abigail's?
All for one, one for all? Or something like that? He shook his head.
I always loved that about you, Vey. Always the idealist.
He exhaled slowly.
Good luck, my friend. I'll have my men escort you up to Tonkin, but that's as far as they'll go. Past that, we risk conflict. You'll cross the river at Tonkin, then drive north with the Ene. Your best chance to not be seen is to abandon your car 8 kilometers south of Kutivireni and hike through the mountains, then follow the river north. Kutivireni is only 850 meters from Mission. You're probably low on gas. I'll have my men fill up your cars. You don't want to stop anywhere along the way for gas. The colony has a lot of informants in these parts. Still, you can expect that they'll know you're coming before you get there.
I'm counting on it, I said.
Un momento, he said,
then shouted toward the door.
Jorge!
A squat, angry-faced man walked into the room.
Sí, jefe. ¿Qué me quieres hacer?
Torsten said something to him in rapid-fire Spanish. Then the man said,
Sí, jefe. Considero hecho.
Torsten turned back to us.
All right, just follow Jorge. His men will take you up to Tonkin.
We shook hands. Thanks, Torsten.
No worries.
As we started to walk out, Torsten shouted,
Hey, Michael.
I turned back.
Take this.
He took a gold medallion from around his neck and put the chain over my head. It was a religious medallion. Thank you.
Con Dios.
Taylor said, Just a moment. She went back to Torsten and whispered something into his ear. His expression turned grave. He nodded for a moment, then said,
Gracias.
You're welcome, Taylor said. Taylor and I followed Jorge out of the room. As we were leaving his office, Torsten shouted,
Alejandro, aquí.
One of the men outside said, Si, jefe, as he walked past us into Torsten's office. I heard Torsten say,
Shut the door.
We walked out with his men, though this time they were treating us as old friends. I asked Taylor, What did you whisper to Torsten?
I told him that 2 of his men were plotting against him.
Which ones?
The tall one he just called into his office, and the really short one outside wearing the white t-shirt and cross.
She looked at me.
Do you think we should help him?
No, I said. If those are the dudes you warned him about, I'm sure they're already dead. Chapter 35. A change of direction. As we walked out to the cars, Jorge said to me in broken English,
We drive with you to Tonkin. No más, no más. Comprende?
We'll follow you, I said. We all climbed back into the same cars we'd come in, with Zeus still driving the second car. Another cartel car, a Ram truck, pulled up behind us. What's that medallion? Austin asked. I lifted it. Torsten just gave it to me. He got closer to look at it. It's a St. Jude pendant. He looked at me. Do you know what that is? A good luck charm. You could say that. St. Jude is the patron saint of lost causes. A moment later, I started the car up, then pulled out after the lead car. After a few miles, Austin asked, Why did Torsten want to talk to you in private? He wanted to talk us out of going. He thought it was too dangerous. But these cartel guys are going to help us? No. They're just escorting us up to Tonkin, then heading back. They don't want anything to do with the colony.
Pollos,
Taylor said. It took us about an hour to reach the town of Tonkin. Just before the city sign, our escort pulled onto the dirt shoulder of the road and waved us on. I saluted him as I passed.
Now where?
Taylor asked. We crossed the river up ahead and contact Team A. When they're in place, we'll drive about 10 miles north with the river, then hike the last 3 miles around the town of Mission. We need to be cautious, I said. Torsten told us the town is full of colony informants. I turned to Taylor. Would you check the GPS tracker and see where Team A is? It's in the glove box. Taylor took the device out of the glove box and turned it on. Are they there? I asked.
This doesn't seem right, she said.
What is it? Austin leaned up over the seat. Let me see. Taylor surrendered the device. Just a few seconds later, Austin said, They're not even close to position. They're miles away. Miles which way? I asked. West. They're at least 20 miles west. That doesn't make sense. They should almost be there by now.
Something must have delayed them,
Taylor said. No. They're moving farther away, Austin said. He hesitated a moment, then added, I think they're being chased. I glanced at our Jeep's built-in GPS. I need a reference. Give me a city or something. They're moving north to Alto Anapati. Look at that jump, Ian said. They're cruising. They're definitely being chased. This changes things, I said. The only way to them is right through Mission. That's risky, Austin said. If Team A is running, we need to save them. Ian, call Zeus and tell him Team A is being chased. On it. I stepped on the gas. From Tonkin to Alto Anapati was 40 miles. We had a lot of ground to close between us. I hoped that Team A would slow down, but they continued north at almost impossibly fast speeds. They're in Mazamari, Austin said. They're moving faster than we are, a lot faster. How can they be moving a lot faster? I asked, getting annoyed. You can't move faster on these roads. A few moments later, Austin said, Wait, I think they've stopped. Good. They've stopped chasing them, McKenna said. Or they caught them, Austin replied. Taylor, call Team A, I said. Taylor tried to reach them on the radio, but no one answered. None of this is making sense, Austin said. Why wouldn't they answer? Maybe the radio isn't working, Taylor said. Why wouldn't it be working? Maybe the colony has powers we don't know about, McKenna said. Like blocking radio frequencies. That wouldn't surprise me, I said. They're starting up again, Austin said. If they're headed back to the Huancayo airport, they're going to change directions at 24A and head west. Unless someone comes up with a better idea, I'm going to keep following them, I said. A moment later, Austin said, That's impossible. What? They just covered 15 miles in 30 seconds. There must be a delay in the tracker, Ian said. Which means we don't really know where they are, Austin said. They're coming up to the turnoff at 24A. Almost 3 minutes later, Austin said, I can't believe it, they're not turning. I groaned. This is making no sense at all. What if Team A is leading the colony away so we can go in and save Abby? Taylor said. That would only be a good idea if we were in on the plan, I said. Our radio beeped. Hey, guys, what's going on? Zeus asked. We're still chasing them. I thought we'd catch them by now. You'd think, I said, but they're farther away. All right, Zeus said. We'll just keep following, but I'm getting low on gas. We are too. We'll watch it. A half hour later, Austin said, The only way back to Huancayo is west at Puerto Ipoki, then down 22B. Are there any other turnoffs? They could go north in 18 kilometers just after Perenay, but that would just take them deeper into the mountains. Come on, Jack, I said to myself. What are you doing? I turned to Taylor. Try getting them again. I have been trying. They won't answer. All right, they're passing Perenay, Austin said. Wait, they're stopping again. Just then, there was a loud burst of static from our radio. Jack, Taylor said. Come over, please. They're not stopping, Austin said. They're taking 5N north. There is no possible scenario I can imagine where this would be a logical action. This literally makes no sense. Something is very wrong, I said. They're gone, Austin said. He looked up. We just lost them. What do you mean lost them? The trackers went dead, see? All of them. He held up the monitor. They've disappeared. There was nothing on the screen. They took us 80 miles past our target, then vanished. This just keeps getting better. I pulled the satellite phone from under my seat and handed it to Taylor. Call my father, see if he still has a connection with them. Taylor dialed the number. Put it on speaker so we can follow, I said. My father answered on the second ring. Michael. Mr. Vey, this is Taylor. We've lost Team A. Can you make contact with them? Just a minute. A moment later, he said, No. Their trackers have gone dark. That's what we show, Taylor said. How could all of their trackers go dark at the same time? I asked. My father said, Either they're in some kind of Faraday cage, or the trackers were all simultaneously destroyed. Like they were in a car accident? Taylor asked. Austin said, It would take a lot more than that to destroy the trackers. Can you radio them? I asked. I tried, my father said. They're not answering. How about their car? Austin asked. Can you track that? I can. Just a minute. Their car is in Alto Anapati. That's impossible, I said. We drove past that 40 minutes ago. This isn't making any sense at all. My father was silent, then said, No, it doesn't. What do you plan to do? I'm going to drive to where we lost their signal and see if we can find anything. All right, if I hear from them, I'll call you. Over. Bye, Taylor said. She hung up the phone. Here's your phone, she said to me. You keep it. We don't have a contingency plan for this, Austin said. I'm totally befuddled. I hated it when Austin said that. That's when I knew we were really in trouble. What do you think we should do? I asked. We're too exposed out here. If we don't find anything at the 5-end turnoff, we should go to Huancayo and hide out for a few days. All right, we're getting close to the turnoff. Ian, do you see anything? Nothing unusual. 5 minutes later, we recrossed the NA River where the highway divided and changed direction from east-west to north-south, the southern route following the river to Huancayo. I drove a mile north to the general area where we'd lost the trackers, but outside of a roadside dirt rest stop, there was nothing there. We parked at the rest stop and shut off the car. Zeus pulled up beside me. Where are they? He asked. They disappeared. You don't think the colony was waiting for them? Taylor said. The idea had crossed my mind, but I had pushed it out. Frankly, the idea terrified me. We already knew we were outgunned. If we were outbrained, we were dead. I hope not. Hope hasn't been our friend lately, she said softly. Quentin and Zeus got out and walked over to my window. So what's going on? Quentin asked. We followed the trackers up to here. Then they just disappeared off our screen. They're out of range? Zeus asked. Trackers don't go out of range, I said. At least nowhere on the planet. Then how could they just disappear? Quentin asked. Someone would have to destroy all of them at once, Austin said from the back. Now what? Zeus asked. We'll head down to Huancayo and regroup. Same place we dropped Jack off? Zeus asked. Same place. Zeus slapped my car door. All right, we'll follow you. Remember, we're low on gas. It was dark by the time we reached the outskirts of the city of Huancayo. We stopped and filled the jeeps up with gas, then drove into town, where we booked rooms at the Hotel Presidente. We ate dinner at their restaurant inside, all except for Nichelle, who had a headache and went straight to bed. Taylor and I barely spoke. She had been glum since we'd reached Peru, but her spirits seemed to have dipped still more. After dinner, Taylor said she had a headache too, and went up to bed. Tara and McKenna followed her up. The men, Austin, Quentin, Ian, Zeus, and I, sat in the lobby to talk. What do we do? I asked. Now we have to save Jack, too. It's déjà vu, Quentin said. Save him from what? Zeus asked. They could have been captured by the guerrillas or the cartel. For all we know, they could have fallen into quicksand. Or the colony, Austin said. Quentin said, It's not the cartel. If it was the cartel, Torsten would have contacted us. Or let them contact us. Austin's frown deepened. If this is being orchestrated by the colony, I don't have to tell anyone what that means. What it means, I said, is that the only chance we have of rescuing Jack, Alpha Team, and Abby is to confront the colony. Everyone was quiet for a moment. Then Austin said, Michael's right. If the eagle carried something back to its nest, our only hope is to attack the nest. Somehow that sounds worse, Quentin said. I don't know how any of this can sound good, I said. I took a deep breath. My head is too foggy. I need sleep. Me too, Quentin said. Let's plan in the morning. I'll process in the night, Austin said.
Okay. Good night, Ian said.
See you in the AM,
Zeus said. We all went off separately to our rooms. I don't know if I'd ever been so discouraged. Chapter 36. The Silversmith and the Golden Fish. I didn't sleep well. I know Taylor didn't either. We had 2 twin beds in our room, and Taylor cried out several times in the night, the second time followed by a long bout of sobbing. I finally got up and squeezed into her bed with her and held her. The longer I held her, the more certain I was that she needed to go home. Lying in the quiet darkness, I realized it was possible that I was going to get all my friends killed. The next morning, Taylor was as tired and broken as I had ever seen her. She cuddled into me, her hair splayed over the pillow we shared. I kissed her forehead, and she nuzzled deeper into my neck, but said nothing. We lay this way for nearly an hour before I finally checked the clock. It was already 9. I climbed out of bed. Are you coming down? In a little bit, she said. I kissed her, then went down to the hotel lobby. I asked the front counter for the use of a conference room, then went over to their restaurant. Nichelle, Quentin, Zeus, and Tara were there. How are you feeling? I asked Nichelle.
Better. I think I was mostly carsick. Those roads are as curvy as a
plus-sized model, Quentin said.
I was going to say pretzel,
Nichelle said.
But whatever.
Where's my sister? Tara asked. She's coming down. She had a rough night. We all did, Quentin said. It's like old times, and I don't mean that in a happy, nostalgic way. I'm going to get something to eat, I said. The sweet rolls are pretty good, Quentin said. And the omelet bar. The chef's name is Rolex, like the watch. Good to know. As I was standing in line, Ian came down with McKenna and Austin. None of them looked like they had slept either. How did you all sleep? I asked. Wonderful, Ian said, his words dripping with sarcasm. Best day ever. Morituri te salutant. I hope not, Austin said. Taylor was the last to come down. She was wearing the same clothes she had on yesterday. The despair on her face hadn't changed either. I wish these Danish were warm, Tara said. Without saying anything, McKenna reached over and cupped her hand around the Danish and heated it. She set the Danish back down on Tara's plate.
It's probably a little too hot,
McKenna said. Thank you. Taylor got a cup of coffee.
That's all you're having?
Tara asked as Taylor sat down. I'd rather die on an empty stomach, she said.
Aren't we a club of optimists?
Nichelle said. Have we heard anything from them? Quentin asked. No, I replied. Your dad? No. He texted to see if we'd heard anything. Quentin groaned. We haven't even started and we're already losing. You're right, I said. We came down here to save one person, now we're missing 5. I looked around. This was a mistake. Everyone looked at me with surprise. It's true. Our plan has already failed. Zeus looked the most surprised. Where's that coming from? You always said we leave no one behind. You changed your mind on that? No. I've just changed my mind on our plan. You have another plan? Quentin asked. Yes. I think I need to do this alone. For a moment, everyone was quiet. Then Quentin said, This is a joke, right? No, it's logical. A mouse can slip in where a lion can't.
Definitely a joke,
Nichelle said. I believe I can do this. Stop it, Taylor shouted. The room froze. I can't take this anymore. Michael, are you trying to kill yourself? Are you trying to kill me? Because you are. She began crying again, laying her head on her arms. Tara went over to her and put her arms around her. I'm trying to save everyone, I said. I'm trying to save you. Why don't you get this, Michael? I'm not afraid of dying. I'm afraid of losing you. Everyone just sat around the table silently watching us. Then Zeus said,
I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm more afraid to live than to die. But I'll tell you this, I'm not going back a coward, and I'm not going back without Abby.
I'm not going back a coward either, Tara said. And if my sister's going, I'm going. We're a set.
Look, Ian said to me, I've got more at stake than you do. You guys are the only family I have, the only family I've ever known. I'd do anything for you. But Abby was in purgatory with me and McKenna. Being together in a place like that changes you in a way you don't ever come back from. That girl is my flesh. I'm not trying to sound overly dramatic, but if I can't die for her, there's nothing worth dying for. And if there's nothing worth dying for, then, brother, there's nothing worth living for either.
Amen, Nichelle said. Ian's right, McKenna said. In purgatory we became one. There's no way I could spend the rest of my life haunted by the thought that Abigail might be in a cage somewhere, in another purgatory. I can't live that way.
And there's no way I'm leaving McKenna, Austin said. Where she goes, I go.
McKenna turned to Austin, took his hand and smiled.
Michael, Ian said, you've always felt it's your responsibility to watch out for us, but it's really all our responsibilities. It's all or nothing, like it's always been. I mean, we love you, dude, but this isn't on you. We're risking our lives because Abigail is one of us and she'd do the same for us. So let's go get Abby and Jack and Alpha Team if they're there and get out of this hellhole. Besides, this humidity is totally frizzing my hair.
In for a penny, in for a pound, Quentin said.
Me too,
Nichelle said.
Whatever that means.
I took a deep breath. All right, I get it. The moment settled into silence. Then Nichelle asked,
So now what?
We take a day to let things settle, Austin said. Maybe we'll get lucky and hear from Team A. There's always that chance that it's something we haven't thought of. But after tonight, if we still haven't heard from them, we leave in the morning to take on the colony and take back whatever they have of ours. I second that, Zeus said. Especially waiting a day. I mean, what if we charge in there and find out that Alpha Team's not even there?
I agree, Quentin said. Sometimes the best course of action is to just wait and see. Let's let things settle a bit. In the meantime, I'm getting a massage.
I'll go with you, Zeus said.
I'm getting chocolate,
Nichelle said.
A lot of it.
She looked around.
Do they even have decent chocolate here?
This is where chocolate was invented, Austin said.
Good, 'cause I'm eating enough to make myself sick.
I'll come with you, Ian said.
I didn't know you liked chocolate.
I don't. I just want to watch you eat that much. It wasn't lost on me that everyone was living like there was no tomorrow. Then we're all on our own, I said. Just don't forget to get some rest. We don't know what's coming tomorrow. We never do, dude, Quentin said. We never do. As we were getting up, Tara walked up to me.
Michael, I'm taking Taylor with me. I think she needs some sister time.
All right, I said. A moment later, Taylor came up to me.
I'm sorry I started all that.
No, I'm glad you did. It clarified a lot. Are you okay with me going off with Tara?
Sure. What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Why don't you go with Zeus and Q?
I might. I kissed her.
Do something fun.
Something crazy.
Like what?
I grinned. I don't know. Go to a disco. Eat guinea pig.
A disco?
She smiled, then kissed me on the cheek.
See you tonight.
Everyone left except for Austin.
Hey, bro. Want to go do something?
You're not with McKenna?
She can go with Tara and Taylor.
No, that's okay. I'm okay. I'm just going to hang out. He looked concerned.
I'm your wingman, bro. I don't just let you hang out alone. I mean, what if you need protection?
I smiled. Thanks, brother. The truth is, I could use some alone time. I've got a lot on my mind, and I don't process as fast as you.
All right. I'll see you when I see you.
After everyone had left, I went outside the hotel and started to walk around town. Huancayo is much larger than Ayacucho, about 3 times larger. It's known for a rich history and beautiful crafts. The Huancayo Cathedral dome reminded me of a smaller version of the Duomo in Florence, Italy. The town was originally inhabited by a group called the Huancas. They fought the Incas and eventually lost and were brought into the Incan Empire. From the hotel, I walked about 6 blocks to the Parque Turístico Artesanal de los Mates Borrelados, which is likely the longest name for a park ever. I took a cab to Liberty Hill, which someone had told me had a good view of the city. It was a recreational site with a pool, a mini zoo, an acoustic band shell, and restaurants. Around noon, I began to feel hungry. There was a brick pizza oven restaurant with a line of customers, so I figured it must be good. I ordered a large margarita pizza with an Inca Cola, then sat down alone on a stone bench to eat. There were not a lot of foreigners, and I didn't see a single white or Asian person. The pizza was good, and as I ate, I suddenly had a memory of home and my long-ago favorite Pizza Max. I felt like I was 1,000,000 miles away from the restaurant, but even farther from that kid. Even as young as I was, I had lived more life than most other people on the planet. I finished my pizza, then walked back out to tour the local businesses that lined the park. There were all sorts of small stores selling trinkets and souvenirs, and a few nicer ones selling fine artisan jewelry. After some walking, I stopped outside the shop of an artisan silversmith. Something drew me inside. A little bell rang as I opened the door. An old man was sitting at a thick wooden table, carving a piece of art, looking through a large magnifying glass mounted to his workstation. He slowly looked up at me. He had silver hair and wore thick lensed glasses. "Hola," I said. "Buenos dias." "Buenos," he said with a clear Spanish accent. "Not buenas. Buenos dias." "Sorry, I don't speak Spanish." "You don't say." He looked back down at the piece he was working on. "But you speak English," I said. "May I help you?" he said without looking up. "I'm just looking around." He didn't say anything. Against one wall there were beautiful silver and turquoise sculptures of Incan warriors. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with tiny feathers and Incan designs in the warrior's shield, the silver folded as cloth. "Did you make all these?" "Yes," he said. "Warriors." I walked over to see what he was working on. He was carving a small but beautifully ornate cross. "That's beautiful," I said. Again, he said nothing. "I've seen a lot of silver in Peru." "Silver is sacred to us. Gold was considered by the Incas as the sweat of the sun. But silver came from the tears of Mamakia, the mother moon, sister bride to the sun. Most of Peru's ancient silver is hidden and has never been found. But I see it. I know where it is and where it will hide from the greed of this world. This is a piece of it. The gods gave this to me." He held out a small fish carved from silver. He put it into my hands. The intricacy of the carvings was remarkable. Every scale, the bones of the fins, everything was perfectly done. It was as if the fish might just swim away. "You found that?" "It was given to me. It was in a cave with other artifacts. There was a life-size apple tree made of pure silver. It's apples of Tumbaga." "What is Tumbaga?" "It's a copper and gold alloy, similar to what Americans call rose gold." "Why didn't you take the tree? It would be worth millions. You could retire." "Why retire from doing something I enjoy? Besides, the tree was not mine," he said. "You do not take what is not yours. That is why the Spanish suffered so greatly. After decades of plundering and melting down our beautiful work, the Spanish tried to leave with their galleons filled with the gold and silver, but they never made it home.
A great storm arose and sank those ships.
I remembered reading something about that in history class.
An enlightened man does not take what does not belong to him,
he repeated.
But you know this. This is why you came to Peru this time. And the first time, and second.
I looked at him. What? He looked back down at the piece he was working on.
The Incas' temple walls were covered with sheets of precious metals, and molten silver was poured between the perfectly cut stones of the temple walls.
Do they still exist?
No. The Spaniards suffered from gold lust. They melted down everything they could get their hands on.
I would have liked to see those walls.
Yes, you would. I have seen them. They were beautiful.
But you said they were all destroyed.
I saw them before they were destroyed.
That was hundreds of years ago. He didn't reply. I wasn't sure what to say to that. Then he said,
I see things.
What kind of things?
Things that have been hidden. Things that need to be seen.
He continued working on the object in his vise. I looked closer at the cross. Are you making that for someone?
Yes, I am making it for you. I came into my shop early this morning to finish it before you came.
I smiled at his clever sales pitch. And you knew I was coming?
I did. Miguel V.
How do you know my name? He took a cloth and polished the cross for a minute. Then he held it up. It was about 2 inches high and 1 inch wide. He put it against a square patch of black velvet cloth.
This is to be worn behind your pendant.
I looked down, thinking he had seen the pendant Torsten had given me, but it was still hidden under my shirt. I lifted it out.
Here, he said. I will attach it for you.
I slipped the chain over my head and handed it to him. He attached the cross to it, then ran his cloth over the medallion and cross.
Your medallion came from a man who orchestrates evil. It is peculiar that it came to you through him, but it's a sign. The silver in the cross will set the medallion right, and you will set your friend right.
Then he lifted the silver fish artifact.
You are to carry this amulet with you until it is time to return.
He put the fish into my hands. How much do I owe you for all this?
You owe me nothing. They are not from me. They are a gift from the gods,
he said.
They are with you.
How do you know all these things about me?
I see things.
He hesitated for a moment, then said,
You need something else.
He walked over to a case and brought back a beautiful, delicate woman's ring. It had a green stone set in beautiful rose gold.
You will need this tonight.
Tonight? I looked down at the ring. Is that an emerald?
It is a green diamond. It signifies hope. It is what she needs most right now.
She?
You know of whom I speak. Now, put your medallion back on. I will find a jewelry box for this.
As he stepped away, I slipped the medallion back over my head, then examined the fish. I was suddenly filled with emotion. He returned with the ring in the box, snapping it shut in front of me, then handed it to me. I looked up into the old man's eyes. Do you have any advice?
Nothing is as it seems. Nothing will go as you think it will. And do not drink the silver.
Drink? He sighed lightly.
But you will. You cannot help it. Most importantly, Miguel, remember this. You will find what you are looking for, but it will come with much pain. But do not lose hope, and do not despair. When all is lost, what is lost will return.
I don't understand.
You will soon enough. Go and rest. Your friend will be back soon. She will want to talk. You have a big decision to make. Now, tell no one of our visit. Just tell them you are not alone. Tell them there is hope.
Chapter 37. Will you marry me? My head was swimming as I looked out the window of the taxi on my way back to the hotel. I kept feeling the fish in my pocket, afraid to take it out and look at it. I couldn't get the old man's words out of my head. When all is lost, what is lost will return. No one in our group was there when I got back to the hotel. I went to the room and took a nap. Around 6 o'clock, I heard the key in the door and the door open. "Did I wake you?" Taylor asked as she walked in. I had kind of expected to see her arms filled with shopping bags. Actually, I'd assumed that I would see her arms filled with shopping bags. Something about that would have been hopeful to me. She had nothing but her purse. "No, I was awake," I said. "Just lying here." "What time is it?" "It's just after 6. "I didn't know it was that late." "Did you have dinner?" "No. I was hoping you would want to go to dinner with me." "Of course I would." She smiled. "Good. I made reservations." Taylor had gotten us a reservation at what a local had told her was the nicest restaurant in Huancayo, Botanica Cafe Jardín downtown. We ordered ceviche, stuffed rocoto pepper, and parihuela, which is a fish and ají pepper-based seafood stew. After we'd ordered, I turned to Taylor. "How was your day?" "It was good to be with Tara." She looked into my eyes. "But I missed you. All day." "I missed you too." "What did you do today?" "I just wandered around. Went to a couple of parks, had a pizza, then came back and took a nap." "That's all you did?" "Pretty much." She went to put her hand on mine. I pulled back. "Why'd you do that?" "Do what?" "You didn't want me to touch you. Are you hiding something?" "No." She looked at me like she didn't believe me. "Okay. Then hold my hand." I started to reach out, then stopped. "Yes, I'm hiding something from you." "Did you do something today you shouldn't have?" I wondered where she was going with this. I said, "I met a man in the marketplace. He was a silversmith. He had all sorts of esoteric things in his shop. Some he'd made, some were ancient. He knew my name and why I was in Peru. He even knew that I had come before for much the same reason. He told me things about what's to come." "He's a psychic?" "More of a mystic," I said. "But he told me not to share what he had to say, but that I should tell everyone that we would go through much pain and fear, but not to despair. That there was hope." Taylor smiled. "There's been enough pain and fear. I'm just glad to hear that there's hope." "Me too." Our waiter brought over our meals. They looked good, but the desire to talk was stronger than our desire to eat. "It looks good," I said. "It does." Taylor took just one bite, then said, "I want to tell you I'm sorry. I know I've been hard to live with, and if it wasn't for that stupid dream, I would have been pushing as hard as you to get Abby back. In some ways, I'm even closer to her than you are. I love her, but I love you more, and that dream scared me so much. I'm just so tired of being chased and threatened and afraid. I'm tired of wondering if I'll see the sun come up the next day. Or you. You are my son." Her eyes filled with tears. "People talk about living an exciting life, but honestly, it's just talk. I want a boring life. Maybe that's asking too much for being born different, but most of all, I want a boring life with you." "A life with you wouldn't be boring," I said. "But I hope it is. I hope with every cell of my body it is. I want to sit on a porch and drink iced tea and not wonder if someone's going to come after us or need to be rescued. Michael, if we make it back, I'm not going back to school. I'm not leaving your side again." She looked into my eyes. "I want to start my life with you. I want to play house with you. And someday, I want to have babies with you and watch them grow up. I want to have a normal, boring life where the most drama we face is running late to soccer practice. What if our children are electric too? Then they'll have parents who will love them and understand what they're going through." I looked into her eyes. "I want that too. If we get back, will you marry me?" "Not if." I grinned. "Did you just propose to me?" It sounded like it, didn't it? "Yes." She smiled. "I have something for you. She lifted from her purse a small velvet bag. Here. What is it? Take it out. I opened the bag. There was a gold ring. You are serious, I said. Of course I am. You won't believe this. The old man at the shop, he said I'd need this tonight. I took the jewelry box from my pocket and handed it to her. She opened it up. Oh, Michael, it's beautiful. It's a green diamond, I said. It signifies hope. A green diamond. I didn't know they existed. She took the ring out of the box. I can't believe this. She looked into my eyes. Will you put it on me? If you put mine on me? After you put mine on me, she said, smiling. That's proper etiquette. Who am I to flout etiquette? I took the ring. Taylor, I want to marry you. I will, she said. I slid the ring onto her finger. It fits perfectly, she said. I'm not surprised. The old man made it for you. Now yours. She lifted it up. I know it will fit because I measured your finger while you slept. She slipped it on. I want it to fit like we do, and I want to be yours. Forever. We're well on our way. That jeweler man told you that you would need that ring tonight? Yes. And he told you that we would be okay after all this? Yes. She put her head down in her hands and began to cry. I put my hand on her arm. Are you okay? Finally, she said. She looked up. That's the first hope I felt since we got on the plane. I needed that more than anything else. I know, I said. The old man told me that too. Chapter 38. Things Get Stranger. The next morning, we all met in the lobby at 6 a.m. We had a long and uncertain day ahead of us, yet I felt lighter than I had in weeks. Taylor and I were holding hands. How are the massages? I asked Zeus and Quentin. Heavenly, Quentin said. I'm going to marry that girl. He always says that after a massage. Tara says. That's not true, Quentin said. Just after the good ones. Wait, Nichelle said to me and Taylor. What's that on your hands? Everyone looked. Are you guys engaged? Tara asked. We looked at each other with broad smiles. I guess we are, Taylor said. Congratulations, dude, Austin said. Thanks. The girls all gathered around Taylor to hug her and see the ring. Zeus, Ian, and Quentin gave me fist bumps. After things had settled down a little, Quentin said to me, Sorry to bring us back to reality, but have we heard anything from Team A or Vatrick? Nothing. On to Plan B then, Nichelle said. The B being breakfast, Austin said, walking to the buffet table. Eat up, I said. It's probably going to be the last time we stop to eat today. We pulled a few tables together and got food. No one said much about the day. Rather, we talked about our engagement and things that had happened the day before. Finally, I looked at my watch. We'd better get going. As we walked around the corner of the hotel, two men walked out of the shadows. They were Peruvian men, one holding a machete, the other a knife. They were surprisingly well dressed. One of them said to Zeus, Give us your keys and your money. Zeus just grinned at them with amusement. Talk about wrong place, wrong time, he said. You morons know how to pick 'em, don't you guys? He turned back to us. Look at these clowns. Give us your wallets and purses now. I read that there's a lot of petty crime in Huancayo, Nichelle said. Where'd you read that? Tara asked. Just online. Want me to reboot them? Taylor asked. No, I want them to remember this, I said. The muggers looked back and forth between us, growing increasingly impatient. The one holding the machete shook it threateningly and shouted, Give us your keys and wallets now. Zeus shook his head. Here you go, he said, pretending to reach into his pocket. No, wait. I'll give you this instead. Zeus blasted them hard. One flew 6 feet back against the hotel wall and collapsed, unconscious. The other dropped to the ground unconscious, and was foaming at the mouth. Smoke rose from their clothing. "Take their knives so they don't hurt someone else," I said.
I got them,
Nichelle said, taking the weapons from them. She brought them over to McKenna.
if you will.
McKenna held the machete in one hand, the knife in the other, and melted both blades together, then ran her hand along the length of the blades, fusing them completely. Then she bent the blades back on themselves. She handed the thing back to Nichelle.
Hold it by the handles. It's hot.
Nichelle threw the melted thing down onto the ground.
You can try to bludgeon someone with that.
Then she knelt down next to the first guy.
These are nice shoes. I wonder who you stole them from. I bet someone more worthy could use these.
She took both of their shoes off and threw them next to a place where some homeless had clearly nested.
Now those guys have done a good deed.
Just think what they'll be telling themselves after they wake, Tara said. If they wake, Taylor said.
Maybe they'll rethink their life choices. Or at least their career choices,
Nichelle said. That was a lot of electricity, I said to Zeus. A little pent-up aggression?
A little,
he said, grinning. Good, we'll need it. I turned to Ian. You didn't see them standing there? I wasn't looking. I was distracted.
By what?
Zeus asked. Those birds over there.
Not making me feel real safe,
Zeus said. Hey, when the game's on, I'm all in. We're still in the locker room.
So, technically, when are we on the playing field?
Zeus asked.
Just so I know.
When I say so, Ian said. All right, I said. Let's go. We left the men still smoking on the ground. We packed all our things into the cars, then split up into our previous vehicle assignments and headed north, backtracking our route from 2 days before. Our plan was to take what was originally Team A's route, then position ourselves in their perch and invade the colony from the north. It took more than 7 hours for us to retrace the route back toward the colony. We stopped in Alto Anapati. Look, Ian said. Their car. Team A's car was parked behind a grove of trees. We walked over to it. Not much sign of a struggle, Quentin said.
I don't get how it got here when we were chasing it,
McKenna said.
More to this than it seems, Austin said. We were chasing the trackers, not the car.
Which leads to more questions, Quentin said. We looked through the car more. Any weapons or electronics they would have had were now gone.
Whoever did this was waiting for them, Austin said.
I looked around. So did Ian. Do you see anyone? I asked.
Not so far.
Still, we parked our car a quarter mile away from where Team A had parked, then, following Ian's directions, headed up into the forest. The weather had turned slightly overcast, with darker clouds to the southeast. I just hoped it wouldn't rain, taking Zeus out. We needed him. What do you think about these clouds? I asked Austin.
Pretty, he said.
I looked at him.
I know what you meant. I'm just kidding. The wind's in our favor, he said. Peru's afternoon prevailing winds are southeast, so they should be blown away. I still wasn't used to Austin's kidding.
The hike was about 3 miles to Team A's first staging point. There was no indication that they had been there. Then we moved on to staging point 2, a concealed area that looked out over the colony below.
There it is,
Ian said. The colony. I lifted the binoculars. In the distance, I could see the tall wall around the compound. There was a large gate on the north wall.
Do you see anyone? I asked Ian. The tall building is the medical building.
Colony housing is behind it. They have a lot of land, I said. What are all those other buildings?
I just felt something,
Nichelle whispered.
Felt what? I don't know. It was in my gut. It felt like a wave.
Maybe that's coming from the one who can sense us, Taylor said. Can you see anyone coming? I asked Ian.
No.
Can you see Abigail? I pressed Ian.
No, but there's a lot of people. Almost 40.
37, a voice said. If you count house staff and the hospital crew. We all turned around. There were 3 people standing behind us. The one in the middle leaned on a cane.
You must be the Electro clan. He looked at me. And you must be Michael. It's really an honor. My name is Chispa. We've been waiting for you.
Chapter 39. Not what we expected. My first instinct was to pulse, to blast them all as hard as I could. But it seemed wrong. He was smiling, and had a pleasant look on his face. I glanced over at Zeus. He was looking at me. I could tell he was thinking the same thing.
You've traveled a long way to see us,
Chispa said.
So, come see us. Come inside and see what we've built here and break bread with us. I'm sure you're all tired, thirsty, and hungry.
Where's Abigail? I asked. His smile didn't dim.
She's in the house, and, I should add, very much enjoying her visit. Come see her.
This completely surprised me. Of course, I'd considered that we were walking into a trap, but if that was the case, why hadn't they just attacked us when we'd been completely unaware of their presence? They could have totally ambushed us. Everyone was looking at me, waiting for my response. All right, I said. We'll come. We followed Chispa and his two friends over to a stone-paved path that led to the main building.
You said Abby's visit,
Taylor said.
Yes, her visit,
Chispa replied.
You're not holding her? Why would you think that? Usually that's what you do with someone you kidnap.
In most cases, you're right, he said.
But not this time. She's not being held captive. It's true we brought her here against her will, but right now she's deciding whether she wants to stay or not. Of course, I'm doing all I can to tip the scales in our favor. You can ask her about that when you see her.
We're really going to see her? I asked.
Of course. She's right inside.
He stopped.
Oh, wait, that's not quite right. I forgot she had a bad migraine and took a couple of sleeping pills and went to bed. She's completely out. We weren't sure what day you'd be arriving. She asked me to apologize if you came tonight. You'll see her tomorrow.
I wasn't sure what to think. Our encounter couldn't have been more different from what I had expected. I reached into my pocket and held the fish amulet.
It would have been difficult for you to enter the compound from this side,
Chispa said as we approached the buildings.
The wall's taller here, and there's all that wire we put up. It's electrified, of course, not that that would stop you.
Oddly, he said it without a bit of concern or judgment that we'd been planning on attacking them.
Why so much wire?
Taylor asked.
You know that American saying, good fences make good neighbors? We have some wild neighbors. Cartel members, and the Shining Path guerrillas. The wire is for the guerrillas mostly. As a group, they stay away from us. But every now and then we find one trying to make a name for himself.
They attack you alone? Nichelle asked.
They try. Death by stupidity.
As we got closer to the building, Tara said, Something smells good.
That would be dinner. We've prepared a big feast for you. You must be hungry after all that driving and hiking.
He looked at her.
It's nice to meet you, Tara.
How do you know I'm Tara? Our friends can't tell us apart.
If you were Taylor, you would have been the one next to Michael.
Of course. Abigail must have told him a lot about us. He turned back to me.
You didn't run into any problems along the way, did you? We warned the guerrillas that we had some friends passing through and to leave you alone.
He grinned lightly.
Not that you needed me to. You could have easily taken care of them. But I wanted to make sure they stood down. I told them they would recognize you by your green glow. That's all I really needed to say. They're terrified of us electrics.
How did you know we were coming? I asked.
We didn't know, really. We assumed. Abigail told us that you would be coming for her.
Why didn't she call us and tell us she's okay?
That's a good question. It's a little complicated. We'll talk more about that later.
I felt as confused as I did vulnerable.
As far as the cartel, he continued, everyone just takes their chances with them. We don't have the same kind of communication with them that we do with the guerrillas. We have more of an understanding. They leave us alone, and we don't wipe them off the face of the planet. I think they appreciate the simplicity and clarity of our relationship. You know what I mean, Michael? It's always good to know where we stand with someone. That's especially true for us right now, isn't it? Yes, it is. I thought you'd feel the same. He looked the rest of our group over, then said, "This way, people. The dining room is this way." We entered the walled compound through a set of thick walnut wood double doors. Chispa said, "I'm told you know the people who originally built this building." "I have no idea," I said. "A company called Elgin. You know them?" "Yes, I know them." "I figured you must, since you battled them. If you really want to get to know someone, fight them. Only then do you know how far they're willing to go to protect themselves or hurt you." The entrance led into a courtyard garden, lush with bright flowers and green, healthy flora indigenous to the region. There was a 3-tiered stone water fountain in the middle of the square, and terracotta pots spilling with flowers hanging from the overhead pergola. "This is really nice," Taylor said. "Thank you," Chispa said. "I was taught by my mentor that a well-manicured garden is a sign of true sophistication," he said. "Right this way." We followed him into the main house, which was surprisingly cool considering the temperature outside. The home had large rooms and wide halls, all nicely kept as well. Almost like a hotel. I kept glancing over at Ian to see if we were walking into a trap, but he looked calm and nodded contentedly each time I looked at him. "We'll be dining in tonight," Chispa said. "It's a little too warm to enjoy the outdoors. I've already eaten, but I'd like to visit with you as you eat. We always eat buffet style, so please, help yourselves. We thought you might enjoy some Chinese food tonight. We prepared fried rice, sweet and sour pork, pot stickers, green beans, mandarin beef, and a few other Asian delicacies." "You eat Chinese food down here?" I asked. "We eat a very global cuisine. Japanese, Middle Eastern, American, Italian, French. We've never limited our palate to the local foods. We believe variety is the spice of life, and follow that in our eating as well." "I can see why Abby likes it here," Tara said from behind me. "Beautiful setting? Good food?" She abruptly stopped. "Is that Kylie and Brian?" Chispa said, "Yes, it is. You're welcome to go talk to them." "No, thank you," Tara said. "I thought you might not. Thank you for the compliment, though. Now, please, eat. If you imbibe, we have some good imported wines and a few from Peru as well. If you haven't tried the Peruvian pisco, I highly recommend it." "What's pisco?" Taylor asked. "It's a liquor made from grapes," Chispa said. "So it's wine." "You would think so, but no. It's closer to whiskey, or more accurately, brandy. Whiskey is made from grain and aged in barrels, while pisco is made from grapes and aged in glass, so it's sweeter, but it's much stronger than wine," he said, grinning wryly. "You'll not want to drink too much. We don't really do soda, but we've concocted our own special fruit drinks that are remarkably delicious. I insist that you try them." He gestured toward the tables. "Please, the plates are right there. Get yourself something to eat." There was a surreal quality to the moment. We had come to fight, and instead were being wined and dined by our enemy. I was having trouble wrapping my brain around it all. Taylor and I joined the others at the buffet tables, which weren't too dissimilar from the ones at the nicer all-you-can-eat buffets at home. The food looked good. I forked a piece of sweet and sour pork and tried it. It was as good as from any Chinese restaurant at home. As I filled my plate with food, Taylor walked over to me holding a glass with a mango-colored liquid. "Try this. It's one of the fruit drinks he was talking about." She handed me the glass, and I took a sip. It had a peculiar, bittersweet aftertaste, and was quite delicious. I like that. "What is it?" "It's like a mango passion fruit drink. I've never tasted anything like it." "I'll have one too." We brought our plates and drinks over to the table where Chispa was. "You got one of our passion fruit mango juices," he said. It's really tasty, Taylor said. There's a flavor in there I can't quite discern. That's our secret ingredient. Which is? He grinned. It wouldn't be a secret if I told you. He adjusted in his seat, as if he were in pain. Sorry, this side doesn't do well at night. He took a deep breath. Michael, we were talking earlier about the importance of knowing where we stand with someone. What could be more relevant? Here we are, and I'm guessing that you're wondering if I'm as authentically friendly as I'm acting. Is that right? I nodded. Pretty much. And that leads to the next obvious question. Why would I be kind to you when I know full well that your intent was to attack our colony? That's also a good question. He smiled slightly. Voltaire said, "Don't judge a man by his answers. Judge him by his questions." So here's my next question. Why would I pretend to be nice? We didn't have to. We had the drop on you, as they say in the old American westerns. Had we viewed you as an enemy, you must admit that we had the opportunity to... whatever. I admit that's true. Then the only reasonable answer is, we don't view you as our enemy. Which is the truth. We took one of your friends, and under the circumstances we'd likely behave the exact same way you have. But at the heart of almost all conflict is misunderstanding. I hope to clarify that. We see Abigail as one of us. We see all electrics as one of us. A very special family. Look at Brian and Kylie over there. They don't look under duress, besides the fact that they constantly bicker like a couple of children. You definitely know them, I said. But they're not part of us. You're right, he said, which only strengthens my argument. Other than being electric, they're not like us either. They were raised with the silver spoon, with the wealth and opulence of the Elgin. Whatever they wanted, it was given to them. I mean, who else gets a Harry Winston diamond bracelet for their 10th birthday? You, on the other hand, lived humbly, with a single mother who cared for you the best she could. It's admirable, and it's much closer to the life we have all lived. I will never like or tolerate Brian's and Kylie's sense of entitlement. Here, everyone pulls their own weight or they go hungry. I think that maybe even Kylie and Brian will eventually work themselves out of their disgusting mindset. He stopped. I'm sorry. I talk too much. And English isn't even my first language. You speak like a college professor. His smile broadened. Well, that is a compliment. I don't know if I believe you, but I'm certainly flattered. At any rate, I can't take credit for my eloquence. It's not me. It's my mentor. He took me from the streets and refined me, like that old Broadway show, My Fair Lady. He civilized me. My mentor was a man of peace and compassion and had a great love of art. He educated us better than any university in this hemisphere. He was also a man of philosophy. In fact, in our library we have books from all the great philosophers: Aristotle, Socrates, Kant, Locke, Nietzsche, Descartes, Epicurus, Voltaire, Rousseau, Sartre, Hegel, Camus, Bacon, Kierkegaard, Aquinas, and many more. Even the likes of Marx and Lao Tzu. You have all those books? In our library? And in here, he said, tapping his head. My mentor insisted that we read them, though his personal favorites, the ones who most influenced his personal philosophy, were the Stoics, Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca. He had a thing for Stoicism. Dr. Samuel Cook, I said. Chispa looked surprised, which clearly was the first thing I'd been able to surprise him with. You know of Dr. Sam? A little. He sounds like a great man. Thank you. It means a lot to me that you would say that. He was an American doctor who came here to help the poor. It was in his work, helping the poor of the Vraem, that he discovered that our species, and by that I mean we electrics, existed. Our powers did not develop as early as yours. It was nearly a year after he opened his clinic that he came across one of us. At first, that was just a curiosity, until he came across another, then another. Being a man of science, he was naturally curious. Since almost all of these children were street children, he took them in. He taught us to work and to think, a powerful combination. And perhaps most of all, he treated us with love and respect. This is the foundation of who we are today. He grinned again. Now back to our original conversation. If I may speculate, the big irony that you are struggling with at this moment is, if I'm genuinely so kind and civilized, then why did I kidnap one of your friends in the first place?
Exactly, Taylor said. How could you do that?
I understand you're feeling upset, Taylor. So let me answer your question with another question. Is there ever a good reason to do a bad thing?
I thought a moment. I suppose.
Good answer, he said, nodding approvingly. A very good answer. In fact, it's the right answer. And it tells me that you have a superior mind, one that is not mired in the black and white mindset of the simple-minded masses. Because those of us who know the world understand that the world is not a black and white simulation. Not even close. It is a million shades of gray. So we, the thinkers, must choose our generalities carefully.
He leaned forward.
Now I have a few more questions for you. And this is not another detour, in case you're worried. Is it true you killed Dr. Hatch?
Yes.
What was that like? I mean, I was told by our aforementioned associates that Hatch was planning to eat you.
He was. And that was after he'd tried to feed me to rats.
Chispa shook his head. This Dr. Hatch sounds like a monster. And here's a clear example of what I was talking about. He wanted to kill you, demonstratively so. But you were smarter or luckier, and you killed him first. So, does that make you a murderer?
No, I said. It makes me a defender.
He exhaled loudly. Sorry, I just love these philosophical questions. So, back to the question. How do I justify kidnapping an innocent person? The answer is simple. I couldn't stand the pain anymore.
Pain?
I live in chronic pain, he said. Have you ever broken a bone?
I nodded. I broke my arm when I was 7.
What did it feel like?
I remembered the moment. I had fallen off my bike, and my parents had run me to the hospital. It was pretty bad.
How about you, Taylor? Ever broken a bone?
No. I sprained my ankle cheerleading.
But my brother broke his leg playing football.
The bone came out of his skin. I still remember him screaming. I had never heard him scream before.
After all these years, both of you can still remember the pain.
It's hard to forget, I said.
What if that pain never left you? What if you still felt it just as excruciatingly right now as you did back then?
I can't imagine how bad that would be, I answered.
Taylor? No, it would be horrible. You see, I don't have to imagine what it would be like. It's my life. I've suffered from that pain every moment since that day someone ran me over with their car. It's ironic, isn't it? Here we are, surrounded by more illicit drugs than anywhere else in the world, and nothing can help me manage such intense, constant pain. At least not effectively. Pain can drive someone mad. I've seen it, and I was on the verge of that. Then, one day, there was hope. Just a few weeks after Brian and Kylie joined us, I was having an especially bad day. I was in such intense pain that I could barely breathe. Kylie asked what was wrong. Someone explained to her that I was in constant severe pain. That's when she told me that she knew of someone who could take away my pain. and electric like us. Right or wrong, I was desperate. Maybe if Abigail had been in a normal family situation, I wouldn't have considered it, but she, like us, is an orphan. I hoped that if she would just give us a chance, she would love what we've built here. And she does. She loves it here, and we love that she's here. She is a blessing not just to me, but to all of us. Even the people who came into the clinic. The other day, a child came in howling with pain. She had fallen against an oven and burned the skin off her arm. Abigail took away the child's pain long enough for us to disinfect the area, remove the dead skin, and wrap her up. Without her, that child would have been even more traumatized. Abigail was so happy that she could bring relief to that child. You're saying that Abby's happy here? I asked. Implicitly. You can ask her yourself. He looked at me carefully. I think you don't believe me. I shook my head. I know her too well. When you kidnapped her, she would have been terrified. You're absolutely right. She was upset and combative at first. Of course she was. Like you said, she was terrified. But after a few days, once she understood why she was here and who we are, she started to feel safe. And you know how good she is at making friends. Within a couple of weeks, it was like she had always been here. And she loves working in the clinic. She's much more needed here than she would be in the States, where they have all the anesthetic options available. Look, is there anything keeping her here? It's not like she's in a cage. This whole place is a cage, Taylor said. It's a walled-in compound, and she's miles from civilization. That's completely true, Taylor. I'm sorry for the question. I have another question, I said. Please. Do you know where Jack and the others are? His brow furrowed. Jack? He said. You mean Abigail's previous boyfriend, Jack? Previous? Yes. Where is he? I have no idea. Did he come with you? He came yesterday. No one came here yesterday. If he had, we would have seen him. Like I said, we were expecting you. Which way did he come? The same route we came. Chispa looked like he was thinking. If he had come from the south, he likely would have encountered the cartel forces. They're active down that way toward Pachi. But if they came from the north, they might have encountered the Shining Path guerrillas. The rebels don't usually come this close to us, but it's possible. Can you find out? Taylor asked. He nodded. We have some communication with them. I can reach out and see if they have him. Was your friend alone? No. There were 3 others, I told him. All American? No. Jack and 1 other are white. The other 2 are locals. All right. I'll do what I can. The guerrillas fear us, but sometimes they lie. Still, we have informants. If we catch them lying, we'll get your friend back. Like I said, the guerrillas fear us. Thank you. We're worried about them, Taylor said. I'm sure you are. I'll do what I can. He looked down. Now finish eating. Your meal is getting cold. Would you like another one of our specialty drinks? Taylor smiled. Yes, please. Michael? I'm good, thanks. He snapped his fingers, and a young Peruvian server immediately appeared. We'd like 1 mango passion fruit drink and 1 the day after cocktail. Yes, sir. He hurried off. The cocktail is called the day after? It's the pisco drink I told you about. Simply delicious. You could say that it's also a bit of a painkiller. A minute later, the server returned with the drinks. I still had water in front of me. What should we toast to? Chispa asked. To Abigail, I said. To Abigail, he said back. And other painkillers. Chapter 40. Faking It. After Taylor had finished her drink, she said, It's getting late. Are there any hotels nearby? Hotels? Chispa said. No, of course not. But I wouldn't let you stay in one anyway. What kind of host would that make me? I hope you don't mind sharing rooms. We had 5 rooms available, so I put you with Michael, Austin with McKenna, Tara with Nichelle, Quentin with Zeus, and Ian by himself. Your rooms are ready if that works for you." "Thank you," I said. "That will work just fine. I'll have one of our staff lead you to your room. If anything isn't to your liking, please let me know. I'm sure it will be fine. Thank you." Chispa raised his hand, and another staff member, this one a young female, was almost immediately at our side. He said something in Spanish, to which she replied, "Sí, señor." She smiled at us and said in stilted English, "This way, please." "Oh, one more thing," Chispa said. "Our breakfasts are rather casual. Just a continental cuisine with oatmeal or muesli near the kitchen. It's that room right there." He pointed to a door. "I won't be joining you since I will be out checking on the whereabouts of your friends, Jack and company, but I will be back by noon. We'll have a nice lunch, and I will introduce you to the other members of the colony." "Thank you," I said. "Will Abigail be at breakfast?" Taylor asked. "That's up to her. If she wakes, I'll let her know that you're here, but considering how miserable she felt, I think it's best that we let her wake on her own." "Of course," Taylor said. "There's cold water and snacks in your room. If you need anything to eat, the kitchen is always open." "Thank you," I said again. "Don't mention it." He turned to the young woman. "Vamos." I noticed she recoiled slightly. "This way, please," she said to us again. We followed her down a long corridor lined with potted plants and pedestals with busts of stoic-looking men, past a half-dozen doors. She stopped at the last one. "This is your room," she said, opening the door. "Thank you," Taylor said. She walked inside, and I followed her in. The room was spacious and clean, its walls decorated with a large Peruvian weaving and watercolor landscapes. There were fresh flowers next to the bed, along with a tray of various snacks. There was also a bucket filled with ice and their own bottled juices. We thanked the young woman again, then shut and locked the door. After she was gone, we just looked at each other. "This is bizarre," I said. "This is nothing like I expected," Taylor said. "Are you sure he's the same guy from your dream?" "I think he's the same face, but he's nice." "Even serial killers can act nice." "He's pretty convincing. Even his explanation of why he kidnapped Abby made sense. Honestly, if I were in that much pain, and then I suddenly found out there was someone who could take it away, I might do the same thing." She looked me in the eyes. "Do we believe him?" "I don't know. I'll be more convinced after we talk to Abby." "Me too. And what about Jack and the team? I'm so worried about them." "I can't wrap my mind around that. None of that makes sense. Like, why didn't they call us while they were being chased? Or, even more bizarre, how did their trackers disappear 100 miles from their car? Do you think it's possible the guerrillas captured Team A? Down here, anything's possible." I exhaled lightly. "Did you notice his slip? We were talking about Jack when he said, if they came from the north. We didn't tell him until later that there were others. Maybe he just changed his pronoun. Randomly." "I doubt that. I see 2 possibilities. 1, Chispa's exactly what he appears to be, and this is all a misunderstanding. Or 2, he didn't kill us because he wants something from us." Taylor pulled on a nightshirt. "What would he want from us?" "Same thing that he wants from Abby. Our electric powers. He knows that we defeated the entire Elgin army. Why does he need our help? It seems like he's doing okay with his own people." She pulled down the covers and got in bed. "I don't know. But either way, we'll know soon enough." "So what do we do in the meantime?" "We see Abby tomorrow, and hopefully find out what's really happening. And then we find Jack. In the meantime, we accept their hospitality like normal guests, whether it's real or not." "So we're faking like we're good guests, just in case they're faking like they're good hosts," Taylor said. "It sounds funny when you say it that way, but that's basically it." "What if they're not faking it?" "Nothing would make me happier."
I took off my shirt and then climbed into bed next to Taylor. We kissed, and then Taylor asked, "Do you think we'll really see Abby tomorrow?" "I hope so." "Me too," she said softly. "So until we know for sure what's going on, we keep on faking it." "We just keep on faking it." Taylor sighed lightly. "This whole thing is such a fraud." Chapter 41. Diminishing Powers and Pig Farms. I woke several times in the night. Twice I heard strange sounds coming from outside. An eerie wailing noise. Of course, strange noises weren't unusual in the jungle. It could have been a bird or a monkey. I'd heard stranger. There was one subtle but peculiar thing I noticed. My glow wasn't as bright as it usually was. It wasn't much, but still discernible. Taylor's glow seemed even more dimmed. It's something that I'd only experienced with a reset. We slept in the next morning and woke snuggled up against each other. "Want to get some breakfast?" Taylor asked. "Can't you read my mind?" She looked at me with a peculiar expression. "That's odd, I couldn't. Let me try again." After a moment, she smiled. "Keep your mind on breakfast." "No trouble reading my mind that time," I said. We got dressed and went down to the dining area, where the colony staff had laid out popovers with jams and jellies, oatmeal, and beverages, coffee, tea, and the juice concoctions we'd had the night before. After eating, we wandered around the grounds. We ran into McKenna, Austin, and Tara. "Hey, people," Austin said. "How'd you sleep?" "Fair," Taylor said. "Have you seen Abigail yet?" "Not yet," McKenna said. "How about the rest of our group?" "I saw Ian at breakfast," Tara said. "He said he wasn't feeling well. He went back to his room." "Did he say what was wrong?" I asked. "Yeah, he said he was having trouble seeing. He bumped into the pastry table." "Ian's having trouble seeing?" Taylor said. "That's ironic." Just then a young woman walked up to me. She said in clear English, "Excuse me, Master Vey, but Senor Chispa and Senorita Abigail wish me to remind you that we will be eating lunch at noon." "Thank you." After she left, Taylor said, "I guess we'll see Abby soon." McKenna frowned. "It's not like Abby. Nothing would keep her from seeing us." "Chispa said she wasn't feeling well," Taylor said. "Do you believe him?" McKenna asked. "I don't know what I believe." "I believe I will have another popover," Austin said. "You're obsessed with food," Tara said. "It's my drug of choice, and you've got to admit the food here is excellent." "They've got a good kitchen," Tara said. "We'll see you guys at lunch," Taylor said. After we parted, Taylor and I continued to walk around more of the grounds and garden. I figured they had more than 20 acres. I wasn't surprised at the food being grown, but there was much more than that. Beautiful flower and cactus gardens. "Everything is so well kept," Taylor said. "They must do a lot of yard work. I think it's how they remain civilized in the jungle." To the southeast of the compound was an elongated building with a tin roof. "I wonder what they use that for," I said. "It smells like the hog farm," Taylor said. "Let's go see." "Why would I want to see a hog farm?" "I want to see how they run this place." I grinned. "And I like pigs." We'd started walking toward the building when suddenly the lightning-fast electric, the one they called Meech, was standing in front of us. "I'm sorry," he said. "This is a restricted area." "Oh," Taylor said. "We didn't know. Sorry about that." "No worries. You won't want to go over there anyway. It's just the pig farm. It smells awful." "I thought that's what it was," I said. "Sorry." We turned and walked back to the house. "That was strange how quickly they were on us," Taylor said. "Now we know we're being watched," I said. "Why would a pig farm be a restricted area?" Taylor shrugged. "This place just keeps getting weirder." Chapter 42. Not My Abigail. We were excited for lunch, not for the food, but because Chispa had promised that Abigail would be there.
Michael, Taylor, welcome,
Chispa said as we approached the dining room.
We'll be dining outside.
3 of the colony electrics stood next to him, flanking him, their arms crossed at their chests. Conspicuously missing was Abigail.
I should introduce you. This is Voltaire, Spinoza, and Kierkegaard, though they go by Volt, Spinney, and Kirka.
Volt, Spinney, and Kirka, Taylor repeated. Just then Austin and McKenna walked up behind us. Austin said, Volt has powers like Michael and Zeus, Spinney is one of the 2 acoustics, and Kirka has very good hearing.
Impressive,
Chispa said.
You've been doing your homework.
I don't forget things, Austin said.
I can see that.
Abby will be here, right? McKenna asked.
Of course. She's still getting ready. She hasn't seen you for a while and she wanted to look her best.
Is she feeling better? McKenna asked. Chispa looked at her quizzically.
Better?
From her migraine.
Oh, right, yes. She's feeling much better.
He looked around.
Let's get this party started. Kirka, tell the musicians to give us some music.
Yes, sir. She scurried off. Chispa turned back to us.
Please get something to eat. The ají de gallina, creamy chicken, is especially delicious.
As we started to go, Chispa put his hand on my shoulder. I could feel his electricity.
Michael, Nietzsche said he ran into you walking around the grounds.
If you're not too tired,
after lunch, I'd love to give you and your friends an official tour of the place.
There are some places
I think you'll be most interested in.
We're not too tired, I said. Thank you. The music suddenly began, filling the courtyard with a festive atmosphere. The 3 musicians were dressed in colorful traditional Peruvian outfits and carried traditional instruments, a panpipe made from bamboo shoots, a pear-shaped string instrument, and a drum. We walked over to the food tables. All of us were there except for Ian, who hadn't arrived yet, and Quentin, who was sitting on the edge of the courtyard next to a beautiful young woman. Who's Q with? Taylor asked. That's Epic, Tara said, looking a little bothered. She's one of the electrics? She has the power to create desire, Tara said. Pleasure or desire? Taylor asked. Is there a difference? Tara said. So she's like a siren, Austin added.
No, that's Spinney, Zeus said. She's the loud one.
Austin frowned.
By siren, I meant a mythological Greek siren, like from the Odyssey. They didn't have sirens back in mythological times, Zeus said. They didn't even have emergency vehicles. Dude, your name is Zeus. Don't you know Greek mythology? Of course I do. That has nothing to do with sirens and technology.
Austin was about to speak when Taylor said, It's okay, Austin. We get it. She looked at Zeus. Most of us do. Tara continued to just watch Quentin and the girl. That's just wrong. I love baked beans, McKenna said. I wonder if they're as good as the ones I make. She put some on her plate, then tried them.
Well,
Austin asked.
Should I get a second plate?
They're good, but they're not very hot.
That's because the sterno isn't lit,
Austin said.
What's sterno?
Nichelle asked.
It's a byproduct of the nitrocellulose process. It's denatured ethanol with an amphoteric oxide gelling agent.
Yeah, thanks,
Nichelle said.
Still don't know what sterno is.
McKenna said, It's that little fuel can underneath the chafing dish that keeps the food warm. Finally, human talk. It looks like it got blown out. I'll light it, McKenna said. She put out her finger. There was only a small spark. She tried again. Still nothing. That's strange, she said.
That's never happened before,
Austin said. Maybe I haven't had enough potassium. I should find some bananas.
Has anyone seen Abigail yet?
Zeus asked. Not yet, I said. Has anyone seen Ian?
He still hasn't come out of his room.
I passed him about an hour ago in the hallway. Someone was walking him over to the clinic, Nichelle said.
He said he was having problems with his eyes.
You didn't go with him? Taylor said.
I tried, but they wouldn't let me.
Just then, Chispa walked out to the middle of the courtyard and held up his hand. The band stopped playing. Everyone in the courtyard turned to him. Welcome all. To celebrate the arrival of our American friends, we thought we'd do an American-style picnic. We have hamburgers with all the traditional fixings, baked beans, cornbread, and homemade potato chips with a very special bean dip. For dessert, we have apple pie, Abigail's favorite, and homemade vanilla ice cream. And an American favorite, lemonade with real homegrown lemons. The food is ready, so please, let's eat. Zeus, why don't you get us started?
Let's go,
Zeus said. Just then, Abigail walked into the courtyard. Everything stopped. She looked pretty. Her hair was nicely done up, and her makeup meticulously applied, though, for her, a little heavier than usual.
Abby,
McKenna shouted. She ran across the courtyard to her, and they embraced. Abigail started crying, though she quickly wiped away her tears. We all put down our plates and hurried over to see her.
I've been so worried about you,
McKenna said.
We all have.
There's nothing to worry about, she said. I'm fine. I'm just crying because I've missed you all so much. And you all came down to rescue me.
Of course we did,
Nichelle said bluntly.
You were kidnapped.
I was, but it turned out to be a good thing. McKenna's brow furrowed.
Really?
Abigail nodded. Really? I walked up and hugged her. Hi, sweetheart. Hi, Michael. I've missed you. I've missed you more than I can say. We all have. As Taylor came up behind me to hug her, Chispa stepped between them, putting his arm around Abigail. This way, honey. Let's not keep our friends hungry. Honey, I thought. He said to me, Michael, you and Taylor will be sitting at the head table with us. There are place cards at each setting.
I was trying to hug her,
Taylor said to me. He's in a hurry, I said. I didn't say what I was really thinking. We got our plates and filled them with food. When we got to the table, Chispa and Abigail were already seated. The cards on our plates had me directly across from Abigail and Taylor across from Chispa. Do you mind if Taylor and I switch places? I asked Chispa. The girls will want to catch up. I understand, Chispa said, but let's keep them where they are. They can still talk, and I'm a slave to etiquette. He smiled unctuously. Of course, I took the liberty of having those drinks you enjoy so much waiting for you. Thank you, Taylor said dryly. I took Taylor's hand. He's keeping you away from her. He must know you can read minds. Taylor furtively glanced over at me, but said nothing. When did you know I was missing? Abigail asked. It was the day of the party, Taylor said. But there was more going on. Tara was kidnapped the same day, and Jack had disappeared the day before. I said, we figured it was too much of a coincidence to have been done by different groups. So when we tracked them to the Chosky, we thought we'd find all of you. Abigail frowned. You mean the Elgin Chosky? Yes. I didn't have the heart to tell her that Jack was missing again. I was a little surprised that she didn't ask. I didn't tell her about Tessa or Cassie either. It seemed too much for the moment. We rescued Tara and Jack, then continued to look for you. I'm glad it worked out. I can't believe I missed all that excitement.
Be glad you did,
Nichelle said from the table next to ours.
Their leader, Eli Amash, was just as much a monster as Hatch was.
That's hard to believe, Abigail said, her eyes flitting over to Chispa. The Electra clan has been very busy, Chispa said. Still mopping up messes.
There's still 2 groups of Elgin,
Nichelle said.
The Lungley and the Domguard.
Sounds like there's still some mopping to do, Chispa said. Yes, but not by us, I said. We're through. Mopping. Chispa's brows rose. Oh, we're ready to settle down, Taylor said, and be normal people.
But we're not normal people, Chispa said. He looked disappointed. We're going to try, I said. Just then Abigail said, "Oh my gosh, you have a ring!" Then she looked at my hand. "You're engaged!" Taylor held up her ring. It started as more of a promise ring, but that's what an engagement is anyway, right? A promise? Abigail's eyes welled up with tears. She held her napkin up to wipe her eyes. She gets emotional, Chispa said. Yeah, we know her, Taylor said. It was the first time I'd seen her annoyance start to rub through the veneer of civility. I took her hand. Lunch is getting cold, Chispa said. Except the ice cream, which will be melting. Let's eat. The food was authentic American. As far as the food, I could have been in my own backyard having barbecue. A server stood next to our table the whole time. As soon as our juice drinks were a little past half empty, the server would fill the glasses. You're going to drown us, I said to Chispa. I like to keep the drinks fresh, Chispa said. Abigail was unusually quiet, and her eyes darted back and forth between us. I noticed she looked at my drink and frowned. How many servers do you employ here? I asked. We have about 50. Outside of farming, which pays centimos, there's not much work for the locals. Almost all these kids are making more than their parents. We're the largest employer for 100 miles. How do you fund all this? Austin asked. Austin, McKenna said. You don't ask that. Austin blanched. I'm sorry. I sometimes ask inappropriate things. No, Chispa said, waving it off. It's quite all right. In fact, I'm glad you asked. Funding the clinic and the colony was a problem we faced from the very beginning. Following Dr. Cook's example of entrepreneurism, we've developed over the years a string of businesses and business ventures. I think you'll find them most interesting. You'll see a few of them on our tour after lunch. I thought of what Torsten had told us about being extorted by the colony. I look forward to it, Austin said. Abby, Taylor said, have you had a chance to talk to your roommates back in Texas? We talked to them before fighting the Chosky. They were worried. I'm sorry I haven't yet. Sometimes being down here is like being on a different planet. A good one, I hope, Chispa inserted. Abigail smiled. Of course. But I get so consumed with my work here that I forget there's another world up there. I looked at her quizzically. Really? I just hope you don't forget about us, Taylor said. Never, she said softly. Something about the way she said this made my heart hurt. While we ate, I kept looking over at Quentin. He was clearly head over heels infatuated. I wondered if he knew Epic's power. Do you think he remembers what her power is? Taylor suddenly asked. You read my mind. Taylor looked at me. No, I'm just paying attention. I don't know if she's using her power, I said. Oh, she's using it. Just look at his body language. He could be a puppet. It somehow doesn't seem fair. You have the same power over me, I said. Taylor smiled. I come by mine honestly. There was a buzzing sound. Abigail said, That's my pager. I'm sorry, they need me over at the clinic. We've been low on anesthetics, Chispa explained. Are you sure you can't stay? He asked Abby. I couldn't eat knowing someone's in pain, she said. It's good seeing you all. There was a deep longing to her voice. Will we see you again? Taylor asked. Of course. Chispa stood with her. Bye, honey, he said, kissing her. We were all surprised by the interaction. Abigail smiled at him and walked off. Chispa sat back down, slightly exhaling. She's truly amazing. We were all a little in shock by the abruptness of her departure. Will she be coming back home soon? Taylor asked. Home? Chispa said, repeating the word like it was foreign. You mean the States? That depends entirely on her. I tried to get her to go with me to Bogotá last week, and she wouldn't leave the clinic. She has a big heart. That she does, I said. After a minute, Chispa said, I'd better go make sure things are okay at the clinic. I'll be back in 10 for our tour. Please, don't forget to get some dessert. Apple pie a la mode, as American as you can get."
He got up and left. After he was gone, Taylor said,
"That's not my Abby."
I touched my finger to my lips. A moment later, I took her hand and thought, I know. We ate the pie and ice cream. Chispa returned as promised.
"I see you have emptied your plates. Would you like more?"
"I think we've eaten too much," Taylor said.
"Yeah,"
Austin said, surprising us.
"And it was to your liking."
"There's a funny taste in the water," he said. "It's in all the drinks."
Chispa looked angry.
"It's from our well. It's what Mother Earth offers."
I moved to deflect his anger. "It was all delicious," I said. "Just like the last 2 meals, thank you." He smiled.
"Excellent. Are you ready for a tour of the place?"
"Yes, thank you." We all got up.
"Will we see Abby again?"
Taylor asked.
"At dinner,"
he said.
"So, shall we begin our tour?"
"Lead the way," I said. Chispa reached out his hands.
"Starting with the courtyard, we've been adding to the colony for more than a decade now, and this outside dining area is one of the newer parts of the hacienda and part of what we call the new wing. This entire complex began as a single building. As you know, it was originally built as a laboratory by Elgin Inc., designed by its then president, Dr. C. J. Hatch, a name you might be more familiar with than fond of."
"That's putting it mildly," Taylor said.
"The Elgin Medical Building was the first structure built. It's 2 stories high with a storage basement. It's a little larger than 5,000 square feet, which also makes it the largest building within 100 kilometers. It was built in the traditional Spanish colonial style, with white stucco walls and a roof covered with terracotta tiles. It was, and still is, exceptionally nice for the area. Because of the reputation the VRAM has, even before the Elgin began construction, they erected this tall, razor-wire-topped brick and stucco wall that surrounds the entire compound. We'll go first to the medical center."
We walked through one side of the house, then out the other, then up a short, covered walkway into the medical building. The building was dark.
"As I said, the medical clinic is the largest building of the facility."
"Why is it dark?" McKenna asked.
"We closed a portion of it 3 months ago for renovations. We plan to update it for our growing needs."
"Is the population of the VRAM growing?"
Austin asked.
"No,"
Chispa said.
"But we are, in unique ways."
He opened the front door of the building, and we all walked inside.
"The original Elgin scientists worked and lived in this building, so there were several dormitory-style bunk rooms. 3 years after acquiring the building, Dr. Sam expanded the living quarters, dividing the dorm into private rooms, then adding additional private bedrooms for us, his adopted family. The home section, including the kitchen and dining area, are pretty much as they were when he bought the building. It was only a few years ago that we expanded the outdoor dining and cobblestoned the grounds. This is where Dr. Sam's office was. It's now where I have my office."
We walked back out into the courtyard, over to a tall stone memorial surrounded by flowers.
"After Dr. Sam's tragic death, we built this memorial with a carving of the doctor holding his dog, Plato, and his name and date of birth. The words on the headstone are simple but profound. Our Father. The height of the monument is exactly 6 foot 2 inches, which was Dr. Sam's height. For the first few years we left fresh flowers at the base of the statue each day, but as we got busier, it got a bit difficult. So we planted this garden around the monument so there are always fresh flowers."
"That's really sweet," McKenna said.
"It's a nice monument," I said. "Dr. Sam was an amazing man, a true visionary. He showed us the way. He showed me the way. All our lives are better because of him." He looked at us seriously. "We'd like to share his unique vision with the rest of the world."
"How do you plan to do that?"
Austin asked.
That's what we're preparing for right now. Come this way. We stepped out through one of the courtyard doors that led to the outside. There was construction everywhere, with workers all around. You can see we're constructing new buildings. Those over there will be used for housing. That right there will be our computer center. And this one over here, he got a big smile on his face. You'll like this. We walked over. It looked like a vault. The last time I'd seen anything like it was on the island of Plutus, where the Electro clan had staged the final assault on the Elgin. There were two unusually large, uniformed Peruvian men standing guard in front of it. They both carried automatic weapons. This isn't something we usually show, but since we're family, I think you'll appreciate this. The men stepped back as Chispa approached, cradling their guns in their hands. Chispa held his hand up to a pad, then his eye up to a retinal scanner. There was a loud buzz and the door unlocked. I was amazed to see such technology in the jungle. I shouldn't have been. The Elgin and the Chosky had the same. Come in, he said to us. We stepped inside and through a metal detector, which didn't make a sound, though there were varying flashing lights. The room was cool and dim. The doors shut after us. This is our precious metal depository, Chispa said, his voice dulled by our surroundings. You mean gold? Austin asked. Gold, silver, platinum, bismuth, and palladium. What's bismuth? Taylor asked. It sounds like a soup. I laughed. It's very cool, Austin said. It's a precious metal. It's quite beautiful. It's brittle. You can tell us about it later, Taylor said. Chispa just stared at us, waiting for us to stop talking. He continued. Peru has many natural reserves, but our three biggest exports are copper, gold, and coffee. In that order. We're a part of that. He turned to me. We own 29 mines. Wow, I said. That's got to be worth a bit, Austin said. Chispa smiled. A bit. How many mines did you have to start in order to find 29 working mines? Austin asked. 200? No, we're 29 for 29. That's impossible. For everyone else it is. But we have a secret weapon. One of our colony members, Rand, can sense the difference in metal's molecular structure, so she can literally walk over an area and feel the metals around her. That's incredible, Taylor said. Chispa smiled lightly. If you want to see incredible. He pushed a button on the wall, and two large hydraulic doors opened. Inside were stacks and stacks of bullion more than 8 feet high. Whoa, I said. Is that all gold? Taylor asked. It is in this section. More than 9 tons. Austin computed the math in his head. That's almost $691 billion of gold. Actually, it's closer to 639 billion, since gold is measured in troy ounces. Austin looked a little embarrassed. Of course, 14.8 troy ounces to the pound. Like you said. A bit. Chispa looked us over. But that's just gold. We have other precious metals. We also lease out mines to other corporations to manage, and we collect royalties. With that kind of money, you could live anywhere, Austin said. Copenhagen, New York, Tokyo, Dubai. And we choose to be here. In part for our anonymity, but mostly because it's our home. Call me sentimental, but it's where we grew up. For me, it's where my life truly began. But we're not as provincial as we might seem. We have our own jets and airports. He looked at me. What do you think of all this, Michael? I'm blown away. He laughed. I hope that's good, he said. As we left the vaults, McKenna pointed toward a distant building that looked a bit run down. What's that? He glanced over, and I noticed that he twitched a little. It's just an old stable. We plan to tear it down, but for now we just use it for storage and raising rats. You raise rats? McKenna asked. I think he's joking, Taylor said. I am joking, he said. They raise themselves.
Raising rats has a different meaning to us, I said. We knew someone who raised rats.
Of course, the Elgin. In fact, you still do raise rats if I'm correct, but under a different name.
That's true, I said. We continue to build Star Source plants.
We plan to add that to our development,
Chispa said. Nietzsche told us the building was a hog farm, Taylor said.
Right. I lose track of these things,
Chispa replied.
But I'm still right. Rats and hogs coexist. Either way, the building smells and we'll be tearing it down soon.
Taylor still looked unsatisfied.
Well, that concludes the $2 tour. I don't know how long you're planning on staying, but I do hope you get a chance to get out and see the countryside. Rand and Horse could take you to one of our mines. The mining process is quite fascinating to watch.
Is Rand the one who can sense gold? Austin asked.
Yes, that's one of her gifts. It's amazing.
Amazing. He had said that a lot.
Now, if we can only get her to sense oil, we'll own the world,
Chispa said with a smile.
I'm going to get back to Abigail. The rest of the afternoon is yours. The kitchen is always open. They will be putting out fresh chocolate chip cookies in an hour or so. So take a nap, get a book from the library, or just enjoy the scenery. If you'd like to really relax, just 1 kilometer to the east is a hot spring we own. We've built a spa around it, so if you'd like a massage or to just relax in the water, please be my guest. I'm told the minerals in the water are very healing.
Except for Zeus.
He would not do well.
How do you know that? I asked. That he can't touch water. He smiled.
I do my homework too.
McKenna said, Can we see Ian?
Of course.
Chispa looked around.
I'm not sure where he is. Tell you what, I'll see if they still have him in the clinic. If so, I'll send someone to find you.
Thank you, she said. After we had walked back into the courtyard, Chispa said,
Don't forget, dinner tonight is at 7 p.m. We'll ring the bell. It's going to be another very nice feast.
He smiled.
Enjoy your afternoon.
He turned and walked back toward the clinic. After he was gone, McKenna said, I could almost live here.
Are you serious?
Taylor asked.
Fresh air, good food, people like us. I feel happy.
Unlimited money doesn't hurt, Austin added.
Maybe Abby has it right,
McKenna said.
I don't think Abby has been here long enough to know if this is right,
Taylor said.
Besides, this isn't a peaceful country. They're living in the middle of a war zone.
It doesn't feel like a war zone, McKenna said. A lot of things don't seem like they are, I said. So what now? I'm going to check out their library. They have all the philosophy classics.
Taylor, McKenna said, do you want to come with me and Tarek to the spa?
That sounds nice, she said. Michael? You go ahead. I think I'll take a nap.
All right,
Taylor said. She kissed me.
I hope they have swimsuits.
We probably won't need them, Tara said.
We're in the country. I'm still not going naked if anyone else is around.
As Austin and I headed back to the house, Taylor suddenly came running up next to me. Change your mind? I asked. She nodded.
I just felt like I needed to be with you.
Chapter 43. We're Not Acting Right. As Taylor and I walked into our room, I remembered what the old man had said to me. Nothing is as it seems. I got a bottle of water from the fridge, and Taylor asked, How did you feel when McKenna said she feels happy here? I don't know. A little weird. I know what she was thinking. I keep feeling these waves of happiness. Just like Quentin keeps feeling waves of desire for Epicurus, I said. We're being manipulated. I looked into her eyes. Something's wrong. We're not acting right. What we're experiencing and what we're feeling don't match. We should be worried sick about Jack and his team, but we barely think about them, and we keep catching Chispa in lies. Like when McKenna asked him if Abigail was still sick, he looked at her like he had no idea what she was talking about. Then he said that building Nietzsche said was a hog farm was just full of rats. There's no way he doesn't know it's in that building. This is his place. He knows every door, every nail. And I don't buy that Ian's sick. I mean, he probably is, but it's something they did to him. Why Ian? Because he saw things they don't want him to see. Just like Chispa wouldn't let you sit next to Abby. He was afraid of what you might see in her mind. Taylor looked concerned. I think you're right. And we still don't know what he wants. Other than Abigail. There's one more thing, Taylor said, sitting back on the bed. I don't feel normal. What do you feel like? She thought a moment, then said, You know that feeling when the reset first hits? It's kind of a fluish, achy feeling? That's what I'm feeling too, I said. I walked over to her. Let's try something. Take my hand. Taylor gave me her hand. What number am I thinking of? She closed her eyes for a moment, then looked up at me. I have no idea. We're losing our powers. Just like our glow dimming. Taylor looked scared. Without our powers, we don't have a chance. Maybe that's why they didn't immediately attack us. I might have been able to take them out with one pulse. They didn't want to take that chance. But if they're using a reset, it would affect them too. I don't think it's a reset. I think it's something else. Have you noticed how they keep pushing the juice? They're crazy about it. But have you ever seen any of them drink it? She shook her head. I didn't think about that. You think it's the juice? Yes. Did you see how angry Chispa looked when Austin said there was a peculiar taste in their juice and water? Then at lunch, when I was drinking the juice, Abby gave me a peculiar look. It was like she was trying to tell me that I was doing something wrong. You think they're poisoning us? Sort of. I think they're giving us something to deplete our powers. That would explain why Ian can't see. And McKenna couldn't even light that sterno. I've seen her melt through doors. They're taking away our powers, I said. Volt by volt. We'll be helpless. I took off my shirt, then took a deep breath. Completely. Chapter 44. Chispa's Proposition. The dinner bell clanged at 7 o'clock. I rolled over toward Taylor. Her eyes were open. Are you ready to pretend? She asked. I've never been good at it. She leaned forward and kissed me. I know, but we have to. She got out of bed, walked over to the mirror, and combed her hair. I'm kind of afraid to see Abby again. Me too. I breathed out. You look pretty. She forced a smile. Thank you. I put my shirt on. Let's go. We walked from our room down the tiled corridor to the dining area. Except for a few kitchen staff milling about, the dining room was empty, but its doors were open to the patio. It was a beautiful evening, and we could hear flute and drum music coming from outside. Looks like the party's outside, I said, still holding her hand. It's a nice night for it. We stepped out into the courtyard. The outdoor area was festively decorated with strands of overhead lights interspersed with small yellow and pink flowers. This looks fun, Taylor said. The music played. We're going to party, Karamu, fiesta, forever. That's an oldie, I said. It sounds like my parents' music. Everyone except for Ian, Austin, and McKenna were already in the courtyard. They were all smiling and laughing. Everyone looked happy. Tara was standing next to Zeus. She waved to us from across the patio. Next to the musicians, Quentin was sitting next to Epicurus. He was holding a panpipe and blowing on it, while she laughed and clapped her hands. They're still together, I said. Still not legit, Taylor said. She breathed in the night air. There's something about the air here. It's so pristine. It just makes you feel good. Just look around. Everyone's having a good time. Do you feel that? I asked. She suddenly stopped, as if she'd just heard something. Yes, it's the same thing we felt earlier. We're being filled with happiness. It's like a drug. I think that's the point. Happy people don't question things. To one side of the patio opposite the musicians, there were 3 large buffet tables, 2 of which were crowded with colorful Peruvian delicacies. The third looked like a different cuisine. Suddenly, Chispa took me by the arm.
Bienvenidos, amigos,
he said.
Michael, Taylor,
Would you do us the honor of dining next to us? He gestured back toward the head of the table. Abigail, dressed in a beautiful lace gown, sat on one side.
After you choose your food, of course.
We'd be honored, I said.
I know this isn't your first trip to Peru, but I still suspect that some of this cuisine might be a little foreign.
Am I right?
Very right,
Taylor said.
Let me help you out. You might want to start with one of our famous ceviches. You probably know what that is.
Raw fish cooked in the citric acid it's marinated in, Taylor said.
Yes, we have 2 kinds, the traditional, and this, right here in the drinking glasses, is called tiger milk. They are both ceviche. Try them both, you'll like them. This roasted little rodent is cuy, guinea pig. Sometimes it takes foreigners a bit to get over the look, but I assure you, it is quite tasty. These next 2 dishes are my personal favorites. This beautiful dish is rocoto relleno, stuffed spicy peppers. I should warn you, the ají chili is about 10 times hotter than a jalapeno, so that first bite is something to be reckoned with. But the sweet and savory filling inside, melted fresh cheese and eggy cream sauce, softens the heat. And this is another favorite, he said, gesturing to some fried pieces of meat on wooden skewers. Anticuchos de corazón is grilled heart. North Americans aren't used to heart, but it's leaner than the finest filet mignon and tastier than a ribeye. These hearts are from alpacas, which are a bit more unique than the traditional cow. The rest you can figure out. Rice with duck, roasted chicken, and a regional favorite, lomo saltado, stir-fried beef. I recommend that you take a little of each. Then, after you decide which ones you like, get a fresh plate and load up.
That sounds like a wise choice, I said.
I'll be with Abigail waiting for you.
Thank you. We did as our host recommended, though neither of us felt adventurous enough to try the cuy. I'd had it several times before, and I still wasn't over the look. As a child, Taylor had had a pet guinea pig, so it was especially inedible for her. Nichelle was standing next to the third table sampling as if she was eating right from the buffet. Can I get you a plate? I asked in jest.
I'll just take the whole table,
she said.
It's French cuisine. My favorites, in fact. Cassoulet, bœuf bourguignon, coq au vin, salade niçoise. Seriously, I don't know where they found a French chef out here, but this is well prepared. I'm talking authentic. They live high in the colony.
How do you know French food so well? Taylor asked.
Really? I was Hatch's pet for most of my life. He ate well.
That would do it. Where are the drinks? I asked.
The bar's over there.
We walked over to the bar where there were 2 drink dispensers. I lifted a glass of water and drank. The water tasted normal. So did the lemonade.
No juice?
Taylor said. I took her hand. They're listening to us, I thought. I looked into her eyes to see if she was able to read me. She nodded slightly. We got 2 glasses of lemonade, then carried all our food back to the table. Chispa smiled as we approached, then stood, still holding Abigail's hand. I couldn't tell if he was doing this to show affection or to relieve his pain. Maybe both. Sit. Please sit, I said.
As you wish,
Chispa said. Hi, Miss Abigail, I said. She looked at me and smiled.
Hi, Michael. Taylor.
Though she was smiling, I knew it was pretense. Even her voice sounded different. You look beautiful in that dress, Taylor said.
Thank you.
She is way too formal.
I had it made especially for her,
Chispa said.
There are some talented seamstresses in the nearby village. Of course, we had to order the material from France. I noticed the table of French food, Taylor said. I plan to visit it on our next run.
Chispa smiled.
Abby is a fan of French food, so I found someone who could cook. You would be surprised that Peru is becoming a place of foodies. Its cuisine is getting noticed around the world.
Do you always eat like this? I asked. He smiled.
No. Tonight is a celebration of you.
For the most part, we eat quite simply. A lot of rice and beans and fruits and vegetables. Our founder, Dr. Sam, insisted that we eat to live, not live to eat. He was very health conscious and raised us all that way. But that doesn't mean we don't have our vices. I have a sweet tooth that rivals the greatest addictions. A larger smile crossed his face. You haven't visited our dessert table yet. We have what I call Montezuma's Ransom Cupcake. It's topped with chocolate truffle frosting and 24-karat gold.
You put gold on a cupcake?
Taylor asked. Well, it wasn't my idea. A few years ago, I had the chance to visit Dubai. There was a bakery there that boasted the most expensive cupcake on the planet. They called it the Golden Phoenix. It claims to have 23 carats of edible gold. As I showed you earlier, we have plenty of gold. So we figured out how to make our own gold leaf. I think everyone should eat something gold-plated at least once in their lives. Don't you? It's not something I've ever considered, I said. You have a very nice lifestyle here, Taylor said. I mean, it's surprising, especially in a region that is known for its poverty. I'm pleased that you noticed. The thing that people don't understand is that wealth and luxury are more aptly created than pursued. Wisdom, discipline, and industry are all that's needed to create wealth. Of course, true wealth is inner peace. Would you agree? I would, I said. I glanced over at Abby, but she showed no reaction. So, Michael, you're the leader of this group. What's next on your agenda? I don't know. I'm making this up as we go. So far, things haven't quite gone as we planned. In what way? To be perfectly honest, we came to find Abby and take her back with us. Yes? He turned to Abigail. Would you like to go back with them? She hesitated just a moment, then shook her head. No, I have everything I need right here. Her words sounded mechanical, almost rehearsed. Taylor looked at her sadly. What about your schooling? You wanted to be a nurse anesthetist. I can do that without school. I can do more good in the jungle than I could ever do back home. Chispa smiled and patted her hand. I'd tell you that she has a heart of gold, but you already know that. In the short time she's been here, she's proven herself irreplaceable. He looked down at our plates. We're talking too much. This food is too exquisite to waste. He pushed a small black stone bowl toward us. It was filled with a pinkish, salt-like substance. You might not be used to this, but it's a very special salt. It's Peruvian pink Incan salt. It has a unique taste that enhances just about everything on your plate, even your French cuisine. Thank you. Just use your fingers. It's how we do it here. Thank you, I said again. I took a pinch of salt and sprinkled it onto my meat. If it's not too much trouble, we'd like to stay a few days before we head on back to the U.S. You're not just trying to buy more time to talk Abigail into coming home with you? Of course we are. He laughed. Please be my guest. We're very proud of what we've built, and this valley is such a beautiful place to hike or ride horses, or just relax. And of course, there are the hot mineral springs. Nothing's better for the body and soul. And after all Abigail has told me you've been through over the last 5 years, I think you all deserve to just unplug for a while. Thank you. You're very kind. But we're still worried about Jack and his friends. I noticed Abby flinch when I said his name. Chispa's head spun toward her, as if waiting for her reaction. She swallowed, then said, I heard he was missing. You need to find him. We've contacted the Shining Path, Chispa said. They claim they haven't seen him. As I said before, they could be lying, but none of our informers have seen Jack's group either. We still haven't made contact with the cartel. They're a little more difficult. Of course, we can't rule out the Peruvian government. And if what Abigail says is accurate,
You're still on their most wanted list. I shook my head. I don't know how you survive in the Vra'em surrounded by all this. Chispa nodded. Yes. I know it sounds like we exist somewhere between the hammer and the anvil, but that's where the advantage of our powers come in. As you can attest, no one can get close to our colony without us knowing it. And from what we hear in the villages, the people fear us to be gods or demons. That includes the gorillas. We had one brief skirmish with them. It did not go well for them. We're peaceful, but, as our mentor taught us, peace without force soon comes to naught. We acted mercilessly against the Shining Path that one time, and they've left us alone ever since. He looked down at our plates and shook his head. Really, what was I saying the other day, Abigail? I talk too much. Please, go fill your plates and enjoy the rest of the evening. And, Michael, if it's not too much trouble, before you're ready to turn in, I'd like to have a brief word with you, in private. Of course, I said. He smiled. Now go. Enjoy. I won't be satisfied until you've consumed at least a gram of gold. Thank you, Taylor said, lifting her plate. Oh, please, get a fresh plate. He clicked his fingers, and a servant ran up to the table. Please, take Miss Ridley's plate and bring her another. Si, senor. We came back a minute later with our plates again filled with food. As we sat down, Taylor said, Oh, you spilled the salt. Then she smiled. Did you make something out of it? Using the salt, Abigail had made what looked like a small dog with very large ears. That's cute, Taylor continued. It looks like a wolf. No, a jackal. She clapped. Of course, it's a jackal. Like Jack's tattoo. I noticed Chispa's expression turn dark. Abby looked afraid. I just spilled it, she said, her voice laced with panic. It's like an ink block test. People see what they want to see. I mean, we were just talking about Jack. I can see that, I said, picking up the salt. I saw a pack of wolves. But I kicked Taylor's shin, then put my hand on her leg. Stop. Now. Taylor frowned. I'm sorry. I just have an imagination. There was obvious tension. I want to try one of those gold-plated cupcakes, I said. Please, Chispa said. Help yourself. His jaw was tight, and he was having trouble hiding his anger. Taylor and I went over to the dessert table. What just happened? She asked. I took her hand and thought, we just got Abby in trouble. She glanced at me. I think Chispa knows where Jack is. Taylor blurted out, You do? Chispa was looking at us. Of course I want to try the gold cupcake, I said loudly. Where else are you going to find one? Sorry, Taylor mouthed. The cupcakes were incredibly decadent looking with chocolate ganache coated with pure gold. They looked too pretty to eat. On a bench at the side of the courtyard, Quentin was getting more and more intoxicated. I don't mean by the drinks. He was leaning forward toward Epicurus as she put berries into his mouth. It was as if she had strings attached to him. I suppose she did. Should we do something about that? Taylor asked. I think we're too late, I said. I'm going to try to reboot him. She looked at him. Nothing happened. He just continued gazing into Epicurus's eyes. Taylor frowned. Nothing. Either she's super powerful, or I'm losing mine. When we brought our food back to the table, Chispa and Abigail were gone. We ate, careful about everything that came from our mouths. About 20 minutes later, Chispa emerged from the house. He walked up to us, forcing a smile. Sorry Abigail wasn't feeling well and wanted to turn in. She sent her condolences and says she'll see you at breakfast. Of course, I said. So, Michael, it's late, but perhaps not too late. Could you join me for a few minutes? He turned to Taylor and smiled. That is, if Taylor could spare you for a bit. You go on, she said. I'll see you back in the room. She leaned forward and we kissed. Good night, I said. Don't wait up. I won't. She held out her hand to Chispa. I noticed that he didn't take it. In fact, he put his hands into his pockets,
leaving Taylor looking awkward.
"Oh, I'm sorry," he said. "I don't shake hands. It's a weird aversion I have. Good night. Good night."
She walked off.
"Come with me, Michael."
We walked back into the main house, into a room he unlocked with a key.
"This is my office," he said.
He turned on the lights and we stepped inside. The office was beautiful, most of the walls covered with mahogany bookshelves. He shut the door behind us. "Please, sit," he said, motioning to one of the chairs in front of a beautiful desk. "This is really a beautiful office," I said.
"Thank you. I inherited it from my mentor."
I take it that he liked books.
"Oh, that's like saying you like Taylor."
"Have you read them all?" His gaze spanned the room. Then he said,
"I have. Dr. Sam insisted that we were all well-read, especially in philosophy."
"That's impressive. Your desk is cool. Is that wood mahogany?"
"No, but you've got a good eye for value. It's from an ipe tree, the most valuable wood in the world. It's only found in the Amazon rainforest. I had the desk made before the tree was protected. Now the wood is illegally harvested by rogue loggers. It sells for almost $3,000 per cubic meter, if you can believe that."
He leaned back in his seat.
"But it's late. Enough of this small talk. I wanted to talk to you about something very serious. Then I'd like to make you a proposition."
"A proposition?" I sat up in my seat. I was about to learn what he really wanted from us. His eyes narrowed.
"Do you believe in fate?"
I thought a moment. I suppose that there are times when I do. The fact that Taylor and I ended up in the same high school must be fate. The odds of that are ridiculous.
"Exactly," he said. "That's how I feel about Brian and Kylie stumbling into our colony from the other side of the world."
He shook his head.
"If you think about it, it's also what brought you and me together. Fate."
He looked down for a moment, then back at me.
"What do you think of our place? The colony?"
"It seems like you've created something special here."
"I'd like to take credit, but I'm not the creator. I've followed the map that Dr. Sam and the great minds of the past have left for us. You've heard me mention Dr. Sam, but I should introduce him to you."
"Introduce me?" I thought he had passed.
"I meant figuratively, of course. Dr. Sam was a successful doctor from the U.S. city of Dayton, Ohio. Are you familiar with Dayton?"
"Somewhat. I've never been there. I believe it's where the Wright brothers came from."
"Precisely. 2 brothers with a dream who changed the world for everyone. There is not a man, woman, or child on this planet who is not affected by their dream. And that, Michael, is what brings us here. I don't think it's any more a coincidence that Dr. Sam found me than that you and I were brought together. Dr. Sam had a dream to make the world a better place, a beautiful place, a utopian civilization where everyone has what they need, where everyone has access to food and housing and health care. A place where life is spent not as the animals live, in day-to-day survival, but rather in the advancement of thought and wisdom. That is what we've created here. You can see what we've made."
"I think it's a beautiful sentiment," I said.
"Sentiment? This isn't just a sentiment. It's a reality."
"You have reservations?" "It's just that every time someone sets out to create a utopian dream world, it turns into a dystopian nightmare." He nodded slowly.
"Why do you think that is?"
"I think the nature of man is such."
"You think the nature of man is evil?"
"I don't know. But I do know that there has never in the history of the world been a time without war or conflict."
"That's true. But I believe there's conflict not because man by nature is evil, but because of conflicting ideas and ideologies. There's not room enough in the world for more than one ideology. Until all competing ideologies are eliminated, there can be no healthy society."
"But," I said, "to get rid of other ideologies, you would have to destroy all thought counter to the one thought." which would mean getting rid of everyone who didn't believe as you did.
That's true. It's intellectual Darwinism. Survival of the fittest.
Then at its core, your one existing thought would contain mass genocide.
I'm impressed, Michael. I wasn't sure if you'd be able to keep up, but you're doing brilliantly. And you've uncovered what I call the great existential irony. How can the greatest good come from the greatest evil? But the world is full of ironies. Machiavelli struggled with this notion as well, but he came up with a solution, simply that the end justifies the means. He was starting to scare me.
What are you proposing?
I'm proposing that we build an entire world based on the peaceful philosophy of Dr. Sam. But, as you pointed out, to get there would require the complete destruction of much of the previous world.
I doubt your Dr. Sam would have approved of your methods.
No, he wouldn't.
He was an ardent pacifist. But even in the good doctor's death, he showed us that his ideology had one great flaw. And what's that? His belief that pacifism would result in peace. He looked closely into my eyes, studying my reaction.
Before Dr. Sam's death, I would have fought to defend that flawed belief. But that all changed when a group of men walked into our peaceful home and brought us violence. They killed our master. Of all the teaching moments Dr. Sam gave me, that was the most profound. That day, our path was made clear to me. We were to spread Dr. Sam's vision to the world, not softly as he'd tried, but with strength. Fate was guiding us the whole time. Why else would Dr. Sam have been brought into contact with the only other electric people in the world? Why did it become his mission to gather us, to teach and care for us? And now, here you and I are, drawn together by fate. It's time that we work together to create tabula rasa, a blank slate. Us, the sane ones. I'm the leader of the colony. You're the leader of the Electro Clan. Together, we can bring about the coming of a new age. But that new age can only be built on the ashes of an old one. It's the way of all society, all culture.
You really think that a few dozen of us can change the world?
Think. I know. Remember the words of the great cultural anthropologist Margaret Mead. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. But we're more than committed, Michael. We were born for this. You were born for this. We were endowed with great power. You brought down the growing Elgin. We live here, in the most dangerous place in the world. The entire Peruvian army has been unable to eradicate the Shining Path. The world fears and fails before the power of the cartels, and more lives are lost to them with their violence and illicit drugs than in entire wars. But here we are, feared by these groups. The Shining Path guerrillas exist only because I chose not to annihilate them completely. The cartels bow to our demands. Such is our power. Imagine if, together, we took on the world. We could burn down the old and start anew.
I just looked at him. That would be chaos and anarchy.
Anarchy on the way to control.
He adjusted himself in his seat, grimacing slightly with pain.
Sometimes the greatest thing to happen to a forest is a fire. As the fire destroys, it releases nutrients into the soil from dead and fallen trees, which increases the soil's productivity. The fire's heat opens up the serotinous cones of the lodgepole pines, allowing for new trees to grow. It opens new forest canopies, which cause new plant life to flourish. We, Michael, are that fire. We, the two of us as one, will burn down this world, and like a phoenix, a new one will rise from the ashes. The future is in our hands. History is ours to write.
What gives us, or anyone, the right to decide what the world will think?
The same right that those who have made history have always claimed. All one needs to do is to claim it. That's what we do right here, right now. We start the domino effect that changes the world. No religion except us. We are the gods of this new belief. No democracy, for the obvious reason that the common man and woman will never be smart enough to create anything better than common. So there is no government except our government based on Dr. Sam's model, without the participation.
You're talking about totalitarianism, I said.
That's a frightening word used to scare the masses. I'm talking about effective leadership. Think about it. Successful corporations don't put things to a vote. They are run by dictators. We just call them CEOs.
The difference is CEOs can be replaced by a vote of the board. Kings are replaced by bloodshed. He grinned lightly.
Does it matter?
To those dying on battlefields, it matters. To mothers and fathers weeping over lost children, it matters.
Come on, Michael,
he said, flourishing a hand.
You're talking about the pawns. They don't matter. It's unfortunate, but it's the blood of pawns that fuels revolution.
You speak lightly of others' blood and pain. His face turned red.
Don't preach to me about pain. I am the king of pain. Until the last few weeks, I have suffered every minute of my entire life. I have suffered agony and loss you cannot imagine. But now I've risen anew. You can join us, or you can hold to the old dying ways. It's your choice.
That's ironic.
How's that?
You're giving me a choice to participate in a cause to remove all choice. His look of anger turned to one of amusement.
Ironic, but true. Like I said, the world runs on irony.
He took a deep breath.
Take the night, Michael. Think about it. I want you and your electroclam by my side. I want your soldiers in my army. You're battle-hardened. With you, we can do this.
And what if I don't agree? He frowned.
I hope that's not your decision. But if so, you go home and live whatever life you've planned for yourself.
With Abigail. He was quiet for a moment, then said,
That's up to her. I would never keep her against her will.
I just looked at him. I wished Taylor were there to tell me if he was telling the truth or not. My heart and mind guessed not. He leaned forward in the chair and stood offering his hand.
Think about it.
I will.
We shook. All right, my friend. Sleep well. We'll talk in the morning.
Chapter 45. A Second Proposition. I walked out of Chispa's office with my head reeling. I had wondered what he wanted. Now I wished I didn't know. As I stepped into the corridor, Epicurus approached me. She was pretty, the prettiest of anyone in the colony, with deep, wide-set eyes, high cheekbones, and long dark hair that fell past her shoulders. She had full lips and a cute figure, like Taylor's.
Hello, Michael.
She coyly tilted her head to one side.
I'm Epic. It's nice to run into you.
Hi.
I haven't had the chance to formally meet you yet, but I've heard so many amazing things about you.
She held out her hand, palm down, as if inviting me to kiss it. I awkwardly shook her hand. That's when I felt it. An incredible surge of desire. I knew she had the electric ability to create desire. I just hadn't realized how potent it was. Her eyes locked onto mine.
Maybe we could go for a walk under the moon and get to know each other better.
I'm sorry, it's late. I've got to go. Taylor's waiting. She just smiled at me confidently.
Oh, she's probably already asleep, handsome. She'll never know.
I'll know, and so will she. She reads minds.
That could be a problem.
She stepped closer, running a finger down my chest.
You're so cute. And you're such an alpha male. Come on, just a short walk. It's not going to hurt anyone. I have some things I want to show you.
I knew her offer was anything but innocent, but I could feel myself succumbing. It was like my brain was shutting down, taken over by my body's chemistry. That's when I realized I was already slipping. I know what you can do, Epic. I'm not falling for that. She didn't stop smiling.
No, you're not falling for that. I'm impressed, Michael. You're so strong. You really don't have anything to worry about.
Yes, I do, I said. I turned and, without looking back, walked quickly down the corridor to my room. Chapter 46. Wild Things. Hi, Taylor said as I shut the door behind me. The room was dark, and her voice surprised me. I thought she'd be asleep. Did I wake you? No. I waited up. She turned on the light by the side of the bed. She was wearing one of my t-shirts. I took off my shoes and shirt, then walked over and sat on the bed, touching her. She had a perplexed look on her face. That's weird. What's weird? I started to read your mind and then I couldn't. You just had something happen in the hall. She looked like she had to really concentrate. One of the colony girls was flirting with you. Then she frowned. That's all I got. Epicurus was waiting for me.
You mean the one with Quentin?
She was alone. She's the one with the power to stimulate desire. That's putting it lightly. Oh? She's that good? Yeah. Taylor's brows fell and she moved back from me. And? I came back to our room. I had to run, but I'm here. She put her arms around me and kissed me. After a while, she said, Epicurus the temptress aside, what did Chispa want to talk to you about? I groaned. The usual. Taking over the world. She shook her head. Everybody wants to rule the world. So, he's just like everyone else. Not completely, I said. People like Hatch or Amash want to rule the world for their own glory and power. But I think that Chispa just wants to punish everyone by burning it down. Why would anyone just want to burn down the world? Why do people vandalize? Because they're idiots? True, but at the core it's usually because of jealousy or anger. Misery doesn't just love company, it demands it. What does he want you to do? Us, I said. He wants the Electro clan to join him and the colony in his army. His army? Taylor repeated. What did you tell him? I told him that it sounded to me like tyranny. She looked afraid. What if we don't join him? He said we could just leave. She looked at me skeptically. He's really just going to let us walk out of here? That's what he said. And Abby? He said it was up to her, that he would never keep her against her will. Do you believe him? No, I said. I don't. Neither do I, Taylor said. What do you think we should do? I don't know. I'm just so tired. Do you want to go to bed? I don't think I could sleep. I think I'll go for a walk. We kissed. I won't be gone long. Be careful. There are wild things out there. Like Epicurus? She grinned. Exactly. Chapter 47. The Blue Man. I walked back down the corridor, making sure that Epicurus wasn't waiting outside, or anyone else for that matter. I needed solitude and fresh air to clear my head. It wasn't quiet out. The sound of buzzing insects filled the air. I walked around the dining area. The lights were out. The only lights were the solar lanterns that hung around the outside of the yard. I walked outside the gated courtyard, back to where Taylor and I had been walking before Nietzsche had stopped us. I looked around to see if anyone was watching, knowing full well that they might have been watching me since I left the room. There wasn't much to the building I was curious about. It was long and narrow, about 50 yards from the main house. It looked like an old stable, though I couldn't see any evidence of animals on the property. It didn't look like it belonged to the rest of the complex, or had been built along with it. It looked as if it had been quickly thrown up as an afterthought. It was much cruder and cheaper in design, built from stacked concrete blocks held together with mortar. It had a tin roof and shuttered windows that shut from the outside. As I walked to the building, I kept glancing back to see if anyone was following me. When I got close, I saw that there were fresh tracks in the dirt around it. The door had a padlock, but it was not locked in place. I pushed open the door. The stench of the place was nearly overwhelming, almost enough to change my mind about looking inside. But something pushed me to keep exploring. It was dark inside. I felt around for a light switch, then caught the glimmer of one reflecting my much diminished glow. I turned it on. Bare light bulbs hanging from a draped power line illuminated the length of a concrete walkway that ran down the center of the building with doors on each side. Peculiarly, it had normal human-sized doors, not large enough for a horse or cow, each with a single vertical slot for a window. I walked up to the first stall. The door was padlocked, which surprised me, since barn animals aren't much into opening doors even without locks. I looked inside the window. I almost retched. What I saw was as grotesque as the smell. It took me a moment to realize that what I was looking at wasn't an animal. It was a human. His body and what little clothing he wore, pants torn into shorts, were as filthy as his surroundings. His stringy and matted hair was long, down to his waist, as was his beard. The ground he lay on was mostly straw, some of which had been piled to one side of the cell, I suppose for his bed. There were 2 galvanized metal buckets. One on one side of the room had water, the other was most likely used as a toilet. There was a pie tin-like bowl that had small bones in it, small enough to be those of a rodent. Oddly, the human's skin was a dark shade of blue. My first thought was that they had captured an alien. Austin had told me that UFO sightings were common in this region, enough to make it a hotspot in South America. Even recently, police had responded to reports of an 8-foot-tall, armored creature attacking locals in the Peruvian Amazon jungle. Then the creature's eyes locked on mine. A chill went through my body. What am I looking at? After a moment, I said, "Hello?" wondering if he could speak. He just looked at me, his eyes as deep as wells. Something about them was more sorrowful than I can convey. "Do you speak?" I asked. He continued to look at me, sitting up slightly. He appeared interested in me as well. The more I looked at him, the more convinced I was that he was some kind of human or ape. Then he said in crisp English, "I speak 6 languages." The response shocked me. "You speak good English." "So do you." "What are you doing in here?" He ignored my question. "Who are you?" "I'm Michael. What's your name?" "Why does your face glow green?" "I'm electric, like the other people in the colony. Only we're from somewhere else, so we glow green, not red." "Why is your skin blue?" "Where are you from?" "I'm from the United States." "Be more specific." "Idaho." "The great state of Idaho," he said. "Esto perpetua. The gem state. Land of potatoes and millionaires." "Boise?" "Meridian." "You are a long way from Meridian, electric boy. Why are you here?" "I wanted to see what this building was being used for." "I meant, why are you here at the colony?" "Why are you in here?" I asked. For the first time, he answered my question. "Because I was a threat to him." "Who is him?"
"Chispa. I was Dr. Sam's choice to lead the colony. But after the guerrillas killed the doctor, Chispa took over the colony by force. We've been locked up in here for 3 years, 1 month, and 8 days.
"There are others?"
There is 1 electric besides me. The rest were killed or banished."
"If you're an electric, why don't you glow?"
"The same reason my skin is blue."
"Is that some kind of a riddle?"
"Almost everything Chispa does is a riddle. But not why he puts colloidal silver in our water. The overuse of colloidal silver will turn skin blue."
"Why would he make you drink silver?" His brow furrowed.
"I'm surprised you don't know. Silver, if ingested, takes away our powers. I assume he'll be giving it to you, if he hasn't already."
I remembered what the old silversmith had said to me. Do not drink the silver. It finally made sense. That's why the water tastes metallic. I asked him about it. He just said there's a lot of minerals in the water.
There are minerals in the water because he puts minerals in the water. Why are you blinking like that? Do you have Tourette's syndrome?
Yes. He nodded.
I thought so.
Will the color ever go away from your skin?
No. It's permanent, which amuses him. It's his way of humiliating me. He calls me Papa Smurf. You didn't answer my question. Why would you come here? Outsiders who come here never return home.
We came to rescue a friend.
Abigail,
he said. You know her?
I don't know her. I know 12 days of her screaming with pain. He was trying to break her, like a horse, but she wouldn't break. Not until they caught her boyfriend. It was the leverage Chispa needed to control her.
Her boyfriend? You mean Jack? He nodded. Jack was here?
Not was. He still is. He's in the last stall.
His words took my breath away. I'll be back.
I doubt it,
he said. I ran to the far end of the walkway. Visible through the slot in a thick wooden door in the last stall, Jack was hanging from his wrists by a rope. I didn't recognize him at first because of the mud, blood, and bruising that covered his face and body. He wore only pants that were mud-caked and blood-stained. His head had been shaved and was covered in dirt and mud mixed with straw. He had obviously been beaten, likely many times. Jack? He looked up. His eyes were black and swollen, as was most of his face. He looked at me with a distant gaze, as if he'd been drugged. I tried to open the door, but it was padlocked like the first door I'd come to. Since my emotions were up, I wondered if I could generate enough power to melt it. I took a deep breath and surged with all my power. There was nothing but a weak trickle of electricity. I tried again, but had even less power. I kicked the door with frustration.
Amazing how quickly the colloidal water kicks in,
someone shouted. I looked over to see Chispa and 3 of his men, Nietzsche, Horse, and Sart, walking into the stable.
It's the silver's conductivity, of course. It's the most conductive metal on the planet. The best we can figure is that once it's absorbed into the body's cells, it grounds out the electric's power.
I looked at him hatefully. You lied about everything.
Well, you came to kill us, so there's that.
He walked closer.
You finally found your friend Jack. I wondered how long it would take you. Your buddy Ian saw him early on. That's why you haven't seen much of Ian lately. He's not in his room as you thought. He's inside our holding gel in the basement of the clinic.
He stopped about 15 feet from me.
If you're wondering how we caught your friend Jack, it's the same as you. The Vra'em has eyes. We knew the moment your friends entered the jungle. I admit we were surprised that none of them were electric, but it only took us a few minutes to figure out that they were probably the rescue team, and you were the distraction to draw us from our fortress. After we subdued them, we took the trackers off their bodies, and Nietzsche ran the trackers up north to distract you for a bit while we prepared for your arrival. You might have noticed that Nietzsche moved too quickly a few times, but we guessed you would probably just think it was a satellite delay problem. Then we used your own device to track you. Not that we needed it. Rand could have smelled you a mile away, but the tracker gave us such precise timing and location, we just followed you the whole way into us.
His eyes narrowed.
Like a spider watching her web.
Where's the rest of Alpha Team? I asked. Chispa's mouth twisted in amusement.
Yes, well, they were expendable, so you won't be seeing them again.
His words fell onto my chest like a bag of concrete. You killed them.
Of course we did. Outside of Loverboy Jack, we had no use for them. And as you can see, we're all full here.
You are sick.
Maybe, but I'm not unreasonable. Alpha Team would have done the same to us. It was a little pathetic how easy it was to dispose of them. But Jack, he's been useful. He's been very effective at getting Abigail to do whatever I want.
Jack would never tell Abigail to help you.
He doesn't have to tell her to help me. I just connect her actions to Jack's treatment. If she displeases me, Jack gets a lashing. If she doesn't smile at me, Jack goes a day or two without water. Simple cause and effect. It's extremely effective. That little trick she tried at dinner, drawing Jack's tattoo out of salt? That was clever. I never would have caught it if it weren't for Taylor's help. Jack paid severely for that. That's why he's currently bleeding. I guarantee Abigail won't ever try anything like that again. You are as sick as you are merciless. Guilty of the latter, he said, smiling. And proudly so. Everyone wants mercy when they're the sinner. But the moment they're the victim, they're crying for justice and complaining that life is unfair. Justice is order. Mercy is chaos. It's been a hard lesson for Abby, but she's learning. And what happens when Jack dies? He'll last a while. And after he does, she'll already be broken. She'll do exactly what she's told to do. You're insane. No, I'm not, he shouted, and his lip curled. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm himself. No, I'm not. When he was back to his composed self, he said, Take him. Before I could move, Nietzsche had me from behind. Then Sart and Horse grabbed me as well and held me still. Let's see what you've got there. Show me what's on that finger. Horse lifted my left hand. You have that engagement ring. You won't be needing that. He tried pulling it from my finger, but I closed my hand so he couldn't take it. Or Sartre could just burn your finger off. Your choice. I opened my hand. Good choice. It's mine, I said. He put the ring onto his own finger. It fits. Tell you what, you can have it back when you take it from my dead body. It's a deal, I said. He just laughed. And this medallion, a Saint Jude, patron saint of lost causes. Appropriate, but obviously this one's not working. And a cross. I'll be taking those. He yanked the chain from my neck. Then he reached into my pants pockets. He pulled out the fish. He held it up to examine it. Isn't that interesting? Where did you get that? I didn't answer. It doesn't matter. The design and workmanship look ancient. This is a relic, isn't it? I still didn't answer. I'll keep it for good luck. He put it into his front pocket. All right, I'm done here. Men, give Michael the usual welcome. Don't use your powers. He still might be able to feed off them. Then I'm going to go have a little talk with Taylor. He held his hand up to show me my ring. I wonder how long it will take her to notice I'm wearing your ring. I threw a punch at Sartre and knocked him down, then lunged for Chispa, but Nietzsche was instantly between us. He began punching me. His fists were moving so fast I couldn't see them, but I felt each hit and the blood running down my face. Sartre began wailing on me as well. The two of them beat me unconscious. Chapter 48. Anything for a drink. I don't know how long I was out. When I woke, I could barely see, as my eyes were nearly swollen shut. I was lying on a straw-covered cement floor. My hands were cuffed behind my back, and I had been stripped down to my underwear. In my state, it was a few minutes before I noticed that I wasn't alone in the room. They had put me in the same stall as Jack, attached to a rope about 15 feet from him. It seemed like every cell of my body ached. I could see from cracks in the cinder block walls that it was daytime. Jack was looking at me, his gaze dull and gray like a lizard's. I'm sorry, I said. Jack's voice came out hoarse and strained. It's not your, he grimaced, fault. Then he asked, Where's my team? I couldn't say it. All that came out was, I'm sorry. I could see tears running down his face, leaving trails in the dirt on his cheeks. I wondered what Chispa had told Taylor and what was happening to the rest of our group. Just as I'd feared, I had led them into disaster, but seeing Abigail and her suffering also made me think that we at least had to try.
I knew that when my father didn't hear from us, he would send help. The entire Peruvian army if necessary. But that would take time. And I sensed that I didn't have much of it. And even if the colony was overcome by sheer force, Chispa, like any doomed cult leader, would no doubt take all of us with him. I kept thinking back to what the old silversmith had said. You will find what you are looking for, but it will come with much pain. But do not lose hope and do not despair. When all is lost, what is lost will return. How could I not lose hope? There was no conceivable way out of the situation we were in. And what did his last sentence mean? What is lost will return? Only one person came into the stall that day. It was one of the colony servants, a husky Peruvian teenage boy. I tried to speak to him, but Jack told me he was deaf. He brought Jack a pint of water and a bowl of a pasty, meat-like substance. He ignored me as if I weren't there. I called after him, but he just shut the door. I was not given anything to eat or drink. As hungry as I was, it was the thirst that was killing me. Literally, in the warmth of the Peruvian countryside, my tongue adhered to my mouth. Jack would have shared, but there was no way to get it to me without spilling it. Jack and I didn't talk much. It wasn't just because it was physically difficult for both of us, but after learning that his team was no more, Jack seemed more broken than I had ever seen him. The second day I was given some food. Dried, salted guinea pig. I begged for water, gesturing to Jack's cup with my head, but the boy just turned away. I knew that they were wanting me thirsty not just to make me weak, but also to ensure that I would drink their colloidal silver water. I had read that humans can only go without water for 2 to 3 days, and I was approaching 48 hours. The salt in the meat had made me insanely thirsty. It was as cruel a torture as I had ever endured. The next day I was brought some water, or at least some kind of liquid. It was not a normal color. It was deep amber, almost the color of urine. I asked Jack if he knew what it was. He just shook his head. I drank it anyway. It was incredibly foul-tasting, but I could taste the silver it was mixed with. I knew that it would take away my electricity, but at that point it didn't matter. My electricity was already gone, and I was close to death from dehydration. Dead men don't shock. Chapter 49. Chispa's Plan. The next morning we were visited by Horse and Sartre. They first approached Jack.
"Your little minx didn't please the boss last night," Sartre said. "Here's the bill."
He slugged Jack in the stomach 5 or 6 times, causing Jack to groan with pain. Then Horse said,
"No water for 24 hours.
Jack groaned out even louder. They left him, bent over and dry-heaving, then came to me.
"The boss wants to see you," Sartre said.
They cut me loose from the rope, leaving my hands still cuffed behind my back. Barefoot and dressed only in underwear, I stumbled several times as they took me to another strange stucco-covered building outside of the walled house. The interior of the building was just a large room filled with long wooden pews with a lectern up front. Chispa was casually dressed, sitting up on the dais to the side of the lectern, holding a water bottle. Horse and Sartre dropped me onto my side on the front bench.
"Wait outside,"
Chispa said to them. After they had left, he took a drink of water, then said to me,
"Sit up."
It took some maneuvering, but I righted myself.
"This is our chapel,"
he said. "It's where we worship."
"Worship what?
You?" He smiled.
"No. This is the church of Sam Cooke."
"What are you going to do to us?" His brow fell.
"That's a little complicated, Michael. You see, it's not really us, since your path departs from the rest of your group, who will be absorbed by the colony, taken in as brothers and sisters of the cause. They'll never join you or your cause. Not happily, of course, but they will. It's inevitable.
You, on the other hand, have a different journey.
He looked at me.
Would you like some water?
I didn't say anything. I knew he was just toying with me. He put the cap back on the bottle and set it down.
All right, let's talk about your journey. Dr. Sam taught us that tradition and rituals are a vital part of any culture.
If you want to change a culture, you start by changing their traditions. Rituals are a powerful form of tradition. Being native Peruvian, my mind is naturally attracted to the rituals of my forebears, the Incas. The Incas were an incredibly advanced civilization, contributing far more to modern civilization than most people give them credit for. To me, the most fascinating part of their culture was their religious and esoteric rituals.
The Incan priests were savages,
I said.
Dr. Sam would vomit if he knew what you were doing in his name.
Chispa's expression turned fierce.
Speak his name again and I will cut out your tongue and feed it to your girlfriend.
He calmed himself. The Incas were a progressive civilization. As they spread throughout South America, they would adopt or absorb other tribes and civilizations into them, much like I am doing with the Electro clan. Some of these tribes joined willingly. Others, like yours, not so much. From the latter, the Incas learned that to guarantee the assimilation and allegiance of a new tribe, they would sacrifice the tribe's king or leader in front of his own people. This was a demonstration of the Incas' power and the desperation of the conquered tribe's situation. This powerful ritual was very effective in ensuring complete and full allegiance to the new tribe. This, Michael, is your path. Tonight at midnight, you will be sacrificed in the sacred ceremonial grove on the ancient sacrificial stone, an offering to our God, Dr. Sam, marking the beginning of a new era for the colony and a new beginning for the Electro clan. The ritual you will experience was created from traditions borrowed from both the Incan and Aztec cultures, as well as some of our own additions. He looked at me sharply. It's a shame that you won't be alive to see all that we accomplish in our quest. But you can rest in the peace of knowing that your friends were a part of making a difference in this world. I was speechless, my heart pounding heavily. In keeping with ancient tradition, until the time of your sacrifice, you will be uncuffed and given ample food and drink. No more torture, no more pain. What will happen to Taylor? I don't know. I know she'll hate me, of course. I also know that in time she'll forgive me. Perhaps in time she will be one of my wives. Wives? All great leaders have more than one woman, he said. Look it up. It's the natural course. Where exactly would I look this up? He grinned. Of course, you'll just have to take my word for it. For the first time in my life, I felt fully defeated. Here, he said, again lifting the bottle. Have some cold water. This time I drank. Chapter 50. The ritual begins. I spent the rest of the day in the stall, my head down in contemplation. I was shaking. I was afraid. But maybe even more than that, I felt a deep longing and sadness. I felt heartbroken to leave my friends. I desperately wanted to see Taylor. I wanted to hold her and say goodbye. I wanted to see my parents. Most of all, I wanted to apologize to my mother. I tried not to think of all the pain she would feel when she found out what had happened to me. I prayed that no one would ever tell her. As Chispa had promised, they sent drink and food into my stall. Decent food, like we'd had when we'd first arrived at the colony. I gave most of it to Jack. For my remaining hours, we talked about all we had been through. Because there were no clocks in the building, we had little sense of time except the light coming through the cracks in the building. Jack had devised a system of keeping time based on the diminishing rays of the sun through the wall. We followed the decreasing sun all day. When the light finally disappeared, we knew that the time was near. It was close to the appointed hour when Jack asked,
"Do you believe in a life after this one?"
"Yes."
"Do you think it's like a heaven or hell kind of thing?"
I shook my head.
"I don't know. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Unless there's nothing after death,
then I'll never know."
"If there is a heaven, do you think we'll go there? After all the Elgin we've killed?"
I shrugged.
"Me neither," he said.
I thought a moment, then asked,
"Do you think defending freedom is a good thing?"
"Yes." "Have we ever done anything different from that?"
"No."
"Maybe that's your answer." He nodded slowly. Then he said,
"If there's a heaven, save a bunk for me."
I grinned through my sadness.
"I'll do that."
There was suddenly the jingle of keys at the stall's door, then a loud squeak as the thick door opened. My chest felt heavy. A group of colony electrics walked into the stall. Horse, Voltaire, Pascal, Nietzsche, and Sartre.
"It's time,"
Sartre said. I looked over at Jack. Tears began falling down his cheeks.
"I love you, man," he said.
"What a ride, brother." Jack forced a defiant smile.
"What a ride." "How sweet," Sartre said. "The two boys love each other."
My whole soul flushed with anger.
"Shut your hole, you maggoty, brain-dead little creep." "Yeah? How does this feel?"
He reached his hand out to cauterize me. Instead of pain, I felt a powerful influx of electricity filling my body. I pulsed, throwing them all back from me. Then I turned to Sartre to deliver a final shock. But nothing happened. I had used all the electricity I'd been able to take from him.
"You idiot!"
Horse shouted at Sartre, climbing back to his feet.
"The boss told you not to use your power on him. He thrives on that." "I just got caught up, man."
Horse and Voltaire grabbed me.
"Let's get on with this."
Long, thick leather straps were tied tightly around my wrists, ankles, and neck. Then, with each of the electrics holding one of the straps, I was led out of the stall. As we were near the end of the stable, I glanced through the window at Socrates. He gave me a short salute. I nodded back at him. I was taken back to the chapel where 3 women, Dante, Epic, and Rand, were waiting.
"Drink this,"
Voltaire said, holding up a small bottle.
"What is it?" "It's part of the capacocha ceremony. It will take away some of the pain."
Despite his claim that it was an anesthetic, I hesitated. He said,
"If you don't drink it, I'll go back to the stall and break your friend's legs with a club."
"Give it to me," I said. He held the vial to my mouth and I drank the potion. Almost immediately I began to feel lightheaded. My underwear was cut off by the women, and I was given a sponge bath to get the dirt off my body. When I was sufficiently cleaned, I was anointed with a fragrant, amber-colored oil, which I heard one of the women refer to as muskroot oil. A gold ring was put on each of my fingers. I hoped that one of them was mine, but none of them were. I was dressed in what I could only describe as a ceremonial gown. It was hand-stitched, white, and made of pure linen. It was one piece open in front, with a long gold pin holding it closed.
"He's ready,"
Dante said, stepping back from me. The other 2 women were looking at me stoically, though I sensed some sadness in Rand's eyes.
"What time is it?"
Sartre asked.
20 to midnight.
Sartre nodded.
"It's time to go."
A linen hood was pulled over my head, and I was led barefoot in a small processional into the jungle. My body continued to grow more numb as I walked, my bones feeling like they were turning to rubber. We had walked nearly 10 minutes before we stopped, my feet on fresh earth. When they removed my hood, I heard Taylor scream. I looked over at her, and we briefly shared eye contact. A headdress of feathers was placed on my head. Even in my increasingly hazy state, I was intensely aware of everything around me, as if the drug that was numbing my body was making my senses more acute. In the center of the clearing, was a large round stone that must have weighed several tons. It was carved on all sides with Incan symbols and portrayals of their rituals. Next to the stone was a cylindrical stone pedestal that held a single golden chalice bedecked with large emeralds. I could hear crying from the members of the Electro clan, all of whom were gathered in a line facing me, about 10 yards in front of the sacrificial stone. There was an armed, non-electric colony guard standing by each of my friends. Ian was there. It was the first time I'd seen him since they'd taken him away. Oddly, there was a cloth wrapped around his eyes. Solemnly standing behind the stone were 12 colony electrics, each wearing a red hoodie, their faces cloaked. Abigail was near Chispa, but her feet were shackled to a tree in case she tried to intervene. Just like Taylor had seen in her dream, we were gathered in a small clearing still covered by dark jungle canopy. The only light came from the red glow of the colony electrics and the bamboo pole torches near the stone and set around the circle. I was forced backward onto the sacrificial stone, my arms and legs pulled down its sides, the free ends of the leather thongs tied tightly to metallic rings. The strap around my neck was also pulled tight, but not so much that I couldn't breathe. The shrill sound of the jungle mingled with the sobs and cries from my friends. I wasn't sure whether some of the noises came from animals or humans. Chispa, like the others, was dressed in red, his hoodie pulled up over his head, so that only the red glow of his eyes emanated from the darkness. He wore an elaborate, thick-chained gold necklace with a large golden pendant. The peculiar thought crossed my mind that he looked like a rapper. For several minutes, Chispa just looked down at a pocket watch. Then he put it into one of his pockets, pulled back his hood, and began speaking. "Worshippers, we have met here, in the hallowed valley of Ene, to perform our sacred ceremony derived from our ancestors' ancient Capococha ritual. I will explain what you are about to witness. This ceremony denotes a change of power in the lives of the infidel witnesses, as well as a unification of the body of all present. It is an offering of a human life to the gods. As a testament to my power and godliness, I will cut into Michael's body with the anointed Tekpatl knife, and draw out his still-beating heart and offer it to the gods. Then his heart will be pierced with the knife and placed here, in this precise section of stone, where its blood will follow the path that has been cut through the rock. This sacred stone where the offering will take place was moved here from a northern temple. From ancient records we know that more than 60,000 lives were sacrificed on this stone in just 1 year. The grooves in this stone are more than just artistry. The blood from the offering will run down the sides and come together at this spout to pour," he lifted the chalice, "into this golden vessel." His eyes panned the Electro clan guests. "This is where your involvement in the ceremony begins. Each of you, when called by name, will approach the offering, kneel before me and the stone, and drink Michael's blood from the vessel, acknowledging that I am now your spiritual and temporal leader, and pledging eternal allegiance to me and the colony." "I'll die first," Taylor shouted. "No, you will participate, as you all will. Not because you want to, but because the alternative is worse." He looked at Austin. "There is a non-electric member with us. If any of you choose not to obey my words, he will be tied to the Tangarana tree, where he will suffer the greatest pain known to man. He will be eaten alive over the course of several weeks by the ants." Austin turned pale. This was the same torture we had threatened Lars with back when we were fighting the Chasqui. The bite from just one Tangarana ant was enough to cause pain and swelling. The agony of thousands of ant bites was unimaginable, maybe even worse than being burned alive. "You're crueler than Hatch," I said. "Thank you," Chispa said softly. He looked back out at my friends.
Afterward, Michael's head will be displayed for all time in the courtyard, serving as a daily reminder of who your true ruler is and the price of resistance. I noticed he was wearing the gold ring Taylor had given me. Get on with it, I said.
Eager to meet his fate,
Chispa said, nodding.
So be it.
He pulled his hood back so that only the dull red glow of his eyes could be seen. We make this sacrifice to the 4 sons of our fathers, the water sun, which was destroyed by flood, the earth sun, which was destroyed by earthquake, the wind sun, which was destroyed by the giant, and the sun that warms us today, which will die out in the end of time, and to Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, the one who brought civilization to our people. I offer this infidel's heart to Tonatiuh, the god of the 5th sun, the patron of warriors who gives us warmth and fertility, but demands human sacrifices in turn. I raise the Tecpatl, the sacrificial knife, to free the heart from this infidel. I turned my head toward Taylor and mouthed, I love you. I love you, she mouthed back, tears streaming down her face. Then she shouted, Stop! Please stop! I'll do anything! Silence her! Chispa screamed. Kylie moved up behind her, putting her hands around Taylor's throat.
You knew it was going to happen someday,
Kylie said gleefully.
Hatch or Chispa, they had it coming. It's always been inevitable. Too bad you all chose the wrong side.
Taylor tried to hit her, but the 2 guards held her tight. Then the group began chanting in low, eerie tones.
Chispa, 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 Chispa.
Chispa breathed in deeply, then lowered the obsidian knife until it was slightly above my chest. I closed my eyes, anticipating the tearing of the blade. I tried not to twitch. I know it sounds stupid, but for some reason I just didn't want to die twitching.
This night I free the heart of this infidel. This night in this ancient valley of Rio Ene, Michael Vey the Great dies.
As I braced myself for more pain than I could imagine, Chispa stopped speaking. Was this part of the torture? The anticipation? Then I heard him breathe out as if in anguish. I opened my eyes. He was frozen as still as a statue. Chapter 51. When All is Lost. I felt the sudden brusque wave of a reset. Only this time it wasn't accompanied by the usual flu-like pain followed by sheer agony. Perhaps the colloidal silver that had taken away my power had also taken away what made the reset so painful to us electrics. The colony electrics weren't so fortunate, as they screamed out in pain, fell over, and began writhing on the ground. They'd clearly never encountered a reset. They were all on the ground except for Chispa. He was unable to move. I didn't understand what was happening to him, until Cassie walked slowly from the dark, tree-lined circle up to the sacrificial stone. She touched the tip of the Tecpatl softly, which was only an inch above my chest, then, peeling back Chispa's fingers, pulled the knife from his hand.
Which leg is it that hurts?
She asked, looking down at Chispa's legs.
It must be the bent one.
She kicked it hard. Chispa lung screamed from his frozen mouth.
Oh, it was that one? Let's try it again.
She kicked it even harder. Tears began rolling down Chispa's face.
I guess it does hurt.
Then she gently put her hand on my chest.
There aren't many hearts like this in the world.
A loyal heart that would sacrifice itself for the ones he loves. She looked me in the eyes. I love this heart. I loved this heart even before I knew the man it belonged to. She continued gazing softly into my eyes. Then her eyes turned fierce as she looked back up at Chispa. And you, a sick, demented creep, thought you were going to stop it. She held the knife a few inches from Chispa's chest, You know, I could stop your heart with the mere thought, but that would be too fast.
Chispa's face dripped with perspiration.
You don't look so scary now. All that talk of ancient sacrifices and ritual just sounds like crazy talk when you're on the other end of the knife, doesn't it? You probably wish I'd just get this over with, don't you? Do you know what I wish? I wish you had more lives to give. I really do.
She lifted the knife back up, her eyes narrowing.
Because I take every last one of them.
She pressed the knife to his chest.
But unfortunately, your one pathetic life will have to do. Here's your knife back, you twisted monster.
His eyes grew wide as she shoved the blade deep into his chest. Cassie moved closer to him, her eyes inches from his, fixed on his.
Feel it, devil. Feel what justice feels like.
She must have released him from some of her power, as he suddenly threw his head back and screamed out in one long howl that seemed to silence the jungle itself. Slowly, the red glow in his eyes started to dim, then darken, then completely disappear. When his eyes were black, she pushed him back. He fell, dead, to the ground. Cassie looked at the other electrics and hoods, all on the ground writhing in pain. She shook her head.
I should do the same to all of you.
She turned back toward the jungle. All right, Torsten. I've had my moment. Torsten stepped out of the shadow of the trees, carrying an automatic rifle.
We've got it from here,
he said. Levanten armas, he shouted. In a few seconds, the entire clearing was surrounded by more than 100 cartel soldiers. Some of them were carrying reset collars.
Put the collars on all the colony electrics, starting with the hoodie guys. Cuff the non-electrics. Then turn off that reset,
Torsten shouted. He grabbed a passing soldier by the arm, then pointed at Nietzsche.
That one likes to run. Break his legs.
Si, jefe. While the soldiers locked the collars onto the squirming electrics, Cassie turned back to me. She again set her hand gently on my chest.
Hi, Mr. Vey. Am I hallucinating?
I asked.
No. This is real. I'm real.
How?
How did I get here?
She took the knife and cut the leather straps from my neck, arms, and legs.
I had some help. You could say you were saved by grace.
She smiled at me.
Can you sit up?
I think so.
Let me help you.
She put her hands behind my back and helped lift me until I was sitting on the stone. Let's get rid of this thing, she said, taking the headdress off me. Those are some big feathers.
Condor feathers, I said.
What a waste of a bird. She threw the thing into the jungle. Then she handed me a canteen from her belt. Drink this. It will help get all the junk out of your system. I wasn't sure what junk she was referring to, but I drank. Whatever was in the canteen, it tasted delicious, like fresh, cold water. By the way, cute outfit. Everyone will be wearing one next season.
Thanks.
I was dying to wear it.
That's not even funny,
she said. But it was quite a show. Could we skip it next time?
There's not going to be a next time.
Just then, Taylor ran up and threw her arms around me. Michael! For a moment, we just held each other as Cassie stood to the side watching us. Then Taylor stepped back and turned toward Cassie.
I don't know how to thank you.
She looked down.
You saved Michael's life.
That's all that matters.
All?
Her eyes welled up.
You deserve him. If you two want to see...
Cassie stopped her. Don't be such a martyr, Taylor. He loves you.
He always has. You belong together. What about your cancer?
Grace took care of that.
What do you mean?
I mean,
I feel better.
Grace says she's found how to cure cancer in humanoids. The doctors don't know what to think.
We'll see.
As the women talked, I bent over Chispa's body and pulled my ring off his finger. You said I could have it back when I took it from your dead body. Happy to oblige you. I'm sure it's kind of psycho, mocking a corpse, but considering what I'd just gone through, I had to say it. I reached into his pants pockets. My St. Jude medallion, the cross, and the fish were still there. I put the ring back on my finger, but I didn't have any pockets for the rest, so I just held them.
"Could someone please help me?" someone said.
I looked over. Abigail was still tied to the tree. "Sorry," I said. I took the tech-paddle knife and cut her free. Tears were running down her cheeks as she put her arms around me.
"Thank you, Michael. I knew you had come for me."
"I wouldn't leave you. None of us would. And Jack would have come for you without us. He needs you."
"I know. We need to free him. I'll take away his pain."
"He needs you."
"And I need him. I never want to be without him again."
"Let's go get him," I shouted. "Hey, Torsten."
"Yes, Sir Michael."
"About 50 yards south of the house, they've converted an old horse stable into a jail. We need to release the prisoners."
"That's fortuitous,"
he said.
"That will give us a place to keep our new prisoners."
He shouted out something to his men in Spanish, then turned back.
"What do you want to do with him?"
he said, pointing his gun at Chispa.
"Should we bury him?"
"No," I said. "Let the jungle have him.
I'm sure he'll be tasty to something."
"Maybe a dung beetle," I said. As we started up toward the stable, Taylor asked,
"What are we going to do with the colony guys?
We can't keep them locked up forever." "We could," I said. "That's what they planned for us. But we'll let Socrates make that decision." I held out my treasures. "Could you carry these for me? They don't make sacrificial ware with pockets. I think it has something to do with you can't take it with you."
"I can't believe you're joking about this," she said,
taking the jewelry from me. Then she noticed my ring.
"You got it back?"
"Off his dead body." Taylor frowned. "That takes the romance out of it." I smiled at her. "Does it, though?" McKenna and Austin walked up to us. I turned to McKenna. "McKenna, Joe, can you give us a little more light?"
"I'll try."
She lit up the grounds a few meters around us. Not nearly as bright as she usually was, but enough to help. It was good to see her power coming back.
"I can help,"
Nichelle said. McKenna's light doubled. "It's this way," I said. Even though my body and head ached, I was filled with adrenaline and electricity. And relief. As we walked to the south side of the compound, I put my arm around Austin. "Are you okay?" "Still processing the whole getting eaten by ants thing," Austin said. "Chispa made Hatch look like the Easter Bunny." "I think you're forgetting that Hatch was planning to eat me." Austin thought a moment, then said, "Okay, a deranged Easter Bunny." As we passed the chapel, I said to Austin, "That's where they prepped me for the sacrifice." "Is that where you got the cool duds?" "Yes, and a perfume bath." "Was it better than Hatch's rat room?" "It smelled better," I said. When we got to the stable, I opened the door and walked inside, turning on the overhead lights. "Jack's in the last stall," I said. "Come with me." Abigail, Torsten, Nichelle, Austin, McKenna, Taylor, and I went to the last stall. The door was still unlocked from when they'd taken me out. When I opened the door, Jack was lying on the ground, his face against the concrete. "Jack!" Abigail cried. She ran to him and fell at his side. He looked up at her from the ground.
"Abby?"
"Oh, my Jack!"
As she embraced him, the pain left his face. I don't even know if Abby was using her power.
"Let's get him out of here,"
Torsten said. Taking a knife from his belt, he walked over and cut Jack free from the rope. Then he cut off the plastic cuffs. Jack looked at him in disbelief.
"Torsten? Hey, buddy."
Jack groaned as he stretched out in relief.
"Does anyone have any water?"
"Here," I said. I handed him the canteen Cassie had given me. He drank what was left of it in one gulp. Then Abigail and I helped Jack to his feet.
"What happened?"
he asked.
"How did you get free?" "I showed up,"
Torsten said.
"And a few of my men."
"Don't forget Cassie," Abigail said.
"Cassie, too?" What happened to Chispa?
Cassie dispatched him, Torsten said, drawing his finger across his neck. Chispa has joined the cycle of life. Or death, or whatever it is. Man, Jack said, exhaling deeply. I wish I had been there. What a ride. I patted him on the back. What a ride. All right, Torsten said. We'll free the others. Wait, I said. In the first stall is Socrates. Let's free him first. He's their rightful leader. Abigail stayed with Jack as we returned to the front of the stable. Through the open front door, I could see that Torsten's soldiers had reached the building and were standing outside with their new prisoners. Socrates' stall was still locked. I looked in through the slotted window. Socrates was lying on the ground. It took 3 rounds, but Torsten shot off the lock, then opened the door. Socrates had gotten up at the sound of the first gunshot. He looked fearfully at Torsten. Then, as I stepped inside, his expression turned to disbelief.
How are you still alive?
He asked. I told you I'd be back. You're a free man, Socrates.
Free? He said the words as if it was the most beautiful thing ever.
Maybe it is.
Where's Chispa?
Chispa is no more, I said. He's jungle food, Austin said. You can free the others now, I told Torsten.
Roger that. We'll take care of them.
He turned back to his men.
Vamos, hombres. Aquí dentro. Carlos, dile a Fernando que lo necesitamos aquí arriba. Christian, tú y Alfredo, tráiganos un poco de agua, 20 botellas.
One by one, the prisoners were freed. There was only one other electric, Thoreau, who had turned blue as well. All of the prisoners were sick, and 3 of them had to be carried out by Torsten's men or the rest of the Electro clan, who had now joined us. Ian had his hand on Tara's arm, as he was still recovering his sight. Most of the prisoners were Shining Path guerrillas, who had come too close to the colony, or locals who had run afoul of Chispa. At Torsten's orders, the freed prisoners were given fresh water, then brought out next to the colony electrics.
See what you've done to them?
Torsten shouted at the colony.
Now it's your turn.
Pascal fainted. One by one, the colony electrics were brought into the stable. As Epic walked by, Quentin stepped in front of her. You know, you're not very pretty without your powers. In fact, your personality makes you downright ugly. What did I see in you?
You saw what you wanted to see,
she said. Tara punched her, knocking her to the ground. That's what I wanted to see, skank. How can you do this to us? Kylie asked, as she and Brian were brought in. We're not with them.
I guess you chose the wrong side,
Taylor said to her. Each of them had to walk by Socrates as they were taken to their stalls. All of them, except for Nietzsche, who was dragged in screaming with pain, and Sartre, hung their heads in shame.
We'll be back on top,
Sartre said to him.
You'll be sorry.
Socrates frowned.
Oh, Sartre, the only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing. And you truly know nothing. What are these things on their necks they're wearing?
Socrates asked. They're called resats, I said. They take away their powers.
How long do they last?
I don't know. They run off the electric's power, so I've never seen one stop working. I looked at him. Are you going to leave them on that long?
We'll see. It's that or the colloidal silver. Maybe we'll all be blue someday.
He grinned.
Imagine that. A colony of Smurfs.
Chapter 52. $6 Million Man. As we walked back to the main house, I put my arm around Torsten. Hey, buddy, I thought you said this wasn't your fight.
Yeah, I changed my mind.
Just like that?
There was some persuasion involved.
From Cassie?
No, from Grace. You know, she's different from the Grace I remember.
I smiled. I know.
Is she a human or a computer now?
Yes, I said. How did she persuade you to help us?
She let me know that if I didn't help you, she would shut down our cartel's entire network, every phone, every computer, then drain all our accounts of billions of dollars.
You believed her?
She gave us a little demonstration. She crashed the phones and computers in my office. Then my printer began spitting out a list of all our offshore accounts. She had all of them.
She is persuasive.
But she didn't stop there. She said that if I didn't immediately accept her offer, she would track my position by satellite and publish my real-time whereabouts every 5 minutes on the internet and on the computers of all my enemies, including every rival cartel leader in the world, the DEA, and the Peruvian government. To show me that she could, she pulled up real-time video of the President of the United States washing his hands in his private bathroom outside the Oval Office. I have a $6 million bounty on my head. I wouldn't last 5 minutes. I figured if I was going to die anyway, I'd rather do it helping my friends than get plugged by some 2-bit bounty hunter.
Good choice.
I thought so. But after I agreed to help, she began to help us. She told me where Hatch had stored reset equipment. She set us up with Cassie, who was already on her way down. And she gave us the precise location of where we would find you. That girl can multitask like no one else.
You have no idea, my friend,
I said, smiling.
So, now that you've entered the light side, what are you going to do?
Torsten shrugged. I don't know. No matter what I do, I'll forever be a wanted man.
I smiled.
Maybe not, I said. I have an idea. Epilogue. I don't live in Idaho anymore.
Not too far from it, though. I could tell you where,
but I won't.
The ElectroClan has been off the grid for more than 5 years now. One good thing came from our experience with Chispa. An idea. We started our own electric colony. We call it Arcadia, since it's pretty much paradise. The streets are named after each of the original electrics, except Zara. No one wanted to be reminded of Zara. Socrates took charge of the Peruvian colony as Dr. Sam Cook had once planned, but it became clear that he needed someone to protect them. Torsten decided that he liked the jungle and wanted to stay. Only then did I realize what the old silversmith had meant about what was lost would return. Remarkably, Torsten gave up the cartel. Tara collected the $6 million bounty the U.S. government had put on Torsten by making Chispa look like Torsten. This had two benefits. No one's looking for Torsten anymore, and Tara gave the money to the widows, widowers, and orphans left by the cartel. Jack and Abigail married just 2 weeks after they got back to the States. Even though it was a rush, it was a nice ceremony planned by Abby and my mother. Nichelle and her dentist weren't far behind. It was the first time I'd seen a black dress and wedding cake, but that's Nichelle. By the way, her husband's name is Corbin, but we still just call him the dentist. Quentin calls him Dennis. I think Q really thinks that's his name. Fortunately, Corbin is low maintenance and answers to anything. I'm glad he's here at the colony. We needed a dentist. Just last year, Tara and Quentin married, which makes Q my brother-in-law. I'm totally good with that. Cassie is cancer-free. She went back to Switzerland for a while. Not surprisingly, she found the man of her dreams and brought him back to the colony. He's a good guy. Taylor thinks he looks too much like me, but I don't see it. Ian has a home in Arcadia, but he's gone most of the time filming. When he's not doing that, he's lecturing at universities. You've probably seen his show, Galleon Hunter. He's famous now. I see him more on TV than in person. I miss him. We still hear from Grace now and then. She's saving the world in her own way, policing the internet to keep AI from taking over humanity. Austin and McKenna were married 6 months after we were. McKenna is pregnant with their first child. Boy or girl,
Austin wants to call the child Sidus, after the most intelligent human ever, claiming this kid could read the newspaper at 18 months. McKenna says it will never happen. Just as we talked about that night in Huancayo, Taylor and I got married a year after our return. We have a little girl. Her name is Lux, which means light. We don't know if she's electric yet. Each night as we put her to bed, we look for a glow. Maybe someday it will be there. Maybe it won't. It doesn't matter to us. Either way, she's a miracle. And we couldn't be happier. Life as a parent is never boring. Taylor and I returned to Peru just once. I wanted to see the old silversmith. He wasn't there. Neither was the shop. Taylor accused me of making it all up. What a ride it's been. We've done our share for this world. If it needs to be saved, it's up to you now. I believe you're up to it. If you've come this far with me, you've got the heart for it. This is the last time you'll be hearing from us. Thanks for joining me on the ride. And what a ride it's been. Good luck, and shock on, my friends. Always shock on. Michael. Michael Vey, The Colony, was written by Richard Paul Evans and read by Fred Berman. Editing, mix, and post-production by Danny Meltzer. The associate producers were Anna Chan and Sam West. Michael Vey, The Colony, was produced and directed by Scott Sherritt. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Michael Vey, The Colony, is available in print from Simon Pulse. Also from Simon & Schuster Audio, Richard Paul Evans, Michael Vey, The Traitor, read by Fred Berman, and Michael Vey, The Parasite, read by Fred Berman.